somehow both audio and video, and then the computer where Angel is goes up there.
Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley. She's also an associate pastor at City of Refuge at UCC Church in Oakland. Please give her a round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning. Truly, it is a good morning to be here if we are alive, if we have presence of mind to know and to be here with one another on the pulse of this new day. It's a good day. So, as we continue the good work that I understand was started last night and set our sights on this summit for excellence, educational excellence for African Americans, I want to just invite you to center yourselves a moment, to take a moment to remember and to reflect. The Apostle Paul said in Philippians 4:8 that if there is anything that is excellent or worthy of praise, think on these things. That's what we come to do today. To think on the excellence that is both our divine birthright, that is our heritage, that is our legacy. So I'm going to invite you to remember, because when we struggle with the excellence, often it's because we don't take the time to remember that which is already within us, that which has come before us, that which is in the room right now that I can see, that which lays before us. So I want to invite you to call the names of those who have manifested the educational excellence, the excellence of being, the excellence of purpose and passion in your own life, in our history. We do remember today from the teachings of Tahoe all the way to the teachings of Mandela and Maya. Just call the names of those who have come before us and those who are now. Malcolm and Martin, Septon and Clark, Sojourner Truth, Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston. Call the names, they are with us. Call the names of the great cloud of witnesses. Those who have inspired you, your first grade teacher. Those who inspire you today. Dr. Webb. This book, how many of you know this book, have this book? 5,000 years of literature. There are exposed passages, phrases, and proverbs from voices around the world, Black quotations. This is our heritage, this is our present, and this is the future if we choose to build it. So as we remember and prepare for this day, would you just bow your heads as you're comfortable? To call on the source, the divine spirit of all wisdom. Some scriptures say that if anyone lacks wisdom, let him or her ask of God, who gives to all liberally. So we call upon the Holy One, the Spirit and source of all wisdom and all knowledge, to bless this day. We call upon the wisdom that is in this room, the wisdom that has gone before us, the wisdom that lies ahead of us, to bless our thoughts, to bless our minds, to bless our deliberations so that we take not just inspiration from this day, but move forward into action. For all the mentors, for all the teachers, for all the mothers, the aunties, and everyone who has taught someone in this room, we give thanks. For this initiative, for this summit, we give thanks. We commit this day, we commit our minds, we commit our hearts, we commit our passion and our courage to the purpose, to the power, to the promise of this new day. These things we ask in the name of the one who is the beginning and the end, and in the name of all that is good and holy and true and excellent and worthy of praise. We say amen and ashe.
You can turn down the house lights, please.
Hello, I'm Marty Dunn, and welcome to the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans and Johnson Publishing 2014 Summit Series. And I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person today to be a part of this very important conversation. President Obama and I both believe that in order for America to lead in the 21st century, nothing is more important than providing all of our citizens with the best education possible, from birth through to career. Young people in this country, regardless of wealth, home language, zip code, gender, sexual preference, race, or disability, must have the chance to learn and to achieve. The Obama administration is committed to restoring the United States to its role as the global leader in education. And part of that is improving educational outcomes for African Americans from cradle through to career. And that's why we've increased the focus on ensuring all children and families have access to high-quality early learning programs. And that's why we've invested in efforts to support the lowest performing schools and to redesign high schools so students are more engaged and more equipped for success. And that's why we're working to make sure college remains in reach for all families, regardless of income, and that families have the information they need to choose the right college for them. We want you to take the information and knowledge that you gain here at the summit, and please share it with your families, schools, and communities. And I'm so grateful for the leadership of David Johns, Commission Chairman Freeman Grabowski, and other members of the President's Board of Advisors on Educational Excellence for African Americans. I know that through your efforts and their leadership, this country will yield improved outcomes for our students, our schools, our families, and our communities.
So anyone who joined us last night knows that you're here for a treat. Touch your friends up and bring it now. We're not getting started. You can keep a round of applause going and help me welcome to the podium President Ebony.
I'm so proud of doing that, Mike, because you know I'll go on and on and on and on. So let me say something. Laney cares. Oakland cares. The Project Community College District cares. The East Bay of California cares, and that's why we're here. So let's just have a wonderful time. 400 or so folks who are here today, on their way and already present. Let's demonstrate further to this country that we care, and we care immensely for our young men and our young women, our boys and our girls, who are making a difference, who are transforming our society and ensuring that we're okay. I want to share something, because this I think is potent. I want to take you quickly to this brief story. There was a little girl born to a 13-year-old. A 13-year-old who had been harmed since the age of 5. And that 13-year-old ran away from home. That little girl observed it, but assigned it to her brother. And it wasn't until years later, when she fought through being told she was mentally retarded in elementary school, and then ultimately survived through high school to go on to college, not because she thought she was smart, because she didn't she fought through her disinterest in English. She thought it was because she was lazy and she didn't like reading, writing, comprehension. She didn't want to feel. So she loved math and she engaged in math, and powerfully so, because it was a so-called objective. But when she recognized she had to read for understanding, write with clarity, she actually invested in English. In the process of it, she began to feel, and it was painful. She cathartic, and she recognized that she was actually much more powerful than she thought before. So that surviving 6+ foster homes was not really about just surviving. It was about experiencing some power that each young person has. And it's about remembering that we come from all-knowing and a powerful source. We are part of that all-knowing and powerful source. And we return to that powerful, all-knowing and source. And together, collectively, we can create more than we can imagine right now. And that's why we're here today. That's why we're here. Foundation leads, thank you very much. Business and industries, thank you very much. Community-based leaders like Regina with the Bossy, thank you very much. Community activists like Ray, thank you very much. Community, college, 4-year college and university leaders, thank you very much. Elected officials, thank you very much. Community activists, leaders and families in neighborhoods and communities, thank you remarkably. I'm that little girl who was born to a 13-year-old. I'm president of Laney College. I appreciate the applause, but let me be very clear. I'm not unusual. There are a lot of people like me who were born in terrible, challenging circumstances, who were told you would throw away, who wanted to be invisible. Most of my life I thought I was ugly and I wanted to be invisible. Go figure. Like so many of our youth, it's reminding us, as the young man said yesterday, the power of being affirmed, the power of knowing that someone cares. That's what it's about. Let's not let any other young boy, young girl live in this context and say they're disconnected, when in fact we need each other to be boldly connected. It's about the collective. It's about the so-called least of us, because the degree to which they're successful, we're really successful. We are not really healthy as a society, short of that individual who's disconnected. We require each other. We absolutely need each other. And as this brother, this extraordinary president said yesterday, our consciousness creates reality. Let's be very clear. And as Greg said, we need to understand our history. So let's remember our history, but let's be very clear. Where we were before, we don't have to go back. But we need to know where we were in order to determine how to get forward. Go forward. What worked well that we can leverage? What did not work? We need to ensure does not occur again. Let's move to a higher sense of consciousness, and we can do that instantaneously when we recognize the power is never outside of us. It's always in us. And it's in us right now. So when someone says no to you, recognize that it's about the ability to move, to help that person recognize that the chains that they hold, that allows them, that encourage them to say no, they too can let go. Release. Because what they're doing is they're sharing their stuff. And the power is recognizing we're not our stuff. We're certainly not other people's stuff, unless we choose to take on that stuff. The stuff that we're made of is quite remarkable. Seize it, share it, listen for understanding, leverage that, and let's move on. Consciousness, thoughts, become behaviors, brother said becomes habits, becomes reality. Let's have the right consciousness to change things instantaneously, because we can. Wow.
Remember who we are, whose we are as Ebony Magazine. Please give a round of applause to our pioneers.
Good morning. Thank you for everyone that attended last night and everyone that's going to be attending during this day. I just reminded that when you're the book of record, we have a responsibility of telling our stories. And one of the stories that we just embraced with all our heart was the Trayvon Martin story, which triggered an article, a series of articles by Nick Childs in our book called Saving Our Sons. And I've been in a debate relative to what that word means. In our minds, Saving Our Sons is creating pathways and opportunities and a real narrative and dialogue about the programs like this one and others in our communities that engage our students in the good work of efficacy toward moving toward different alternatives and different opportunities. And so I just wanted to share with the young men in the room that I believe it's really about confidence. Confidence to step out and learn, get out of your comfort zone. It's really about exposure, being around people that have done it and understanding their stories, and then being in a place where I think Ebony and Jet has always been in the consciousness and the heart of African Americans as the book that shows us that there's other alternatives. There's other stories to be told. And I believe we've been off our game a bit in the last 20 years, not really getting back to the things that have made us great. And so the focus around excellence on education, the focus around healthcare, the focus around technology, the focus around efficacy for people of color and creating those pathways is the powerful work that we're going to be engaged in. One of the stories that I was sharing earlier is that with a young lady last night is that Ebony is very interested in the conversation in Silicon Valley. We're very interested in the fact that we're underrepresented. We're very interested in that Ebony should be talking, not just Ted. I think Ted's having a great conversation, but we need to be part of that conversation, and we're bringing those core ethos back. The other thing that I want the educators in the room to be aware of is that there's a powerful opportunity, I think, around connecting with our stories. If you take a look at the Discovery Channel, they have something on their website called Discovery Education. They're making millions of dollars from their library of experiences that they've created content to supplement the curriculum that engages students around those stories. Well, we have 5 million images of what's going on with the African America since 1942, and we're going to be bringing those fruit to bear. We're going to be talking about projects with educators and curriculum developers to supplement that experience in a powerful way. Because I believe engagement with students, engagement with young men and women at those early ages and telling stories about them is absolutely the powerful work that's going to unlock the opportunity. And I just want to tell you that Ebony doesn't exist, Jet doesn't exist, Fashion Fair doesn't exist without your patronage. We want to be back engaged in your living room. We want to be on your coffee tables. We just can't be in your barbershops. We have to be in your homes because that's where the core starts and that's where the fire starts. So I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity. We're going to continue in this vein. The last thing I shared with the president earlier is that there's a fire going on in Oakland. There's a real fire going on in Oakland. And we've been remiss in telling that story. And this is my second visit in the last month and a half to Oakland. I want to tell everybody in the room, the editor of Jet Mag actually lives in Oakland. And we're engaging her in the process as a woman. Her name is Kyra Cowles. I'm going to be introducing her to the good people that I've met here. And we need to tell these stories in a powerful way. Because these stories absolutely become our dreams. And our dreams become the things that transform us. So I appreciate your attention, and I look forward to an amazing day with you. Thank you very much.
So we'll check later to see how many additional subscriptions come from this area, to see how impactful that was. I have the great honor of serving as the first director of the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans, but I stand with a number of colleagues who are all similarly focused on filling gaps in other communities. So many of you know that there are 5 other similarly situated initiatives, the oldest of which is the White House Initiative on HBCUs, which is established under President Carter. There's also an initiative focused on Hispanic educational excellence that will celebrate 50 years next year. Another initiative that is, I think, a little known secret in too many communities is the White House Initiative on Asian American and Pacific Islanders. And so at this moment, please help me in joining one of the commissioners responsible for helping to guide that work. She's also the president and CEO of the Asian and Pacific Islander Health Forum, Kathy Cochin.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you so much, President Webb, for your inspiration and for hosting us here. I also want to call upon 3 women who are now sacred spirits and live on in our hearts: Maya Angelou, Yuri Kochiyama, and Rudy. For those of you who don't know, Yuri Kochiyama resident in Oakland, and I want to welcome you to Oakland. And also I'm very proud to be here as a commissioner for the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. I stand here along with David and African American as well as Hispanic initiatives that represent the White House to show that there is a united front to address the needs of boys and young men of color, as well as all young people to achieve educational excellence. We understand that collectively this affects us all. I'm especially happy that you're all here in Oakland. I hope you get out and you'll see the physical beauty of Oakland, but in addition to that, the diversity of Oakland is something to behold, really quite beautiful. I venture to guess that Oakland is the most diverse city in all of the United States. There's no majority population here in Oakland except for people of color. We have a wide distribution of African Americans, Latinos, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and Native American communities, as well as whites, who all live here and call Oakland home. And because of that, you'll find solutions here in Oakland. Oakland is working hard to do exactly what the President's commitments have been, what his own experience has been, which is to make sure that no matter who you are, no matter where you came from, no matter what you look like, America forever remains a place where you can make it if you try. Our commission has a principal responsibility to remove hurdles that impede progress for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and to open doors of the federal government to Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. This is no easy task. Many of the same issues that African American, Latino, Native American communities face are the same issues that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders face. There are also particular barriers for Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. For example, 1 in 3 are limited English proficient and makes it difficult for many communities to access basic resources, including education. There's the model minority myth that says that Asian Americans are somehow more successful and Pacific Islanders are better or face fewer hardships than everyone else. But we know from data that this isn't true. For Southeast Asian and Pacific Islander boys and young men, we see high school dropout rates as high as 50% in some schools. 20% of Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander boys have been in a fight in school. And 1 in 9 Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander teens have been threatened or injured with a weapon on school property. As I said, there are strong solutions here in Oakland. Programs such as the Oakland-Alameda County Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, which includes Laney College, brings together African American, Latino, Asian Pacific Islander, and Native American young men and programs to really address educational excellence and strong manhood. For example, the 8PAL Young Warriors program addresses the needs of low-income Asian Pacific Islander young men here in Oakland who are experiencing poverty and violence. So those kinds of collaborative, collective solutions are succeeding here in Oakland, and we really want to bring them across the country. We're all in this together. This is why we're especially excited about My Brother's Keeper, the President's initiative to uplift, support, and ensure opportunities for boys and young men of color to succeed. We look to many, many partners, including elected officials, business leaders, and civic leaders at the local, state, and national levels to ensure that all people have access to high-quality education and opportunity. Each of us have a contribution to make. Each of us can reach out to a boy or young man or young woman in our community who needs mentoring and guidance. So I wish you all well on this very productive summit. And again, welcome to Oakland, and I'm so proud to be here. Thank you.
You know a little better than that. She's working on behalf of our community. Commissioner Kathy Loshik mentioned a couple of things that I think are important. One is recognizing that there are individuals who are in this community who are doing the work that we are all here to celebrate and to accelerate. So I want my brothers from Sharp Black Brothers to stand up and be recognized. Regina Jackson and Troy what it means to live in this community and to think about being a global citizen. So give them a round of applause for taking on Calvary. If there are any other scholars in the room, please stand. Sir, please stand. Any of the brothers in the room, my school district, any of the scholars, you guys please stand. I also would like to acknowledge, are there any members of the boards of education or elected officials in the room? Please stand and be acknowledged and recognized. Yes, ma'am, you do. Thank you. Without further ado, I have the great honor of getting out of the way and welcoming to the podium one of the greatest minds that I've ever encountered, Chairman Rabowski, anchors our President of the Board of Advisors and the work that we do. Without further ado, Freeman Rabowski. I'm getting yelled at. Somebody has a red Toyota license plate 4SZK317. You need to go shut down your alarm now, please. Thank you.
President, when David was welcoming the president to the college president to the lectern, I immediately got up because usually on the college campus, I'm the one to get up, right? And I went, oh, this is her place, right? And so I'm delighted to be in your home today, for sure. I begin with a comment from William Carlos Williams, who once said that it's adaptability. It's difficult to find news in poetry, and yet men die miserably every day because of a lack of what is found there in poetry. And so I really begin with words from our beloved Sister Maya. It was over 20 years ago that she looked into the face of this country and said, "Lift up your eyes upon this day breaking for you. Give birth again to the dream. Women, children, men, take it, this dream, to the palms of your hands. Mold it into the image of your most private self, sculpted into the shape of your most public need. Here on the pulse of this new day, you may have the grace to look up and out and into your sister's eyes and into your brother's face and say simply, very simply with hope, good morning. Good morning to Open and all of you. Good morning. Give us a smile, round of applause. For elevating us. Elevating us. What I want to do in the next 15 minutes in a way is, for the educators in the room, I'm going to flip the classroom. My campus is a fascinating place. It's a model that's not quite 50 And it was at that point she began to understand the growing difference between her approach to life and that of a lot of her girlfriends. She said the more she read, of all the things young people I can say today, this is the most important. The more she read, the better a reader she became. And the more proficient a reader she became, the more she enjoyed the experience. And the more she enjoyed reading, the more reading she did. And she came to understand you learn to do by doing. And that led to her saying, I know exactly what I want to do for the rest of my life, to be a teacher. She wanted to be a teacher of English, of literature, and her favorite author, one of the favorite authors of all time, Zora Neale. Oh, my mom would have us working around the house, and we'd be saying, Mom, shut up. And she'd be, quote, ships at a distance, have every man's wish on board. Goosebumps. For some, they come in with the tide. For others, they sail forever on the horizon, never out of sight, never landing, until the watcher turns his head away in resignation, his dreams mocked to death by time. That is the life of men, and she'd say, and women. And there was a point that you've got these two groups of people, Herschel's point, my mom's point. You've got people whose dreams become reality. People in this room have already seen many dreams fulfilled. And then you've got people whose dreams are, in the words of Mason Hughes, forever deferred. And she said this always, the difference between the two is fundamentally education. Where would anybody in here be today if you hadn't had the blessing and the privilege to get the skills you need to get a job, to have the time to come here and be here? And for the young people, the challenge is this. You are blessed to have somebody who wanted you to be here today. You're blessed to be in some community, some group. My book on raising smart black boys, Beating the Odds, and the one on raising smart black girls, will accompany us. Both of those books talk about building community among young people, teaching them how to support each other, talking about the values that are most important, the hard work, the discipline, and understanding what it means that everybody needs support. You know, it will be our dreams and our values that will shape who we are, not only today, but in the years to come. Our dreams and our values. And so when I talk about the state of African American education, when I talk about the great work that David Johns and his family was doing with the initiative, as we listen to what people have as concerns, as we look at the practices around the country, as we look at how we help to connect resources, what I want you to think about is this, that there are two types of issues. One set of issues will involve how do we understand the challenges well enough and the practices that can be used so that we can push for more children to get what they need to get on the one hand, and on the other hand, just as important, how do we inspire people to understand the nobility of education, the nobility of teaching? This is not about just a job. When somebody's an educator, it's not about a job. It's about a life, a way of life. It's about wanting children to love to learn. And then you overlay that with something that Greg and I said last night. We cannot deny the fact that there are some major structural issues in our country. Major issues. That racism is still alive. Of course it is. It doesn't just die. There are ways, and we have to become more sophisticated in talking about what that means. For example, if you've not read the most recent National Academy study on incarceration, it just came out in the last month. The National Academy of Sciences is by far the greatest thought leadership group in the world. They're in Washington, started back with Lincoln during the Civil War, and it puts out these studies that are beyond, nobody can say this is not the best thinking of humankind. And they essentially said this: look from the early 70s to today at the incarceration rates, at the numbers and the reasons. And they talk about the fact that in the 70s, somehow federal and state law moved to saying we've got to clean up the streets and get rid of all this crime. And so all of a sudden, all kinds of nonviolent crimes became the reason to put people in jail, into prison. And before you knew it, you had larger and larger represent 5% of the population. But we represent our prisoners of 25% of the prisoners in the world. But now here is just one example of clearly defined structural discrimination. When you look at populations that the dropout, males who dropped out of high school, they used three populations. They said whites who dropped out, males, white males, Latino males, and African American males. It's bad for all groups. Well, 20% of white males who drop out of high school end up in prison. For Latinos, it's almost 30%. For African Americans, it's 70%. 70% of those young men who drop out end up in prison. Now, there are two issues I want you to think about. One is, how do we go about looking at ways in which we are discriminated against, ways in which we don't have that lawyer who's able to get us off, ways in which we end up in prison and staying there, getting a record, and therefore not being able to get a job and get out. All those issues. And on the other hand, and the other part, that's the long-term challenge, but the education piece is this. How do we help to keep those boys in high school so they're not in that situation? How do we reduce that dropout rate situation is the other piece of it. And so what I want you to think about today is the notion of the most critical challenges we face in the schools, the academic points, and they would be these. Number one, reading skills. I said this last night. I've been a math teacher for 40 years. Now watch this. How many of you in this room love to read? Let me see your hands. Now the fact is, about half of y'all love to read. All of you can read. But there's a difference between reading the sports section and reading a novel. Right? Everybody in here ain't reading novels all the time, all right? But that's okay, because in America, at least you're going to say you love to read. Now watch this. I want you to be truthful now. You know, you heard the wonderful owner of the cloth was talking a little earlier. So we got a certain climate here today. How many of you all love mathematics? It's a pretty nerdy group. You got about 30%. That's good. By the way, I come from a very nerdy campus. I told you we leave the country among the white schools and send them black schools and Ebony PhDs. But my basketball team can read well, they graduate, and they get good jobs. Give me a hand for that. And they get good jobs. Very proud of that. Very proud of that. Now, if they can only get that ball in the basket, I'd be very happy, right? In the basket, we're very good. But here's what I'm saying. Most Americans will tell you they don't like that. Watch this. How many of you in the room, the adults, how many of you in this room would say that by the time you were in the 11th grade, you knew you were either a math science type or you were a history English type? Raise your hands. Look around the room. Most people would say, and if I ask you, how did you know? Most of you would say, well, I was just better in the LA area. Well, part of our challenge, and my own research is on STEM stuff, how to get more people of all races, but especially students of color and African Americans, male people into those areas because they're so underrepresented. And the fact is, whether you know it or not, in this country, we make the assumption that most people cannot do math and science. We make that assumption. I said to 1,000 math teachers recently, some agreed, others got upset with me, but I said, you know, we have a way of looking at somebody. We look at you. And if you don't seem excited about the work, we give you that look that says, baby, I'll help you this year, but don't come back next year. The look tells you that. You know it somehow. And we send that message. And first year math and science in colleges around the country are called we out courses. If you haven't seen, get a chance to look at my TED Talk, which talks about how even the highest achieving students of all races, most don't make it in science. They start off with pre-med, and the higher the test scores, whether you're white, black, Asian, Hispanic, the higher the test scores, the higher the grades, the higher the SATs, AP, all that, the more prestigious the school, the greater the chance in the first year or two, you get wiped out of science. So all the great pre-med majors become great lawyers. You can laugh, and it's funny, but it's true. You know it's true, all right? It happens all the time. And it's not that people that have the ability to do it, it's the mindset. So I want you to think on the one hand about this notion that's really important, about STEM, but generally about academic performance. And the major issue we face when thinking about academic achievement is this. Our children must be taught to read and think in a way that is not happening for so many right now. In fact, even up to age 13, if you look at the American Report Card, the NAEP data, National Assessment of Education Progress Report, you will see, quite frankly, that we actually do better in the math than we do in the reading up to age 13, and then all of a sudden it really goes down. The numbers really go down. And so when we talk about academic achievement, we've got an academic performance, schools for young black males that focus on first-time offenders, for example. We got 5 little boys that we work with. Been doing it 25 years. We supervise them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Bring them on campus. We make sure they stay in school. We make sure they come home at night. We have a partnership with the Department of Juvenile Services. And here's the point. The same strategies that we have found that work to help us with my high-achieving students in science. Minorities, not white, everybody else, building group, giving support. Sophomores and juniors being helped by seniors and juniors helping sophomores and freshmen. The same kinds of approaches have worked for my male students, my little black males. So I've got my 15-year-olds helping my 12-year-olds. You see what I'm saying? And it's not just an A student, 12-year-old. The 15-year-old may be a rebel, but when you give him that responsibility and you empower him and you say, I believe in you, you don't want this boy to have the same problem you had. It is amazing to me how they rise to the occasion. You know, I had the privilege as a child of working to hear Dr. King in Birmingham and then going to jail for a week with the Civil Rights Movement. Now, 2/3 of Americans were not born in 1963. And so it's hard to understand the world of 63 compared to the world today. But I was 12 years old. What the experience did for me, it was a horrible week in jail. But what it did for me was to teach me, even at age 12, that children can think well, that children can make hard decisions, that children can be empowered to believe they can take control of their destiny. And that what we have to do is to show them how teaching and learning connect to their future. And that's whether they're in middle school or in college. And so when we talk about getting them ready for college and the challenges we face, the fundamental point is that most kids are just going through the routine of things. When I say flip the class, it has to do with how do I get you to think about what you can do, what you understand, and how you become empowered. So in my chemistry, you go to the Chemistry Discovery Center at UMBC, you're going to see that there's no more lecture. We get students working in small groups, and they focus in those small groups on solving problems using some of the applications out of the companies on my campus, biotech. And the best thing I can tell you is this, that when they become empowered, then they take ownership of it. And that's what I want you to think about. So the final point for you, most minority students and African Americans start off, believe it or not, having to take remedial or developmental math or reading. When they take developmental math, that's 6th grade math. And I want us to think through how we have many more students succeed in 2- and 4-year work. And it means on the college campus, it means in high school, redesigning courses, but it also means looking at the strategies that work that focus on building community, listening to the voices of the students, and thinking about how we as middle-class people look at those children. I close with a story about a young woman who had come for an interview. And she was amazingly very poor. And you could see it in her face. She was worried, the faculty remained white. And so I decided to go to the interview and listen to her. And I asked her a question. I said, do you like to read? She said, I love to read. I said, who are some of your favorite authors? And she shocked me. She said, Dostoevsky. I said, oh, so you read Prime Minister? She said, yeah, I read that. But I also read Brothers Karamazov. She said, but I'm really fascinated by Notes from Underground because I know that Ralph Ellison was inspired by Dostoevsky to write The Invisible Man. And I know what it means to feel invisible. By the time we got out of the interview, I said, I'm amazed by you. She said, but Dr. Bowski, when you first looked at me, you felt sorry for me. All of a sudden, I put my head down. I said, you've been one of the most brilliant students I've ever had a chance to talk to. She said, but you felt sorry for me, and I could feel it. You know, we middle-class Americans of every race, we look into the face of poverty and we think deficiency. We must learn to think strength. Watch your thoughts become your words. Watch your words become your actions. Watch your actions become your habits become your destiny. Thank you all.
Give another round of applause. Can I say that for 1 second? I want to do 2 things. Kyron and Kyrie, come stand next to him. And while they come up, Monica Green, if you do not attend to your car, it's going to be ticketed and towed immediately. So Doc mentioned two things that I want to continue to highlight. One is the power of feeling. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about how powerful it is to see Art and our brothers sort of model good behavior and intimacy, and how important it is for people to feel that you care about them, right? Often making the invisible visible. He also said, and this was retweeted a couple of times, when they become empowered, they take ownership. And so my friend Catherine and I laughed because there were two moments where Kyron tapped Kyrie and said, but he didn't pay attention. And what I thought about was yesterday when Kyron was sitting up there, he looked like Kyrie, right? But when he was empowered yesterday, he decided to walk into this space a little differently. So if you didn't notice it, I said, y'all come on, sit down, brother, set up front, back straight, arms prepped, he was ready to learn. And so we need to continue to affirm and empower our young people in every opportunity we can. So we want both of you to know how brilliant you are and how proud of you. Laney, Tariq Watson, a recent graduate of Chabot College, and Vincent Washington, who's a youth leader, a member of Jobs Corps, and intern in the Office of Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Give them a round of applause. So it's important for us to unpack all that Dr. Grabowski provided for us to think about, and frequently people have heard the term, how many raise your hand if you've heard the term college and career ready? Keep it up if you have questions about exactly what that means. Right, so we're going to go right there. Cassius, I'm coming to you first. What does that phrase mean? College and career ready, particularly when we think about African American students.
So, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good to be here. Just want to acknowledge the President and Secretary Duncan and David for his leadership of having this, convening us and allowing us to have this conversation. And I appreciate the question because I think it provides me the opportunity to provide a little bit of context about the environment in which we're having this conversation. And that is to say that the economy in which we're living right now has changed dramatically. Since 1900s to 1970, this country has experienced dramatic increases in educational attainment. That was fueled in part by the expansion of education in this country, coming out of slavery and into the Industrial Revolution. That was expanded even more through the Civil Rights Movement and the Great Society programs. And that happened through marching, that happened through lawsuits, that happened through standing and walking through doors where people were standing in front of, trying to keep us out. And, you know, when the baseline for the number of folks who had access to education was so low, and we simply opened up more doors and seats, you saw something happen in the economy and labor market where low-skilled and high-skilled folks were able to really have wages come to their households that by and large allow them to have a family-sustaining life. But after the 1970s, the economy saw something happen in which jobs that were traditionally kind of more lower skilled were becoming consolidated because technology was allowing us And then secondly, jobs were being moved off. And so over the last 25 years, 30 years of the last century into the new century, we've actually seen the fact that the folks who are getting a toehold and success and advancing in the labor market actually are those with the higher skills. And if you look at the institutions that are in our communities, that proposes a challenge. First of all, I want this notion of what is college and career ratings. There's this new thing that's confronting our K-12 schools right now called the Common Core State Standards. The Common Core State Standards is an important advancement for our community in that we have now set, with all the political tension around that, but in a matter of practice, high standards for what we expect our students to learn. And it's moving away from root memorization. By that I mean just learning multiplication tables, just learning our history as a matter of kind of facts and such. But instead, higher level thinking that moves from just fictional texts to non-fictional texts, newspapers, encyclopedias, and kind of think facts and such, and taking the learning and the teaching that's aimed towards gathering evidence and making arguments, looking critically at things and figuring out how we can add value to conversations and such. And those Common Core State Standards presents a real challenge for the institutions of the schools in our communities, in that the fact of the matter is most of those institutions are not designed to get our young people to that standard. And so I think when we start thinking about this question of what does college and career rating mean, we have to ask ourselves the question of, are our schools designed to actually get more students to this space? That requires different ways of looking at instruction, different ways of looking at the supports and how they're aligned to Common Core State Standards. And so the last thing I'll say before I get back to David is that that also suggests something about our advocacy, and that we're moving away from thinking about one-off solutions, such as something that's been very popular in our conversation today, over the last night and this morning, the idea of mentoring, right? Mentoring is an important way to allow students to develop, young people to develop their self-identity, particularly in their adolescent years. But when we advocate for mentoring opportunities, this new challenge and context we're in suggests that advocacy needs to happen not to advance a mentoring program singularly, but ask the question that, because those mentor programs are not available to all our students, but instead ask the question, how are those high schools, those middle schools, those elementary schools designed to actually expose more students to those, all students to those mentoring opportunities and exposures and such. And most of them are not. You have to go searching for a program where we were paying, taxpayers are paying good money and have an expectation for those things to be delivered just in matters of default. So we have to kind of move into the institutional piece of that, of changing the way our institutions do their business in order to get more of our young people to this notion of college and career rating.
So let's go deeper into that space. Cynthia, can you talk about your programs in particular and help to ground some of the framework that Cassius provide, which is, I think, a much more national perspective, and maybe just talk about the value of the curricular offerings here at Laney, and then Brian, hoping that you can supplement and make the connection between Common Core and what some of the other local opportunities are for the adults in this room, or the young people in this room actually, to be better engaged as advocates.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Perea, and I teach carpentry here, and it's an unlikely trade, I believe, for a woman, and at first everybody was surprised and looking for the tallest man in the class for the instructor, and they would all go. And that was 25 years ago, and in the years that I have taught, the most important thing that I have found is, why are these people here? Who sent you? Did your mother send you? What do you like? What do you want to do? And some people say I've always liked working with my hands. Some say my mother sent me. A young man told me, I'm one of 8 kids, my job is to fix the broken things. I said, okay, that's good, you can use that. And So you're learning how to fix, even though you really love music. And I said, but if you play really well, then you can hire someone to fix that. Oh, good idea. Now, if we don't do what we love to do, or at least at the minimum what we like to do, we don't do it very well. And so what I tell everybody who comes through is, what's your needs? And I'm trying to fill their needs, because if I can make what I do something that you want, and even if you don't want it, then you know when you hire someone what you want to tell them. Everybody is contextualizing the education is really important. For us teaching the Pythagorean theorem, everybody goes, ooh, and starts checking their text. And then I tell them, check the corner, tell me if it's square. 3, 4, 5. If it's 3 feet here, 4 feet there, and 5 feet across and squared, oh, by the way, that's the Pythagorean theorem. It's like, oh. If we don't know how to apply the knowledge, we don't care what it is. If we don't understand what we're learning and what we're doing, who knew what they were going to do with the Pythagorean theorem? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. I'm an artist. I can visualize it. I don't know any A squared, B squared things. I don't know where to find them. I live in the real world. And I think that that's really important. And what we're trying to do here at Laney in the career technical department is to allow people to dream. And our president is very supportive of this. We came to her saying, we want to do advanced manufacturing, digital fabrication. And she said, oh, okay. And I thought, oh, cool. She's very supportive. And then she said, go do it. I thought, oh, okay. And we've already launched our first digital fabrication class here. We're about to start a fabrication lab, which is 3D printing, laser cutting, CNC routers, very, very cool stuff that young people are very aware of. And we'll come to learn that. And oh, by the way, I learned math, and I learned science, and I learned about art, when all I really wanted to do was make that really cool thing that they're making. So if we can offer up education in a contextualized way that speaks to you, and maybe you want to make a tie that's you, and I can show you how to print that or weave it on a machine, you might want to take that class because you can see where you're going. And I think education has just dumped information on us and has killed the vision. And now it can be what you want it to be.
So Brian, what are the opportunities as we serve? A couple of points that have been made. One, the importance of meeting scholars where they are, of acknowledging that a powerful tool in terms of education is helping people unlock their own passions and purpose. So when we think about opportunities at Laney to have those specific sort of unique opportunities, how can we ensure that scholars when they're younger, pre-K-12, throughout that pipeline also have similar opportunities? What are the conversations in Oakland, and how can people get involved in supporting those efforts?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So there are a couple of things I was furiously taking some notes here. So starting at the younger grades, this year we had the pleasure of having Urban Promise Academy selected as the first Oakland school to participate in the National Student Spaceflight Experiment Program. So they did an entire semester's worth of microgravity experiments. I'm still not totally clear what that means, but they are, which is good. And the result of that is that one of their experiments will be sent to the International Space Station, actually done by astronauts, and with the results back, and then they'll integrate that to the science curriculum. So there are lots of opportunities to continue projects like that in Oakland. If we can't do the program next year, but the program director said, hey, we'd love to have someone else in Oakland do that. So that's an opportunity for primarily middle school students, but certainly high school students and some elementary schools can participate as well. More broadly across the whole system, Oakland Unified is a part of what's called the Career Pathways Trust, which is actually a tremendous partnership program. Actually, I can go to the text because it's a little long. So it's really a consortium with Bronx Community Colleges and also includes Laney and Chabot and a number of other institutions in the area, focusing on giving students opportunities to careers in health sciences, engineering, media and public service. What's really beautiful about this is a big part of the funding for this has actually come from the state of California. There's actually a recognition to say we need to give young people an opportunity to get access to these fields and the growing fields in our economy, and so let's actually build pathways for that. So folks who are involved in this: Bayer, Children's Hospital, Biomed, San Francisco General, Lawrence Livermore Lab, Turner Construction, Baywork, the Port of Oakland, Autodesk, Maxon, California County Sheriff's Department, Richmond Police Department, and the list goes on. So that's actually a really powerful opportunity. More locally and Oakland Unified, the high schools, the superintendent and the board have made a decision that all the high schools in Oakland will be wall-to-wall academies. So you can, whatever high school you go to, there will be a viable and thriving career academy for you there. So that work has already done a number of high schools. There will be a bond measure passed, there's funding for that. But what's most important, part of the reason why this choice came about for Unified is the data, right? Our graduation rate overall is somewhere between 40 to 60%, depending upon the population that you're looking at. For kids who are in academies, it doesn't matter race or ethnicity, the graduation rate jumps at 80%. And so when we see that type of data, it says that seems to be what works.
So go deeper and connect that to Cassius's comments earlier. Let's talk about why. Very briefly, why is that the case? What's unique about those academies, particularly for our students in this community?
Sure. So it's the relevance and the rigor. I mean, it's you are learning stuff that's hard. You're being pushed, you're being challenged, but that push and challenge is really coming to you in many of the academies. They do cohorts, they do small communities. They sort of do a number of different strategies to try to break up what feels like a really hard big thing into much smaller, manageable chunks, and they then give the students the support they need to do that. I was talking to the woman who runs the Environmental Science Academy at Skyline a couple months ago, and she talked, I thought, quite eloquently about how they really do an intentional job of trying to connect and engage with parents, how they try to connect and engage with the sort of the student support staff at the school, how they actually get students to support one another, the teachers all work together in the community. So there's a real sense of we are here, we're able to rally around this child, we're rally around all these children, and really help lift them and push them through. The last point I'll make is the following. Career academies to me are not about getting people into a particular career. I don't actually care if you do the Environmental Science Academy and you decide you don't want to study environmental science in college. What I actually care about is that you've taken difficult classes, that you've done good work, that you feel competent and successful, and then when you go to college, also the way that life look. You can be an English major, you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, you can be a teacher, you can do whatever you want, but that path for you has been built by your experience in a rigorous, high-quality, standards-aligned academy, and that's what we care about.
Perfect. So, Cassius spoke initially about the need to do things differently, and then we've heard about some efforts here lately throughout the district about attempts to move in that direction. Tyreek and Vincent, as experts, what would you do differently when you reflect upon your recent experiences as students in this community? What would you do differently? What needs to be different in order for more students, minority students in particular, in the East Beta field, engaged, empowered, and supported? I try.
Well, we've done a lot of talk about as far as the support that everyone needs, starting from the youth, bringing them up, but
what do you wish you had had?
Starting off at home. Starting at home, that's, in my opinion, that's where it starts. Because if we don't prepare these children at home before they go to school, it doesn't matter how much support they get at school. Well, it does, but it can only go so far because those initial values need to be embedded into the minds of the youth. So, starting off with a father figure, starting off with an individual in my home who was providing an example for me and showing me that I didn't have to be the same as the rest of the individuals in my neighborhood. From there, not just showing me an example, but we've done a lot of talk as far as just implementing those values into the mind of the youth, because in just growing up, just showing them all that they can be because, I went damn near all my life, man, thinking that I wasn't a valuable individual, thinking that I could never have an impact on other people's lives. And so for me to be a striving black brother, to get that type of value, to get that type of support, and to not just believe, but to apply change in my community is amazing. So I would say it starts at home, but that's tough because so many people don't get that support at home. So, the mentor programs are great. Just support in the school. Just beautiful individuals like my brothers that I have here, everybody who's here, this type of support where you know that people care and they're willing to support you. This is so important. And, in my opinion, I feel like this needs to be expanded to the community because, I am privileged to be here. I'm truly grateful. But I know so many people who would love to be here. We got this single mother here who was given an opportunity to have her son be mentored by one of my striving black brothers, but there's a lot of single mothers out there who don't have that opportunity. So trying to do all we can to expand the resources that we currently have, preparing the individuals before they go, because if you're not prepared mentally, and I just say this about us being at home, if we're not getting those values growing up, then you'll get to that support and you won't know what to do with it. There's people who have come to striving black brothers, but they haven't used it as a stepping stone to get where they want to go. They come in and they've been complacent. And if you are complacent, in this life, then it kind of seems as, you get left behind.
So tag in, Vincent. And Vincent, would you talk about what's required to ensure that our brothers don't become complacent? And if you could speak specifically to the supports that have been provided to you by John Ford.
First, I want to say, I agree wholeheartedly with a lot that Tyree said. I know if I didn't have a dad and a mom, who cared, then I honestly have no idea where I would be right now. I went to school and things like that, but if it wasn't having someone making sure that I was taking it seriously, I wouldn't have taken it seriously. Because, as a kid, not to make excuses, but you don't really look at, you're not looking at your future like that. So I think it's very important that you have that support system. But also on top of that, I look at my dad. He didn't grow up with a father. He didn't grow up with a positive influence, but yet I look at him as, the greatest man I ever met. And so he had to have that inside of himself to want to be better. So I think it's a combination. You have to have people. We all need love. You have to have people who are pushing you, but you also have to want to be better yourself. And then as far as support that I've had a job for, I've met a lot of great people who show that personal interest. I think that's the big thing. You can be as educated as you want, and that's great. But if your students don't feel that you actually care, then it's sort of like just someone just making noise. You look at it as, oh, that's just their job. They don't really care about it. So I think that, but even then, it's not an excuse. If I didn't feel that my teachers cared about me, I still have to look at it as this is an opportunity for me. I can still learn. You don't have to. I don't have to feel that love from you to still learn things from you that can be beneficial. For me moving forward in my career. So, but fortunately, I did have a lot of support. I felt a lot of support from a lot of people at Job Board, and so I appreciate it.
Anyone on the panel can respond to this. What should everyone know about young people who choose not to go to college?
I would say the first thing that you would want to know would be the most important is to wonder why. Because there's a bunch of different reasons. Some now, if the person they don't want to do anything with their life. They just want to, live off their parents or live off of someone else, and that's one thing. But also, I think a lot of people, 17, 18, around the time when you're getting out of high school, you don't know what it is that you want to do with your life. So a lot of people are scared of maybe taking that next step. Then also, if you have to, if it's going to be primarily on your shoulders to fund that education, you have to worry about, the money. So I think that as a concerned adult, if you have a youth who says that they don't want to go to college, then it'd be important for you to have a conversation with them and ask them why. Why exactly don't you want to go? And then you can go from there.
Cynthia, what would you say?
Well, I think that the reason that people lose interest is because they can't focus. They don't know. For instance, if anybody in this room told me what they love to do, or I always say, what magazines do you buy? Because nobody's making you buy magazines. So what do you choose to read? What lights your fire? And then if we could keep the fire lit, the flame has gone out on those students. Nobody has asked them, what do you want to do? Make money. Well, doing what? What do you love to do? And I think that's where we lose them. And, when kids take gap years, it's like, oh, I want liberal arts. What's that? If we had courses we have some courses here called iDesign that have 4 different departments. Please come try the hors d'oeuvres. And it's very short, it's very sweet, it's a lot of fun. They build catapults and they shoot things. And, it's like, if you like that, then come back. But if nobody shows you the path, you can't walk down it. You stay in bed, you watch the TV because someone showed you where the thing is to turn the channel, right? If I said, what do you love to do? And you told me, then I would design your education in that realm. And every parent knows what their kids are good at.
And every young person should be that lucky, right, to have an experience that seems to be tailored just for them, right? So I think so much of this is about underscoring how essential it is for us to have intentional conversations with young people and to ask them what's of interest to them. Yes, sir.
Even if a student knows what they want to do, if they're not shown that they're valuable in high school, then they're not going to want to continue their education in college. Because if they, a lot of high school students, they don't enjoy the experience. I mean, I'm just speaking from my experiences. I didn't even think about college because, I wasn't shown that I was valuable. I didn't care. I had a 1.3 GPA. You know what I mean? Just the environment that I was surrounded by, nobody was talking about college. So even if I knew what I wanted to do, you got to have that belief. Like my brothers were speaking about, you got to have that efficacy, that self-efficacy. And if you're shown that you can have success in life and whatever you do, then you'll go out and do it. And even if you don't know what your passion is, if you're shown to be a valuable individual, that your voice does matter, it doesn't matter what your passion is. It doesn't matter if you do not know or if you do know your passion, because you'll go out and look for it. You'll go out and look for ways to help others because you know you're a valuable person, so you want others to know how valuable they are. So I feel like that's what it starts with. Before you even think about what your passion is, you got to know that you are a valuable individual and that your voice does matter.
Let's open this up. I think there. Hold on, Doc.
Student speaks such wisdom that all the research says exactly what he says, that every child, every young person needs a sense of self. And that's what it means. When you talk about being valuable, who are you? What difference can you make? And so I think he makes a very good point. What we've seen is also that sometimes it's a grandmama who can be in a house who makes the difference. Give me a hand for grandmamas or granddaddies, would you? All right. It just depends on the situation, it really does. But I think his point is well taken, that we need that. And what I would say is that we need ways of supplementing. The final point I wanted to make has to do with when he said in the home. Somebody in the home, though, has to make sure the child goes to school. But give me a hand for attendance. Because children are not going to school. You can't learn to read if you don't go to school. So we got to have programs. I know attendance works is very important.
So let's do this, point of personal privilege, and then I'm going to come to Hetty, since that was a nice acknowledgement of her work, and then we'll come to you, sister. I see your hand. As an unashamed mama's boy, I want all of the mothers, the aunts, the grandmothers who stand in the gap for our babies to stand up and be acknowledged, including you. I think sometimes when we have this conversation, we pathologize our sisters, and I want everybody to know that I am a product of a non-nuclear family and a single mother, so thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. So I was thinking when I came last night a couple of things that have been sticking with me is one, you kept saying, David, I see you. We have to make sure kids feel seen, feel heard. And I kept thinking also that the young men here, you all talked about one of the worst things that you felt was that when you walked onto a school, when you walked into community, the assumption was that you had already done something wrong. That's not seeing someone, that's alienating you. And what I keep thinking about is we want kids to come to school, but they only come to school when they feel seen, when they feel valued. It pushes them away when we treat you as if that's not true, and in fact you're trouble. And I did hear that from, you were talking about that as a parent. That's pushing you away because now, because you're advocating for your kid, you're seen as trouble as opposed to support, as a partner in your kid's education. And what I started feeling like, connecting to your point, that we have to do this much earlier. What I know we know, Brian, in Oakland, that we have a group of young people that they don't even get the chance to learn. When you look at chronic absence data, which is missing too much school for any reason, not just truancy or unexcused absences, we know that it affects 1 out of 4 African American kids here in Oakland. And it's not everywhere. It's concentrated in West Oakland, goes closer to East Oakland, and what we know is if you were chronically absent in 1st grade, you're almost 6 times more likely to be chronically absent in 6th grade. By 6th grade, you're dealing with suspension issues, you're dealing with lower achievement, because you missed so much school in the beginning, you didn't even learn to read by 3rd grade. You can't read to learn by 3rd grade, school's not a good place for you. By 6th grade, you may not show up because that's not where you feel like you're valued, honored, or you know how to participate. The challenge, I think, is that we need as a community to figure out a better system, and this is also a question for the panel. I feel like we've got an opportunity. I mean, what I adore about Oakland is they are into using their data, they're committed to creating early warning systems, but it can't be schools alone that use this information. We have to find a way, and I keep thinking about, I see Ray from the California Endowment, and how Bob Ross is so eloquent about talking about how we have to create a different kind of early warning system where we can identify early who needs our help and how to deploy that. And I think part of that help is that mentoring. It's the relationships with someone who will notice when you're there, who will, instead of blaming you for not showing up, ask, well, why didn't you show up? What happened? And it's not just mentoring for the kids, it's mentoring for parents. As a mom, no one taught me how to get to my kids to school every day. That is something you learn over time. When you have multiple kids, it is one hard challenge. When you're dealing with lots of issues and you don't have a car, it's even harder. But we can do this if we support each other, but we don't have the tools right now where we use, sometimes I think we need to use data. Which schools? Which kids? And this happens all the way up because it is one of those signs, along with suspension, that kids are falling off track. So my question is, how can we, in a place like Oakland or any community, figure out how do we really partner with families authentically, genuinely, respectfully, so we can create that space so they each have the opportunity to allow their kids to dream, to form those dreams, and get the supports that they can achieve those dreams.
So I'm going to take a stab at answering that question and reflect on the experience of the small schools of choice work in New York City, in which what you're talking about are kind of principles about what our schools need to be doing. And what in the New Schools for New Society initiative in New York City, what they did was try to reimagine the relationship, as in one of those principles, reimagine relationship between the schools and the community assets. And so they put out these design principles, and they actually invited innovative school leaders to partner with community organizations to actually design a school. And so from concept about the theme of that school, to the culture of that school, to the types of supports for not just as a program, as a one-off, but for everyone, that they took that in consideration. And the types of supports were embedded in the instruction. Again, not after school. It's part of the school day. They looked at the thing is, when I say doing school differently, they looked at using time differently, at spanning the day. So it's not just an after-school program. The school's just longer, and we're having additional supports and acceleration activities and recuperation. They're also looking at using people differently, which means different roles for adults in the building. And that requires us to make some really tough decisions about how our union contracts are laid out with regard to how teachers are used and as such. And so I guess what I'm saying is that when we put out a set of principles, in the case of New York, and then we create an environment where we're partnering with the community assets in different ways, we actually can kind of reimagine the school role with the community in ways that it's not just a one-off for students, that it's actually something that is designed for everyone. And that's what I keep coming back to, is like we in our advocacy and in our even in the way we kind of have programs available, oftentimes we just think of them as kind of one-off solutions. And the fact of the matter is that we have a bulk of research to show that there's a lot of stuff that works, but we need to try to institutionalize that into the design of the school as opposed to having it as a one-off.
Brian, Cynthia, would you respond to that as well? Let me back up and just acknowledge that the question Hetty offered is an important one. And the U.S. Department of Education has worked with Karen Mapp, who's a Harvard University professor, to produce a toolkit that is designed to strengthen community school relationships, right? So this is something that's important, right? Oftentimes we hear schools say they want parents to be engaged, but they aren't acting in ways that respond to that or make parents feel welcome. So what are the things that need to happen here in this community so that parents and communities feel much more connected and feel like they're partners in this enterprise?
One thing that I would we can't rebuild the families at home. We can substitute ourselves as a community or a small family. And by engaging our students in accountability within the classroom, for instance, if we were all in a group here and each of us had something to do, and you were doing the music and you were doing this and you were doing that, we see the value of each of our roles. And we're working together for one outcome. So I think it's how if we don't have the support from the parents and the community, then we build it. And education sometimes has to go outside of the textbook and rebuild what was missing in the beginning. And then you could belong, you could be part of a family, a part of a group, and you would see that if not these brothers, then these brothers or sisters on this side. And that, well, I'd rather work with that group than that group, because that person has what I want, or I really like what they can do, and I want to be on their group next time because it's very cool. But one thing that I also think is that pride in accomplishments. And, it used to be, I am a mom with 2 kids, and, they'd have parent night, and, you'd just be whisked through the rooms, and it was like, okay, fine, bye. And, what we try and do is pride of ownership, and we have an open house where parents and friends can come see, this is the house that I built. And they drive their parents around the houses, and they take them inside, and I made the stairs, or I did this, I did that. And it's something that's visual, that everybody can relate to. And the self-worth continues to be there because it's visual. And so for me, I would say, build the family. I would say I had a student say, oh, I couldn't come, and I would say, and I'm psychic, and I would know that because you weren't there. Oh, yeah, I forgot to call you. I said, I know, but look, you're texting everybody. Text me and tell me why. And if it's good, okay, I can understand why you couldn't be there, and then ask me how you can make it up. Because I got plenty of things for you to do outside of here that make you still be a part of this, even if you can't get to class. And so I think it's how we have to look at how we teach and change the context of it.
Okay, let's see. Open this up. Let's see how many questions we're going to take. This young lady here. We'll take this brother, and then we'll take Heather, and then we'll allow them to respond. Okay, wait. Oh, that was an important reminder because some of y'all weren't here yesterday for my ground rules. So right now we're going to ask One more time, we are going to ask a, which usually starts with the preposition of who, what, where, when, and why. I will apologize now because if you do not ask a, I will cut you off with love. Second point is don't grab the mic. Data shows that if you hold the mic, you talk longer. So allow the young women to help moderate that. Yes, ma'am.
My question, I guess, is more addressed to Tyrese because I so resonate with what he said about it starting at home. And then Hetty mentioned that too. We have to, or everyone has mentioned that we have to develop that community relationship. I want you to, can you tell us or give us some suggestions? How do we start at home? Because we're dealing with parents. We're dealing with an area that we cannot control. We can't control your parents and their background. We can't control their experience. And we are often outnumbered, even though we...
Who's the we you're speaking of?
I'm sorry, I come from, when I say we, I'm speaking of educators who are trying to deal with this issue. So I feel that the time that we spend with you, we're still outnumbered by the hours you've spent in your original origin, your family of origin, your beginnings. Often we get you by when you're 5. By the time you're 5, a lot of these values and how you look at the world has already been developed. How can we connect with your home life prior to so that what we teach you, it is reinforced at home with people who also don't understand and might not believe in what we're trying to teach you? Do you have any suggestions?
So before you respond, Tyreek and Vincent, think about that. I'm going to take 2 more, and then I'm going to ask you to respond. Let's get this brother in as well.
Good morning. There are 10,500 schools in California filled with teachers. Imagining that this room is filled with teachers, what would you tell these teachers? What would you ask of these teachers who have that direct contact with students and our future that you would like them to do differently?
Hold on to that one. We'll take Heather, and then we'll allow them to respond. Yep. To the left. Nope, left. The other. Yep, right here. Yes. Thank you.
Hi. My question is for the young men on the panel. For other young men around your age, what would you say to those that may have stopped out, so dropped out of college, that really aren't doing much, are kind of thinking about it, but they're on the fence and they're just not really seeing the value of school? What would you tell them?
So Tyreek, why don't you start and answer the first one and the last one? How do we start at home? What would you say to educators who want to build better relationships with parents and family members? And then what would you say to brothers who have given up?
That's deep, man. Sorry. That's deep, because when you say you resonate with that, so do I. I mean, that's my life. And so I truly do appreciate that. I would say, like what the woman Cynthia said here, as far as building that community within the classroom, but I would take it a step further as far as the educator within that community, seeing where those students actually come from. Because, in my opinion, teachers, they come to you, but they don't show the care so much that they don't really care what your lifestyle at home is about. So seeing what type of obstacles those students have to go through, seeing where they come from, and finding a way to address that in the classroom. I've been fortunate enough in the class called a Passion and Purpose class at my school, Chabot College. In this class, we come together and we discuss some of the things that go on at home as a community within the classroom. And that's amazing because together we're able to overcome that. I'm able to shed and to get rid of those, how would you say, those barriers on my shoulders, because, man, you feel like you got to be tough and you feel like you got to keep fighting. But when you come into that classroom, hold on, excuse me, let me just finish this thought. When you come into that classroom, with all due respect.
No, you got it.
When you come into that class.
You got to push.
When you come into this classroom, I know you're trying to hurry up. When you come to the classroom and you're able to express the things that you have gone through with your classmates, you're able to create a community because people are able to truly relate to you. You know, if I just see you, I don't know who you are. But when you tell me your story, I can feel for you. And when you don't come to class, I'm like, what's going on? Because I got love for you, because you've had the courage to tell me the things that have gone on in your life. So to me, I will try all I can as an educator to relate to those students and allow, like she was saying, the curriculum to be based around that, so we can tackle those obstacles and we can move further together.
So I hear the point about home visits, right? I heard him, he didn't name it, but home visits are important, right? Seeing the environment that they're in and really meeting them, right? Having a sense of who they are. I want you to briefly pivot. What would you say to the brother who's given up? Briefly.
It's never over. It's never over. My brother is 34 years old right here, man. He came back to school at 33 years old.
And he looked 12.
33 years old, man. All my brothers. One of my brother came straight out of jail, became a striving black brother. It's never too late. You always have an opportunity as long as you have breath, because God helps those who helps themselves. So as long as you have a mentality that you want to grow, that you want to be better, then there's opportunities and there's people out there who will be willing to help you. But first, you have to help yourself.
Vincent, what would you say? What would you say to that brother?
What I would say, I mean, I don't know if I can say it too much better than that. It's not over till it's over, and if you want to be better, you can. I think that a lot of people, we don't understand as human beings how strong we actually can be. If you want to do something and you show that by your actions, then you can do it. So if you want to be better, no matter, if you were in jail or, if you came from a messed up family situation, you can overcome that because there's people that have done it, there's people that's doing it today, and you can be a part of that.
Powerful. So time check so everybody understands we're going to manage expectations. We have 15 more minutes in this space. We are then going to break for lunch. Over lunch, you will have workshops that will allow you to go deeper into these context areas that we've already highlighted, and then we'll come back into this forum as a group. We're going to separate young people and then adults. So I'm saying that because I want to get through as many questions as possible right now, so I'm going to ask everyone to be brief and to make them specific. I'm going to hold, I heard the second question about educators. That's going to be the final question that they respond to. So let's start with my sister on the steps. We'll get Regina, and then one more, this brother here.
Okay, so my question is to the dream defenders, to the spirit healers, to the holders of the light. So if that's you, then you need to respond. In the space that I'm in, I am in a college access and success space trying to move a post-secondary agenda, continue to have these polarizing conversations about college not being for everyone, and specifically college not being for the black one, right? And so I just am interested, looking for your counsel, your thoughts about how do you not engage in those conversations anymore and try to have conversations that increase opportunity for young people, because for me, that's a default position because we haven't done what we needed to do as adults and systems to create opportunity. So I'm just curious and what your thoughts are.
Cassius, hold the thought. Go to Regina. Take her question. Right in front of you.
I'm taking her question?
No, you have a question, right?
Yeah, I guess I do. Okay.
Oh, if you don't have one, there are other, sister.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. So I guess one of the questions is that communication can sometimes be a problem for young people. How is it that you want most to be nurtured, to be connected with? Is it just the ask me your story? For those people who don't know how to talk to young people, how do they open that door?
Awesome. And then this brother as well.
Thank you. My question is, how do you square the statistics about Google and only 1% of Google employees being African American here in the Bay Area with the college and career readiness programs that are happening in public schools? How are we preparing our children to be available for those high-end jobs as well?
Cynthia, would you respond to that last one?
Light the fire. It's not that our students can't be Google ready, it's that the curriculum hasn't allowed them to get to it in a way that they can learn because it's uninteresting. The people who don't even need to go to college, who can go to Google, who started Google, was because they had a dream and a passion, and they pursued it. But sometimes education kills that by making learning boring. And I mean, I'm an educator. You can't mix it up all the time, but I think there are all kinds of, I didn't even know what engineers did, And, other than build bridges or something like that. And then you go to a maker's fair and you go, these are engineers. I never saw them look like that before, And I think the excitement has to be lit. young, and it has to be delivered in a way that young people are excited about learning.
Brian Cashers, would you respond to our sister's question about dealing with the desire for some people to say college isn't for everyone?
So I've found that when people say that college is not for everyone, they're usually talking about someone else's kids.
To be clear, they're talking about our babies.
Right, instead of talking about those.
And they're often people that have degrees and have gone to college saying it too.
So I would politely ask them to shut up, first of all. But in all seriousness, I think that the skills that you need to have success in college and career are the same. You need to be able to make arguments based on evidence. You need to be able to read and write at a high level. I don't care if you're going to go into a technical program. I was talking to someone the other day last night at the reception who's working with black male businesses, and the struggle they have in some of the business management components of their business, not just the technical skills of doing the contract and stuff, but the other parts of business. Those are college level skills in which the folks who learn those skills are most likely on a college track. So, and it's not about, another part that's conflated in this is that it's about a 4-year degree. It's about a post-secondary credential. To tag into the conversation about Google, it's access to a rigorous curriculum. But I've also read recently that Google's not really hiring a lot of folks with a college degree. It doesn't matter. But, you know, the college degree is just a proxy for a set of skills that we need. And so we can't let folks who are dismissive and can't make that differentiation have control over decisions about where our kids go.
Quickly, please.
Sure. Good. Just to also continue to pick up that conversation as well, I spent 7 years at St. Mary's College doing academic advising, and oftentimes primarily with first generation low income kids at a school that costs $55,000 a year. And so those students would come in and they have heard that narrative themselves. And even though they've been admitted, they're in the college, they got it paid for, you're good. They come to my office saying, so I'm not exactly sure I'm supposed to be here. And so I just want to echo that what I would often say to them is shut up, you're here. And so the question is now, what is your success need to look like in this space? And ignore what the haters have said, right? Haters gonna hate us. Some of the young people, maybe they still say that these days. And so that would be what I would also encourage you, that as you figure out how you manage through that conversation, also think about how you're helping to build the young people that you work with to help them navigate through that conversation as well.
Tyreek Benson, very quickly, how should adults open the door? What's the best way for adults to start these conversations?
I would say just talk. You know, come up and talk to the person that you're trying to help. That's the first start.
It's not that easy, right?
Right.
Because sometimes we get in our feelings and are seemingly difficult to approach.
Right.
So in those moments, what are the best things that adults can do to let us know they care and want to be invited into that space?
Well, of course you want to be respectful. I'm not saying come up and say you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, you need to fix this. But I think that if you actually care about the person, it comes through in not only your speech but also your actions. You know, if you see me doing something wrong and you want to help me, that will show by the way that you do it. But I think that, you know, you need to have that conversation with the person, you know, introduce yourself, be respectful, and tell them, look, you know, I'm concerned about, you know, what I see you doing. You're going down this way, that way. You know, I would like to help. That's the opening.
I hear you saying two things, which is one, start the conversation before you become concerned. Right?
Right.
And then the second thing is to start with assets. Don't start a conversation telling me about all the things I've done wrong.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, when you're getting to know somebody, you know, first you get to know them, you know, before you start judging them. Matter of fact, you don't judge them. You don't judge them at all. I'm sorry. Let me.
Nah, Freudian slip. Keep it going.
I'm saying, you know, it's very difficult to take advice from someone that you don't know. You know, it's easier when you already know that this person is concerned about you and that they care about you.
That's perfect. We got 3 more, and then we're going to wrap this up. 1, 2, and then there was a brother in this area, this gentleman there.
Thank you.
I have a pretty specific question about Oakland academies. I'm a graduate from Oakland Tech, who's had academies since forever. And what we had were academies that, especially with our Paideia Academy, which is our AP classes, and our Engineering Academy, who weren't mostly filled with black students.
What's the question, sis?
So my question is, should the idea, because what that did was it created two different schools. You had a school where they had academies where, folks are taking AP calculus and writing 10-page papers, and another set of the population who didn't know what a thesis was by the 12th grade. So my question is, should the idea be, or is the idea that we want to fill our schools with academies, or is that the motion that Oakland should be going?
Got it. Brian, that one's going to come to you. Let's get the sister in the white jacket.
Oh.
No, ma'am.
I'm short. Sorry. I'm short, so I'm standing up, way in the back. So Deborah Watkins, founder of the California Alliance of African American Educators, and we run a STEM program like the one she was describing. 12 years old, all African American, 100% college going rate, 90% graduating on time, the only all African American science fair in the state of California. My question is, how do you scale programs like that have proven track records? We're not wringing our hands anymore.
We got it, sis. How do you scale programs? Cassius and Cynthia, that's coming to you. Let's get this brother.
Based on the historic relationship that the African American community and the police have, what role do you feel police officers in school play on demotivating African American students to succeed? I'm from San Francisco. We have elementary school students being arrested, and I'd like to get your comments on that.
We got it. Also want to note that the last panel we will have today will focus on that specifically, so hopefully everybody will be with us for the duration of this conversation. Brian, will you take the first one about academies?
Sure. So you're right. Academies have not always worked, and when academies are used to reinforce patterns of structural racism and segregation, you might as well not do them. So part of the response to that is the use of data. I want to go back to what Ms. Regina said earlier, that the data matters. The data tells a story. And so throughout much of this conversation today, there is a desperate need for more strategic and intentional investments around building the data and also the using of the data to actually call the question, right? If the best academy at Tech, where the kids are getting the most opportunities and are showing the most degrees of success, both in high school and in post-secondary, has 0 African Americans in it, then that's a serious problem, and we need to have, as my grandmother would say, a come to Jesus talk about what the heck is going on over there, and why are we choosing to continue to support practices that produce inequitable outcomes, and then say, gosh, I don't know how this got here. I thought we fixed this already. So that's one. The second thing where data comes in is to go back 2 or 3 questions about how do you engage with people's families earlier. We can and should build data systems that help us identify the highest need households in this community and to then deliver services to those families as soon as we figure out who they are. It's not that complicated, it's not that hard, it's not that expensive, it's simply a question of will and that we want to do that or we don't want to do that.
Cynthia, Cassius, how do we scale programs that work?
Well, with some degree of respect, I'm not really of the opinion that we have to scale programs as much as we have to innovate around programs, problems of practice, and as such.
What does that mean? Unpack that.
Let me just
briefly.
finish. The idea that there are a lot of, like STEM, we need kind of innovative ways to educate students around STEM. But the idea that we're going to scale programs across this country that can do this for everyone is kind of missing the fact that we have a system in place that actually should be doing this anyhow. And so as we innovate around these problems, how do we build out new capacities in this system to do what these programs are actually doing as one-offs? So I'm always kind of pushed to think about how we're designing our system, our educational systems, to do what we're doing as one-offs programmatically. So I challenge the idea of scaling programs at the expense of not tackling them with the real institutional challenges of our system.
Cynthia?
I think scale is important because not everybody can learn in the same environment. So those kids or students who can't learn in large groups should be scaled into smaller groups, more personalized education, if that's what you want to call it. And on the other note, I would say STEM, which is so popular, science, technology, education, and math, and you're like, well, we teach that all the time. This is not new. And we just gave it a new name to make it sexier. And I'm like, well, let's just teach it in a way we can hear it. It's already integrated into our courses, and we just need to teach it in a way that's exciting.
Perfect.
If I gave everybody, if I gave all of these young men $500 and I said, I'm taking you to Vegas, if you can double that money, you can keep it. Would they be motivated? Yes. Would they learn math? Yes. Okay. Would some fail? Yes. Would they learn every single freaking one?
Yeah.
You got to make it in a way that you can learn.
Vincent, Tyreek, would you respond to the brother's question about the role of police officers in schools and maybe acting as barriers to success for boys and men of color? Briefly.
It's just a negative reinforcement, in my opinion. It's just showing how students are viewed as problems. There was a great quote yesterday that you said, as far as, I'm paraphrasing it, but it's not the fish that's the problem, it's the water. And so with that, I feel like instead of showing our kids, or threatening our kids, saying, hey, you better act right, or we got the police over there, we should be saying, hey, look at these opportunities you have so that you can grow and you can be a better person and that you can help others. And so I feel like our focus is in the wrong direction. Like, we have all this, okay, I'm trying to hurry up. I feel like it's too much focus on police and not enough focus on opportunities, because I feel like, man, just the way we're viewed by the police, we're just viewed in a negative way by a lot of them. And it's like, man, with that money that we funding for them, that we put in, their bank accounts, we need to be having, youth centers on our corner, because that's how we're going to change. That's how we're going to help students rather than viewing them as problems.
Perfect. So let's do this because we're at time for this panel. I want each of you to respond to an earlier question about what would you say to educators, right? Not just teachers, but adults who are responsible for standing in the gap. We'll start with Brian and work our way down. What's the charge? What are we all asking of them?
What I say to educators is your role is essential, right? No matter what happens in the child's life, they're going to spend somewhere between 6 to 8 hours every day, Monday through Friday, with you. What you do, what you don't do, what you say, what you don't say, how you motivate them or demotivate them will go a long way to determining what happens for them, not just in K through 12, but also for the rest of their life.
Brian Stanley, give him a round of applause. Cynthia, same question to you.
The biggest point I would push is think outside the box.
Give a round of applause. Vincent, same question to you.
I would say that your role is definitely important, and if you care, then show that by how you do your work and how you care for your students.
Awesome. Vincent, Washington. Cassius.
So I would just say that caring is very important for our young people and making them feel that they're culturally relevant and not a part of the problem. But also as a teacher, I would also add to that you've got a tremendous challenge before you as we've raised academic standards in this country to reflect what's going to be needed to be successful in the economy, and that was going to require some important shifts in how you do instruction and how you deliver that instruction. So I would just say embrace that and follow things like Engage New York that has some very powerful tools out there to help you in that transition that we're experiencing across the country.
Cassius Johnson. Tariq, you get the last word.
First of all, I like to say I thank you and I love you all, because without you all, it wouldn't be no me. I'm inspired. I want to be an educator because of all the work that I see you all do. So before we get to, pointing all the fingers and things like that, I first of all want to say thank you, because you take the time in order to put in the work and make the effort. And so I acknowledge that first and foremost, but I just want to say let's take it to the next level, because, we're really in an environment where we can help mold the future and really change and implement the change that we want to see, in not just the United States, but across the world. Because as we say, like Nelson Mandela say, education is the most powerful tool that can be used to change the world. And so that's where we're at right now. So I would just say, put in a little bit more time to make the extra impact.
Especially appropriate given that Freeman Rabowski often reminds us that educators do God's work, and if we do nothing else, we should take more opportunities to affirm them, to say thank you, and to have family conversations about our own babies considering education as a calling and as a career. We are now going to break for lunch. Lunch is... Stand up. You guys want to stand up? They acknowledge all the educators. And again, when we say teachers and educators, we mean traditional and informal, right? There are griots on the corner who teach all day, every day. We need to honor and acknowledge them too. So what's going to happen is that we are going to break for lunch. The adults are going to stay in this space and continue this conversation while the young people are going to be escorted to the student center. And so all my young people, right after this, we're going to stand up, and then there are going to be guys that will escort you there. I just want to lift up two additional things that are relevant to this conversation before we break, and this responds to Hetty's point about the power of being seen. The First Lady hosted a screening of a film called The Inevitable Defeat of Mr. and Pete a couple of months ago. This is a Lionsgate film that stars Jennifer Hudson, Jeffrey Wright, and a whole host of other individuals, but it's the story of Mr., a little black boy who, when you're introduced to him in the beginning of this movie, an educator tells him that you don't have the competence, you have not demonstrated the competence in order to progress to the next grade. And then left to his own devices because his mother is a drug-addicted prostitute, this young man not only takes care of himself, but also cares for another young man, right? And throughout the entire movie, you're asked to, one, challenge your perception of young people, but to also see them. A second powerful film in this regard, and this is a hometown story, is Fruitville Station, right? In the time that we've been here, we've lost a couple of brothers, right? Although we celebrate these national moments in which Ramarley or Oscar or so many of our brothers, Trayvon and Jordan, and sisters too, Idea and others, get taken from us. But one of the powerful things about that film was the humanity that was demonstrated in that young brother. The scenes between him and his mother, the scenes between him and his daughter, the scenes where he was talking about wanting to do better. And so the point here is that we need to see people. The last thing is this, I'll leave you with this. I was in New York City, and there was a homeless man who ran up after a woman after he tried to get her attention. And he said to her, "I just want you to stop." And she started to look in her purse, and he said, "I didn't ask you for any money. I just want to know if you see me." Think about how many times you walk past people and don't acknowledge them. We need to do a better job. Will all my young people stand up and walk this way? Give them a round of applause as they go and grow. Give our panelists another round of applause as they transition. The panelists, you're going to be escorted by Dr. Laney, Dr. Webb. I'm making up names. Where do they go to pick up their lunches? Thank you, sir. KK. Are the lunches for the adults right outside? Yes, so adults, two things. One, there's a vendor area right outside in the quad if you want to stretch your legs really quickly. But if you grab your lunch and come back and take your seat, we'll start the workshop momentarily. Make a friend, grab some food, and then come back. Yeah, of course. I'm not, yeah. You let them know when you're ready to start.
DeBro, who are going to speak from the K-12 perspective. And I'm sorry, your name?
Kim Ship from the African American Male Achievement Parent Coordinator.
Wonderful, thank you. And then Dr. Roger Purnell is the director of Gateway to College at Laney here. And I am Mildred Lewis. I'm the dean and the director of EOPS. And so we'll both speak from the community college perspective. And so, Romeo, would you like to start? And by the way, there should be additional packets that you're getting. Those are from both Gateway to College materials and from the Care Narrative project that was facilitated by myself in 2011, 2012 about how we engage parents and students. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Romeo Garcia, and I am the executive director of the Peralta Colleges Foundation, and I work with the 4 Peralta colleges on raising money to help provide students with scholarships that make sure that they're able to afford getting through the community college system. Prior to coming to Peralta, I worked in the Oakland education community for 30 years. I'm a product of Oakland Public Schools, grew up in East 14th and 65th, so if anybody out there is from the Lockwood area, then families in the house. What I did professionally before coming to Peralta is work in K-12, and specifically through for 20 years with a program called Upward Bound, and there are Upward Bound programs at Mills College, Holy Names University, UC Berkeley, and then after that I opened up a high school in Oakland in 2007 called Arise High School, which is located at the Fruitvale BART station right there in the Transit Village. And so there are a tremendous number of resources. I was a beneficiary of Upward Bound as I was going through high school, and I took that same model of Upward Bound that really focused on engaging parents along with students to make sure that our students are succeeding. And so that's a very important role that our programs can play. And there was a question asked earlier about, well, how do we scale up programs? And my perspective on that is that we need to continue to look at the programs that have existed for many years that have successfully helped students to move on to college, that have engaged parents from the very beginning. One thing I would tell parents in our parent orientation when we had Upward Bound is that Upward Bound is not a drop-off program. I said the same thing for high school, at Arise High School. Arise High School is not a drop-off high school. You can't drop off your child in the 9th grade and then pick them up in the 12th grade and expect that everything is going to be fine. We absolutely need you to be there, to be a part of it. And yes, it is the role of the schools and the programs to make sure that we are engaging parents in the proper way. And that is by talking with you, finding out what are the supports that you need, and making sure that we're doing what we can on the program side to bring those sources to bear. And so I'll leave that as a point of introduction and see if there's some specific questions. But one thing that I want parents to know is that there are programs that are available throughout our school districts that can serve all of our students, and particularly African American and Latino students. And so seek those programs out and be engaged. And I want to be a resource to you because that's what I love to do. People did this for me coming through school, coming through Oakland Public Schools, and I have simply been doing that for the last 30 years and taking what it is that I've learned, how they engaged my mother, who never learned to read and write, but she always knew how to show up. And sometimes it's about parents showing up. And when you show up and our kids see that, then they know that they just didn't get sent somewhere, that we are going there with them. And so, and one of the problems is that not enough parents even know that the programs exist. And so we have to do a better job as programs and as schools to say, this is what we have going on, and you are absolutely welcome. A lot of parents, unfortunately, don't go into the schools because maybe their experience in school wasn't that positive. So why would you go to some place that didn't treat you right? Well, as parents, we need to make sure that we're present and that our schools and our programs are treating our children right. And they can't do that on their own. They need the adults in the room to make sure that there's some support going on and that they know that we are there with them. So I'll be available if there are more questions. I can talk more in depth about what the programs are, but there's a tremendous number of programs. And there was a young gentleman who we worked at Upward Bound just a little while ago, Phil. He was here and he said, you know, I need to sit down with you because I'm starting a new organization and you've already done this. And so just to help guide me through. So there are a lot of ways that we can already use the programs that are existing to make sure that we're continuing to scale those up or create new things that are going to be targeted at kids in a specific way.
Hi, my name is Kim Ship, and I am the parent coordinator for the Oakland Unified School District Initiative on African American Male. Basically, I have been doing this work in terms of parent advocacy, training parents, and equipping parents with the tools necessary to help their children. When I used to do my workshops, I used to have a tagline to say, "Hi, my name is Kim Ship. I'm a professional parent in public education, and you can be one too." And parents have to know that they are the driving force behind their children's education. When we talk about public schools or private schools or charter schools, the most successful schools are geared towards how much involvement the parent has. And that goes all the way down to the student themselves. For me, I raised 3 kids successfully in Oakland Unified School District. I didn't wait for someone to tell me what to do. I went out and found the resources. Romeo just talked about Upper Bound. Well, I got my kids in a program called Young Musicians at UC Berkeley, and I didn't let them quit, so I charted their path. I often say to parents is that, how many of you all have had your children in some sort of Little League program? Many parents raise their hand. And so I basically say, so what do? You go out, you make sure they get to the practice, you buy them the uniforms, you make sure they follow the rules. You travel sometimes 100 miles to the game. So why don't you do the same thing for their education? You have to chart the path. Some of the work that I've done this year is I don't necessarily focus too much on college because we have a lot of organizations that already do that. I focus on getting out of high school, the high school experience, because I've done workshops where it's around financial aid and they got parents coming out, but the student has a 1.5 going to a continuation high schools. So my focus is on first things first. So I do workshops on how to navigate high schools. Many parents just don't know the simple things or the 4 requirements of high school. The credits, Casey, courses, and GPA. So that's where a lot of my work lies. This year we also had a train-the-trainer model program where I have 6 parent leaders under me, and I don't just go out and create the workshops. I basically train them to create the workshops together, and they go out and deliver them to the schools, to various parents in various kinds of ways. So we also get very innovative. So we go where parents are. So I've learned a long time ago that a parent will come out if their child is getting a certificate. Okay? I can say to the same parent, I need you to come out and hear about college and graduation requirement. I get no parents, but if I say your child is being awarded for attendance, I can get 100 to 200 parents. So we use those mechanisms to bring parents out, and then we give them the information. We have got to empower parents that, just like he just said, it doesn't matter what your educational status was or whether or not you went to school. Because I always tell the story that my mother had a 6th grade education, but my father had a college degree. Why is that so? Because my grandmama imparted the value of education into my father. And so we have to train parents to do the same. Tons of resources out there, tons of mechanisms. We've done everything from going into the classroom, having a parent come to school day to deliver our workshops, all the way to having parents come out to get a certificate to deliver our workshops. So we use a variety of mechanisms and tools. Thank you.
My name is Carl Debro, and I should put out a shameless plug first. I'm running for school board in Oakland, so I'm interested in this issue a lot. My background has been 25 years of teaching in San Leandro. I taught middle school and high school for 25 years. I've also taught at community college. I want to talk about 2 experiences I think are relevant to the discussion of parents. And I also want to distinguish between groups of parents, because it seems to me the parents who come out to an event like this probably have a lot of things going in the right direction already. Maybe it's just you need a little more encouragement to be assertive about your kid's education. But there's also the group of parents who aren't here, who aren't going to come out to anything, no matter how hard you try, and that's a huge issue that we need to get to. So let me talk a little bit about that. I ran a program at San Leandro High called AVID. Anybody familiar with AVID? Good, stands for Advancement Via Individual Determination. The whole point of that program was to identify students who were marginalized, usually in educational institutions. So African American, Latino, low income, first generation, English learner, and to bring them into a classroom where you support them for all 4 years of high school, and then they get into a 4-year college. The program I ran was it was determined one of the best in the country. We had 300 students in the program. 95% were admitted to 4-year college. And the representation was a reflection of the high school in terms of ethnicity. And the thing I was really proud of was 50% boys in that program. So one of the things I wanted to share with you is I learned a lot as a teacher moving out of teaching English classes and moving into teaching AVID. And from a parent point of view, I think it's really important to understand that when I came into a classroom as a teacher, I really cared about my students. I worked really hard for them. I made them live up to high standards, but English was all I cared about. When I became an AVID teacher, the job became taking students out of 8th grade and making sure they qualified for 4-year college. And to do that, you have to understand how the whole institution operates. It wasn't just the English class, it wasn't just social studies and math and all the subjects, but it was also campus security, it was also policies about getting into AP and honors classes, financial aid, college applications, all sorts of things. So I think from a parent standpoint, it's really important to think about, if you're looking at college, what are the requirements? You mentioned several of them. I would also mention the A to G requirements. 15 classes that you have to take and pass with a grade of C or better in order to qualify for CSU and UC. As a parent, I would also advise looking to which college you want to get into. There's a lot of talk here about community college. As an AVID teacher, I told my students, you're not going to go to community college. You are not going to community college. I'm a community college person right now, so let me explain that a little bit. One of the dynamics that's going on in high schools is that students believe that if they just go to community college, they can go 2 years and then transfer. So what happens is they decide they're not going to take challenging classes in high school because it doesn't matter what their classes were in high school. Community colleges will accept them no matter what their GPA is. So they lower their own expectations. My thinking as the AVID teacher was everybody's going to 4-year college, and then when they got their 4-year college acceptance senior year, if you want to talk about community college, now let's talk about it. Now here's a key fact for parents too. Most students who come out of OUSD and just about any other high school district in the state are going to be put in remedial classes when they get to community college. Something like 80%. I don't know if that's the exact number here, but it's really high. What does that mean? What it means is students get to, let me just back up a little bit. Students will take a couple years of math, say, to graduate. Let's say, I don't know what the requirement is in Oakland, but most districts it's a couple of years. So now they're done with math sophomore year. Now they don't do math until they're a senior, or excuse me, they don't think about math, and they get to be a senior and someone says, what are you going to do after you graduate? And they don't know, and then eventually they say, I'm going to go to community college, I'm going to go to Laney. Okay, well you need to take a math assessment test. Well, you haven't had math in 2 years. Now you're going to take a test, and it's going to tell you you're going to start at algebra, or you're going to start at pre-algebra. So that means they're going to back up and basically redo math that they had done in high school. So it's really important from a parent standpoint to understand that that's the process that's laid out there for your kid already. And that means you got to push your sons and daughters to take higher level math. I would suggest math all the way through high school. Because if you do that, you can assess into college level math, and then you have a real chance of transferring in 2 years. I don't want to take up all your the community college stuff, but from a standpoint of a parent who has a kid in high school or middle school, that's a really important thing. The same is true with English. So you have a lot of students assessing into remedial English, and students will take, I think the national average is something like 6 years to transfer from community college to a 4-year college. So those are really important facts.
Other thing I wanted to share with you is sort of a personal story about my own kids. They both go to Bishop O'Dowd, and we came to this in a long journey. We started at Kaiser Elementary, and we had a fantastic experience, but my son had some real learning disabilities, and when he got to Edna Brewer, we found that we could not support him. When he was in elementary school, we had one teacher to work with. Those teachers were fantastic. They could help us help him. When we got to middle school, we couldn't handle it. There were 5, 6 teachers. They have 130, 140, 150 students. There was no way to do it. So what we did is my wife quit her job, and we homeschooled for 4 years. At the end of that time, he decided he wanted to go back to high school. Now, a sister in the earlier session made a really good point about Oakland Tech. My brother works there. He's worked there for a long time. He teaches special ed. And I had occasion to go there to coach the AVID. They had an AVID program there once upon a time that was fledgling, and I was asked to help him out. So I knew a lot about Oakland Tech, and when my son wanted to go back to high school, he wanted to go to Oakland Tech. I did not want him to go there. I knew that the Paideia program is a very good program. My niece was in it. But I knew he couldn't handle the amount of work that he would have to do in that program, which meant that he would not be in one of those fancy academies, the ones that are very successful. He would be in the mainstream. And what I saw at Oakland Tech at the time, and I haven't been back to walk the hallways in a few years, was African American kids in the hallway during class time, every time I went to visit. And so one of the important things as a parent, and I don't know where your kids are right now, but when you're looking to put them into high school, look at that. What's going to go through the hallways, walk around, try to get in there, not on a tour where they're showing you what they want you to see, but try to get in there when they're not expecting you to see what's going on. What I did with my son, I got to back up a little bit here. So I didn't want him to go to Tech. He ended up at O'Dowd because smaller classes, good, challenging, college preparatory curriculum in the mainstream class. I want to share one more thing about what I learned about this school district when I was trying to get my son into a middle school. What I did was I went around to the options fair that they have, and I talked to a bunch of middle school principals. There's some great stuff going on, some great principals out there. I visited 8 schools. I decided on Edna Brewer. But during the process, what I found was that students are being placed on tracks. So I knew a teacher at Bret Harte. I was talking to her, and she talked about how students are separated in 6th grade, after 6th grade, I think it was, or excuse me, after 5th grade. So you do 5th grade math, no, got it wrong, 6th grade. You do 6th grade math, and then they determine, okay, you're going to go to algebra or you're going to go to 7th grade math, right? So the students in algebra then go to geometry in 8th grade. And then in 9th grade, they're in Algebra 2, and they're on a track to a 4-year college. And those kids are going to go into Paideia or one of those pre-engineering academies. The other kids are on a completely separate track. So what that means as a parent is if you want your kid to have the highest chance of success, you got to get them on that track. But actually, when you think about it, to get into the 7th grade algebra, you've got to start preparing in elementary school. So it's a really important thing that when you're talking about 4th grade, your kid needs to be on point, especially on the math and the reading, to have a chance to get on one of those paths.
Hi, my name is Rogier Purnell. I'm the director of the Gateway to College program here at Laney. Good afternoon. And Carl didn't mention, but he's also the director of the Gateway to College program at Contra Costa. And the program is really an opportunity for young people between 16 and 20 who have left high school without a diploma or at the point where they're about to age out to apply for a program that will allow them to be both an Oakland Unified High School student and a Laney College student. They come here, they're on the college campus, they take college courses that count both for high school credit and college credit, right? So they're being taught by community college instructors. They're learning to navigate the college environment. They're introduced to resources that are available here on campus. They have a Laney College ID. They're a Laney College student. And some of the things that we do, and at the end of it, they graduate from the program when they complete the requirements for their high school diploma. So not only are you getting your high school diploma, but you're on-ramping into college. And one of the things that we do is we let parents know early on that it's not just parents, but it's supporters. Because many of our young people do not have parents that are in their life or that are positive influences. So they have other people, whether it be an older sibling, an aunt, a grandfather. There's other people in their lives that are backing them, that are their champions and their advocates. And we include them in when we think about parent engagement, they're part of the partnership we want to build. Most schools have to have a school site council. I think Chris Chapman talked about that yesterday. And I had 2 aunts and a grandfather on my school site council. And so the way we reach out and try to partner with parents is we send out a contract. I let parents know, I'm going to send you a contract that says I'm going to do some things as the director. Our staff is going to do some things to support your student, and I want you to join me. We're going to work collaboratively to make sure that that student is on time, that your student is doing their homework, that if they're struggling, that you reach out to us or we'll reach out to you. So we're making sure that they get the support that they need, that together we're celebrating their victories. We also send out a letter that says, just so you know, parent, supporter, that these are when progress reports are due. These are the key expectations of our program. These are the key people to contact. Here's our counselor's information and when she's available. Here's my contact information and when I'm available. My email. I also give out my cell phone number. Because some parents say, I can't make this school site council meeting, which we call our parent and supporter meeting. Phone is not the best way to reach me, but can I email you, or can I text you, and if you're available, can you call me back? So we think about it a little bit differently because, again, many of our students are on their own. They're living with other relatives. They have other people in their lives that are supporting them in their post-secondary journey. And if I had 2 things to ask supporters and parents to do, one would be to say early and often that you expect your student to go to college, to pursue a post-secondary education. And I define that broadly, whether that be a certificate or a license or an apprenticeship program, all the way to a PhD, right? So tell them often that this is something you expect, this is something that you believe they can do, and you're going to support them in that. The other thing is to discuss and engage your young person and your student in conversations about what happened at school. So not just how was your day, but what assignment did you have in your English 269A class today? According to the syllabus, I see that you were supposed to be doing A, B, and C. Did that happen, right? It needs to be at that level. And I'll let parents and supporters in on a little secret. A lot of programs now are turning to online programs where students upload their work and where they can open up a page that's set up for them that shows what assignments are due, what assignments they've turned in, how many points they have on those assignments. You should, talk to your student about, let me see what's going on in grade in your English class or your math class. So you're up to speed on the progress that they're making. Again, can say to them, hey, this is great, celebrate when they're doing well, or say, oh, it seems like you're falling off, what do we need to do together to make sure that you continue to do well?
I just want to throw in something there. What I did with my kids in high school, every week, you got to give me on Friday what your grades are in every single class. And that's an expectation that they have to live up to, and their grades better line up when we come to progress report and grade report card time.
So I'll stop there.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mildred Lewis, and I want to talk about parents from the perspective of those who are already at the community college. Prior to being the director of the ELPS program here at Laney and Dean, I used to be the care coordinator. And the care program is a supplemental program within ELPS that supports students who are both economically and educationally disadvantaged, but more particularly care single parents on welfare. And what I did back in 2011, 2012 was known as a care narrative project. And the thing that I thought was particularly important about engaging narrative with students is that I'm hearing throughout this summit last night and today around students and particularly around parents and responsibilities of parents. But the power is in the question, and that is, what do parents need to better support students? So really strike some balance. And what I would say is this, is that the power is really having and creating our own realities. And so the Care Narrative Project came from work that I engaged at Mills College when I was in the doctoral program. And there was a class taught by Dr. Joy Lewis called Higher Ed Hip Hop in the Hood, Getting Students to and Through College in a Transforming Academy. And one of some of the main pillars were hip hop as a tool to engage, liberatory pedagogy by Paulo Freire, how we create knowledge and community and learning, and how we do that ourselves, and each community defines how that education is constructed in its curriculum, and belonging and narrative. And particularly what was interesting about belonging was that in order to build and create, you had to feel like you belonged. And that not only within in an affinity group, but across difference. But the real power for me was in narrative, because belonging stood on the shoulders of narrative. And that is, who are you? And not who someone else says you are, but who are you? And so that's sort of how the idea came to me to create workshops for single parents on welfare on who are you. And that's because we have so many students who come to us who are incredibly brilliant. But they don't necessarily know that because they've gone through K-12 systems where they were told that they were not intelligent, that they were not smart. And when we go through the intake process for them to join the EOPS CARE program, they would sort of share their ambitions of what they wanted to do and that they were here to learn something. And we always tell them, myself in particular, when you come into our program, you are already intelligent. You already have critical thinking skills. You are here to gain additional knowledge and to develop your critical thinking skills by gaining more knowledge and skills. So the Care Narrative Project, there's a lot. I absolutely loved engaging students in this process. I did it for about 3 or 4 semesters. I want to give you some of the project design. We did 5 workshops. The first one is we paired students up so that they engaged each other. So maybe I was talking to Carl, and Carl and I are engaged. And Carl would ask me, who are you?
Who are you?
And maybe I might say Mildred. And then Carl would ask me again.
Who is Mildred?
And I might say, I'm a mom.
Who else is Mildred?
And then maybe I would say as a student, but we would do that for about 3 minutes to really drill down, because at first you're going to sort of get the surface level of who are you, but then as you continue to ask me those questions, what's happening is that I'm engaged in a self-reflective process to answer on a deeper level. During one of these sessions, we had 2 students partnering, and tears started to flow because one of the students finally, when they drilled down further enough, said, I am a message. Doors began to open through the self-reflective process. Then they engaged each other with, who do people think you are, who do you pretend to be, and how do you want people to see you? And there were some writing prompts to engage students with that work. The second piece is, the second workshop was students were given a writing prompt so that they can begin the progress in the creation of their own narrative through I am, in spite of I am. And then thirdly, students began to create the I am from poem. I am are really powerful words because what follows determines your life. And so if you see yourself as intelligent, dynamic, creative, then you can and will be that. And that's really powerful because in our program, we have alumni who are now investment bankers. So to come to school, be an English language learner, to acquire language, English language skills, to do that in 2 years, as well as the other curriculum here, transfer to a 4-year university, get a bachelor's degree, get a master's degree, and have been a single parent on welfare, and to now be an investment banker is quite extraordinary. In addition to that, we have many other students who were single parents on welfare who have MSWs, who are teachers in Oakland Unified School District, and who have gone on to be enrolled in PhD programs. That's significant because of their ability to know their narrative. At the end of that, they had what is known as I Am From poems, and there was a piece where there was sharing of those poems together. What happened was a lot of community was created in that space. And I did surveys at the end to sort of figure out what students liked about it, what they would like to see differently. And one of the things I learned that students really appreciated about that is they got a chance to find themselves again. There was a piece that was really wonderful to see, is that Paulo Freire talks about dreams, and he says, you can't be human if you're not dreaming. So there's a part in the workshops where we engage them through a writing prompt, and essentially that is, are you dreaming? Do you dream? Do you still dream? If you no longer dream, what stopped you from dreaming? Because when women who are raising children wanted to be a medical doctor or a lawyer, and they cut that off because they no longer believe they can do that, that is significant, because then what do they bequeath to their children? And so really being able to speak to the power of you get to create your reality and your destiny regardless of your situation. This is just a situation and it is temporary, but really dream your wildest dream, and you can have that, because in order to bequeath that to the next generation, we also have to first possess that, regardless of situation and circumstance. The other piece that I think that I'd like to share is just the final piece of the student feedback. They really enjoyed narrative, and what they said in the surveys is that they would really like to see more narrative work being done, more of a sense of being able to create their own reality and get a sense to be clear about who they are versus coming to school, learning the curriculum, but how does that curriculum relate to them if they're not really clear about their own passion and their own desires, the challenges they experience, and how to interrupt those challenges. So I thought that was really powerful. So more spaces, and I believe that can be done. It can be done through additional student service programs and workshops. And I question to what extent that might be able to be done even in the classroom, even if it's not, regardless of curriculum. I've also been an adjunct faculty here at Laney. I taught in human values ethics, and there's simple ways in which instructors can encourage students. So before you take a test, really prepping students around taking the test. This is not a trick. So the information I've provided, it's not really the whole 5 chapters. It's not really that. It's okay to tell students what they should be expecting and how to prepare. And so I wonder to what extent, and it's a question, I don't have the answer, can pieces of narrative or encouragement be embedded in how we engage students in the classroom? So that's my sharing. So it seems like you have something you want to share. Do you want to share, and then if colleagues want to ask questions, they can?
Okay. I just want to kind of leave parents and the community with this, is that I think that oftentimes we more or less look at all of the negatives of public education. And God knows there's a lot of them. But some of the programs that Mr. Deborah was talking about exist. And so how do we gain accessibility to those programs, to the PIDEA program, to the advanced placement programs, to AVID, and all of those things that are on college campuses? I often say to people that there is no reason for people to fail today because there are tons of resources. What often happens is our parents don't know, and so therefore our students don't participate. I use all of those programs. PIDEA, I had a son in 2002 who graduated from Tech, the only African American in PIDEA. Why? It's because I felt as a citizen paying public dollars into the public education system, I had every right for my children to be in those programs. Advanced placement classes. There is always accessibility into these programs. You just have to know what to do, and it starts early. I talked about my youngest son. He wound up getting a full scholarship to a private school as a result of being in Young Musicians. Why? Because I kept him engaged. He is now at UCLA. Now, he didn't start off at UCLA. He started off at UC San Diego. But I taught him how there's other ways to get what you want. So he did an exchange program between the two UCs. He just learned that he's able to finish out the rest of his college career at UCLA. He didn't go in the front door to UCLA, but I taught him enough to know that there's other ways. Utilize your resources. And that's what we have to impress upon parents, that there are tons of resources out there, but we have to prepare, and we have to be engaged, and we have to feel like we have just as much right to be in those programs as anyone else.
Other questions?
thank you. So we do concurrent enrollment. And if you can't find, and it's not uncommon, if parents can't find a course in their high school that they need their child to take to position them to apply to the colleges that they want to, you come to the community college, you have them work through their high school counselor to complete the concurrent enrollment form, and they can take it at your local community college, whichever college is closest to you and most convenient. I got you. She's in middle school.
She'll be an 8th grader, and she's ready to take it. But like I said, everyone I called, I didn't call her, and they said they didn't offer it this time. Chabot's was starting at 10th and 11th grade. Laney's is starting at 9th and 10th grade. So I wanted something, to see about her for right now.
I wanted to speak a little bit more to that the idea that having her take a class when she's ready for it is really important. And as I was saying earlier, pushing them so that they are ready for four-year college at the end of high school is really important, not just because you may want them to go to four-year college, but because those students academically, and also I think there's a level of maturity that the students who have really pushed themselves in high school show when they come to the community college campus. The point I wanted to emphasize here is, in my career, I moved from high school to community college, and part of my work was figuring out how to help community college students succeed. I was at Los Medanos College at the time, and we had something like 60% of the students drop out after the first semester. So as one colleague said, well, what's the difference between a high school student and a college student? About 10 weeks. So students are coming, right? They're coming from high school where you got to raise your hand to go to the bathroom, and they're going to a community college campus where sometimes they're not taking roll, you don't do your homework, nobody says anything to you. So students really, really struggle with the kind of freedom that they get after they leave high school. If they haven't been pushed and challenged and gotten really focused, like your daughter appears to be, when they get to college, community college, they'll get in, but they're not going to stay. They're going to choose to cut, they're going to choose to hang out. So it's really, really important from a parent standpoint that you push them and get them focused before they, excuse me, before they get to the point where they're in a community college and they don't have the kind of structure that you have in high school.
Yeah, I want to emphasize again that concurrent enrollment absolutely works. At Arise High School, there was an expectation that before our students graduated that they completed at least 2 community college classes. Yesterday afternoon, we had our graduation for Arise High School right here at Laney in the Laney College Theater. And our expectations from the beginning proved to be true, that if we have high expectations for our kids, that they can meet those. We had 33 graduates, 29 were admitted or going on to four-year colleges, 2 are coming to the community colleges, and 2 are undecided. I gave my business card to those 2 that are undecided and said, we have some work to do over the summer. And so it absolutely works. One of the young ladies who was in the audience was part of our first graduating class 4 years ago. She graduated from Arise High School in 3 years, not 4. I recognized when she first came that she was going to get bored by what was going on in our classes, not because it was boring, but because she was accelerated. And so I talked to her one day. I said, how would you like to graduate from high school in 3 years? And she looked at me not really believing. And I said, and the way that you will do that is you will complete all of your courses at Arise, and then you're going to start taking classes at Laney while you're in high school. So she, with the credits that she earned while she was in high school, was able to accelerate her rate of getting through high school. She graduated in 3 years, went to San Francisco State, and just graduated 2 weeks ago from San Francisco State. And for if there are undocumented parents or parents who have undocumented kids in the audience, she was undocumented. So I have never let being an undocumented student stop them from progressing and doing what they want to do. So the other thing I would say about Arise High School, just as one example of what works in Oakland. Again, I grew up in Oakland Public Schools. I taught elementary school at Brookfield for 6 years. I went on to work with the Upper Bound program, and unfortunately things still were not working within the school district. And so I decided at one point in 2005 to get together with a group of parents, a group of students, a group of educators, and said, we will create our own. If the system isn't working, then we need to pull together the people that will say, we can create our own. And so we created Arise High School. And when I went to the school board in 2007 to ask for the charter, I knew more than half of the school board members. They looked at me and said, Romeo, what are you doing? You're going over to the dark side, that charter school world. You know they're trying to privatize education. I said, remember, and this is one thing for parents to know, charter schools are public schools. All of our children have an opportunity to go to quality schools. And so I said to them, I'm too tired and I'm too old to try to fix the whole district. So give me an opportunity to create a place for 250 students. And I want to create this school for two reasons. One, because it's going to be a place where they want to be, where they want to come to school because we care about them. And parents were involved from the very beginning, so parents wanted to be in our schools. In fact, we said, you don't have to make an appointment, you just have to show up. And that teacher's door is always unlocked, and you are always welcome to walk into it. That is what a public school is about. It's good that you check in the office, put down your name, but don't let someone say, but you can't go to the classroom yet. Why not? Is there something to hide that's going on in that classroom that you need to prepare for? We should have that open door policy. So again, we created the school in a situation where there weren't enough choices for our kids. Again, as an Oakland Public School product of the Oakland schools, I'm not down on the schools. I never will be. But I want to make sure that not all schools, not one system works for all of our kids. So where we have to create schools for specific populations, then we need to go ahead and do that. And so Arise is a school that has done that. And there are other charter schools that are doing it. There are other non-charter schools that are doing it. And so we just need to raise that standard. The last thing I'll say about Arise in terms of raising the standard. Our grading at Arise High School was A, B, no credit. A, B, no credit. Now, not getting a B didn't mean you failed the class, because you can't fail a class at Arise. You just have to keep on taking it until you pass it. And we're going to be there to support you. So, no, well, I failed? No, you didn't fail math. You just haven't passed it yet. And we're going to work with you until you do that. So by having that high expectation in high school, and having our students take college classes, when they get to college, they expect no less of themselves. Because an A and a B are what's going to get you there. A C means, okay, you're kind of all right, and D's don't count on your transcript when you're applying to high school, when you're applying to college, and F's don't get you any credit at all. So raise the standard for our kids, and when it gets hard, because some kids left our school, and they left because they told their parents it was too hard. And I said to the parents, please don't let your child run their education. That is your responsibility. And because it's hard doesn't mean it's a time to quit. It means a time to work harder and really gather around our kids.
So, thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you? Okay. Thank you all for being here. In keeping with the spirit, I wanted to ask a question, I guess more about resources, but I wanted to just give context behind it because I'm hearing a lot of great things. And the parents that are here, like, I mean, one can assume that they're involved, that they are resourceful, like the mother that just asked that question. When I was a student here, though, in Oakland, like, being homeless and my mother was on drugs and, like, she would not have made it out to these types of things. So what I was listening to, you know, I've been doing this work for like 10 years as a social worker, as a youth program director, and I'm a fan of like Dr. Rowe and Ms. Shipp. But for my mother to consume this information, it needs to be like really simple, right? So as y'all are saying these things, can you like give out those phone numbers for these parents that are here? Can you give out those websites? Can you tell them where they need to go? I mean, like really simple stuff. And for the mother that had that question, I could actually help her out with that, so I'll give her a card. But can we like, I just want to make it really tangible. So even for the people that's here that have resources, they have friends, they have other parents that are struggling, so they can simply get that information for it, because we got a real opportunity here, and I just want to make sure that we just take full advantage of it.
So what I can say is in the packets, Carl and Romeo are standing in, so they could probably, Ms. Shipp can give you some information maybe afterwards, but Dr. Rowe and I put together packets that have information about Gateway to College, how to contact Gateway to College, and the steps for applying. And there's some basic information in there as well about EOPS and gaining access to that. And then maybe the best thing is to speak with the other panelists afterwards.
Thank you. I do a lot of research on the topic of girls who are incarcerated and detained and spend a lot of time on the criminalization of black youth. And my question is really about what resources and services are available to parents who have a child who is in confinement. And to what extent the conversations you're having about resources and achievement are tied to those parent needs and student needs.
So one thing I would say, and there are programs within some of our juvenile justice systems, and we need to grow those, that are going to continue to educate our kids while they are in confinement. And then we need to look to the schools outside, and Arise was one of those places where we took in kids who were kicked out of other schools. And so part of it is finding within our community who are the individuals and who are the schools that are really willing to take on those kinds of challenges as well. Because the young lady is not broken, doesn't need fixing, simply needs that opportunity and needs the adults to understand that you may have made a mistake, and now we're here to say, are you ready to move on to that next thing? So there are resources available. I will, since my number and information is not available on the list, then I'll go ahead and if you want to write it down, Romeo Garcia, my cell number is 772-1894. My email address is rgarcia@peralta.edu. And the reason I give that out is because even though my job is no longer doing those types of programs, my personal passion is absolutely about doing that. So I can come to schools, I can come to parent meetings, and I will want to be able to then share more directly what sort of resources that I know about in the last 30 years in working through the Oakland school community, and they are there. And I want to make sure that parents don't get discouraged and feeling like no one is willing to actually come and talk to you one-on-one. Okay, it's not about the job that I have, but it's about the passion that I have. And so I'll continue to share that. 510. And I'm glad you made that point as well, because having worked in Oakland education specifically for 30 years, it hasn't been limited to Oakland. It's Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Los Angeles. I went to high school and college down in LA, so I know that there are programs available there as well. I mentioned a program earlier called Upward Bound that works specifically with high school students, that's funded through the U.S. Department of Education, so it's all around the United States. Another program that's funded through the U.S. Department of Education is called Educational Talent Search. And so these are programs that work with students from middle school all the way through high school. And TRIO, which is the umbrella organization through the U.S. Department of Education, funds programs at the college level as well that focus on low-income, first-generation college students. So I love to be a resource in that way, and we don't have to be face-to-face because our internets and our phones work, and I can share that information with you in those ways.
And I'll join Romeo in that. My email address is rpurnell, P-U-R-N-E-L-L @Peralta. And I also want to highlight some of the other organizations that are here, and their representatives will be speaking on a panel a little bit later. But Bay Area Parent Leadership Action Network, or PLAN, Coleman Advocates for Children and Youth, and Concerned Parents Alliance are just a few. There's also the National Coalition for Parent Involvement in Education. So there's other resources out there, but to this brother's point of really coming together, maybe putting together a resource list, something that could be handed out or shared with our feeder high schools as an example, so parents know exactly how they can join us, partner with us.
You guys have spoken a lot to the question that I have. It's around that invisible track that we're talking about, that some of you have spoken on. What would you say are the best practices when you look at programs like AVID and Upward Bound for engaging parents in discussions about those invisible tracks, especially when we're thinking about how early on we need to understand as parents and as community members when those tracks really form and begin and when students need to get in? What are the best practices that you've seen for engaging parents around that?
I just want to say, I'm not going to answer your question exactly right now. I just want to say generally that parents need to understand whatever program we're talking about, whether it's AVID or it's a charter school or it's Upward Bound, the quality varies from program to program. You can't just take the idea of AVID and just put your kid in there and think it's going to solve the problem, because some AVID programs are great and some aren't. And it's the same with anything you're talking about. So that's really important. I found as AVID program coordinator and also as a parent, I work I understand why parents don't come to meetings all the time after school. A lot of times I go and there's nothing there for me, so why am I doing that? What we try to do with AVID is to try to take care of that within the program, because we had issues like that, parents not coming. If you have a certain level of sophistication, there's all kinds of stuff out there. Like I look at collegedata.com as a way of looking at colleges. Are they bringing in people of color? Are they succeeding? Data Quest, California Department of Education, has a lot of data on what's going on in the schools. So there's a lot of stuff out there. I'll give you a business card if anybody's interested, but just to keep it brief, because I know we got to wrap up.
And I would just, in closing, say to parents that you always tell parents, you got to become a student of public education. And it can be in the grocery store of engaging with somebody, forums like this, talking to your relatives. You have to take ownership of your child's education, and that's why I always encourage parents. It's not how much you know, but it's how you go about and get the information so you can help your child.
Let's give our workshop presenters a round of applause. I'm going to invite Charles to come down and take the stage. We're going to keep this conversation going. Did you guys have a productive session? Awesome. The young folks just broke and they're going to be joining us as well, so we'll make space for them. Is Gary around as well? Where does little Oprah setup come from? This is new. This wasn't here when I left. So we might be joined later by Gary the Glove Payton, but how many of you are familiar with Charles Woodson? Hometown hero, of course. We're going to do that again when the young people come in because it's important for them to hear his message, but I want to start by highlighting the philanthropic work that this brother has been committed to for quite some time. For those of you who are not familiar, he has invested quite a bit of money. Right, we talk about putting your money where your mouth is. He's invested quite a bit of money, not only in ensuring that our babies have access to the health care they need, right, in establishing the University of Michigan C.S. Mott Children's Hospital for Pediatric Research. He's also established a Charles Woodson Clinical Research Fund. I'll give him a round of applause for that, for being in a space in which not too many of us are in. So we'll back up again and talk more about education, but will you share with the adults in the room why it was important for you to make those philanthropic investments?
You know, I'm in a unique position, you know, playing in the NFL and being a person who was, you know, drafted, you know, fairly high with the 4th pick. You know, I made a tremendous amount of money in the NFL. And I think just, you know, having the money and then going through life's experiences and seeing different things and seeing other people who are really in dire situations and need help and need to know that there are people out there who are, you know, spending their time, spending their money, trying to help them be in a better situation or a better place. And so, you know, 5-6 years ago, I started the Charles Woodson Foundation and decided to give back to C.S. Mott Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where I attended college at the University of Michigan. Go Blue. So spending time at the hospital and meeting patients and meeting kids, meeting families, I was struck at one point at being around children that weren't able to move about freely. You know, they weren't able to go outside, you know, couldn't go out and play with their friends. They're stuck, you know, in these rooms, these 4 walls that they have to look at every day. Some of them hooked up to, you know, hundreds of cables and wires, and that's not life, you know. I wanted to be able to help somebody get out of that room and be able to get back to being a child, and so that was what moved me to do it.
So there was a mom, raise your hand if you, I'll do it this way. There was a mom who was walking with me outside a minute ago who said that she wished her son was here. He's 23, and he's been pledging football his entire life, is what she said. How many of you have young people who are convinced that they are going to go pro? Often it's significantly higher. You raising your hand, you gonna go pro? You better claim it. Are you good though? Yeah, okay. What would you say to parents who are struggling to help their young people understand the importance of being a scholar athlete? In particular, those who are maybe narrowly focused on success through athletic prowess or pursuits.
I mean, there's tons of examples of guys in my profession, whether it's NFL, NBA, or what have you, that only focused on that particular thing. And, you know, maybe they play for 1 year, maybe they play for 3, 5, whatever it is, and they had no focus on education, and then all of a sudden their career is cut short, whether it's from injury or maybe they get released and they don't get picked up by another team, and they have no clue what to do from that point on. And you know, the money that they did make is gone because you go out, you buy houses, you buy cars, you know, you feel like you can take care of your mom, your dad, your brother, your cousin, your sister, and everybody, and all of a sudden once your career is done, the checks stop coming. The NFL doesn't say, you know, we release you, but we'll keep paying you for the next 5 years. It doesn't work like that. So you find yourself having to do something, and by that time, you know, you're 25, 26 years old or whatever, you have no clue what you want to do outside of whatever professional sport you were in. So it's not a good thing to just say, I want to do this and this only, because I've been in the NFL 17 years. Everybody's not fortunate enough to play that long in the NFL, so it's very important to have that that you can fall back on.
Charles is one of the few players who has been named to the Pro Bowl in 3 different decades. Give him a round of applause for that accomplishment. So what are some of the opportunities in terms of having conversations with these scholar athletes? What are some of the things that adults might not be aware of, are career opportunities that are related to sports but may not involve you playing, that we should be aware of and have conversations with our young people about?
You know, I think what's great about NFL, NBA now is that you have a lot of our guys that were involved in sports that are able to be on TV now. You know, before you didn't have athletes that you turned on the TV and you seen them talking about that particular sport. It was always outside people who, you know, gave the commentary, critiqued the game. So now there's opportunities for players to get involved in television, broadcasting, radio, all of those different things that before, you know, weren't available to us. But now, the road has been paved by guys that are doing it and are doing a great job. So I think those, along the lines of, you know, broadcasting, getting into television and that sort of thing are some of the avenues that, you know, people should look forward to.
I've got one more question, but before I do that, I just want to share a teachable moment. When I taught elementary school in New York, all of my students, especially the shorter ones, thought they were going to play professional basketball. It was actually interesting. The ones who weren't built were the ones that were committed to the vision. And so what we did one day was a mathematics problem where essentially I had them identify how many leagues there were, or teams there were in the league, how many people are drafted on average, how many high schools there are throughout the country, how many junior leagues there are, and essentially what you do is help them understand that no matter how nice you are, statistically speaking, you need to have some other options and opportunities, right? And the point is not to say to them, you should not pursue that dream, you should let go of the thing that is your passion in this moment, but it's to help pull them back and give them a broader perspective. There are other ways that you can be connected to this. There are ways that you should be thinking about your career with regard to longevity. And so hopefully you can adopt that and try and push them in that direction. The other thing that's really important that I've learned while doing this work in this series in particular is that for so many of our babies, sports or entertainment is the only thing they see as their way out, right? So I was at Miami Northwest High School, which is most known for being right across the street from the Pork and Beans Project, right? This is a school that had been vacillating between being a failing school and a school that was at a D- for decades. And there was a young man who on his prom day was giving me a tour of his senior thesis, which is in aquaponics. I had to learn what that is. Let's be honest. Sometimes we don't know these things. The babies teach us. But an aquaponics project where he was looking at how algae provide, through a filtration system, the nourishment that plants and other things need to grow. And he was committed to this vision because he saw how his investment in this scientific enterprise would change the food desert into a food forest. And prior to having this opportunity, he only saw people leave that community through sports teams. Those who went on to college were those that played football. So the point here is that we have to expose our babies to more, to let them know that dribbling a ball, singing a song is cool, but there are other ways in which you can have a ticket out, right? And we need to meet them where they are. So now that my brothers are here, this last question is for them. What would you say to them, acknowledging that this road is challenging? If somebody has not told them that they can't or shouldn't, somebody will invariably tell them they can't or they shouldn't. What message would you have for your brothers in your hometown?
I think you kind of, you put it in perspective as far as, how many high schools there are, colleges, how many sports teams there are. I mean, it's very limited. And so I can appreciate the dream, of course, but there's also other things you can dream. I mean, you can have more than one dream. When you go to sleep at night, sometimes you have 4 and 5 dreams. So when you wake up, don't limit yourself to only being able to do one thing, and you put yourself in a box. But understand that in life there are no guarantees in life. The closest thing you can get to a guarantee is to be prepared. And I think this forum and having people around here that are talking to you about different avenues and different things you can do is to help you be prepared for when time comes that you have to, whether you're graduating from college or you're leaving home for the first time, you need to be prepared for what is going on and what's coming. And, knowledge is power, as they say. So in order to prepare yourself, you need to gain knowledge. And your academics, your scholar endeavors, you need to pay full attention to those.
Let's give this brother a round of applause for leading by example, for putting his money where his mouth is, and for being a positive example for our babies. Is there anything that you need? How can the adults in this space and tuned in virtually support you in the efforts that you have underway?
My foundation is the Charles Woodson Foundation. Website is charleswoodsonfoundation.org. I support the Children's Hospital in Ann Arbor and also have 2 scholarships to the university, one in my name and one in my mother's name as well. So you can visit that website. I'm actually going to revamp it, so you can check it out now, but in the coming months it'll be much better. So thank you.
Give him another round of applause. I'll let you take your pictures and then invite up our panelists for the next panel as we transition. They're just trying to take pictures. I was just saying, stay in there, let them take their pictures. You're going to be on Instagram. Mildred, Nicole, Ali, Darlene, would you all please join me on stage? So we have one substitution. I want you guys to give a round of applause for Miss Monica, who's stepping in for a colleague. She's a training associate at the same organization. I will not read their bios in the interest of time. Let's pick up where the conversation was. What are the opportunities, and forgive, I know some of this might have already been discussed. We have young people in the room here. What are the opportunities, and or more specifically, what are the things that parents should do in order to ensure that their young people know they care about them? And specifically, how should adults navigate those moments in which young people shut down, push away, and say, leave me alone? Why don't we start with Monica and work our way down?
Well, I have a 20-year-old, and one of the things we've learned is you have to tell them you care. Tell them and show them that you love them. You know, I hug, love, and teach them responsibility. And when they shut down, stay there with them. Give them a break, bring them back in. They will come back. One of the things my son used to, as the older we got, we thought that he would want to do more things with his friends, but his best incentive was, I want more family events. Let us go back and do those family events. Those are the types of things that show and demonstrate that love every day.
Ali?
Thank you. So I think that one thing that Charles Woodson said that I thought really resonated with me is sort of the parents should encourage kids to not only dream big, but to dream broad. This whole notion of being ambitious and really sort of following your dream, if you're good at one thing, is important, but it's also important to realize that you're good at many things and that you should be very sort of open and diverse in the things that you pursue. I have a nephew who's 17 who I'm really pushing to think about college, and when he was 14, he was thinking about the local college, had really good grades, and I was pushing him to be a little bit more ambitious in his thinking and to think about schools outside. I'm originally from New York, and so he's in New York now, and I got him thinking about schools in the West Coast. I love California, I love Oakland in particular, so I'm trying to get him out here. So that's my way of sort of getting him to dream broad, to not just think about what he sees every day, but think about what could be, and to really sort of encourage him.
So hello, I'm Dr. Darlene Willis, and I think that we have in our college-bound programs, we have a saying that the students and the parents learn, and it says, I believe in myself. I love myself. I am the most important person in the world. I can think for myself, so no one will have to tell me what to think. You see, success will not come to me. I'll have to go and get it. I believe in treating people the way I want to be treated, because I know that I know that I know that I am college bound. And if parents would just say that with your children every morning, because what is the old saying? Children need your presence more than your presence, right? So sometimes as parents, we feel so guilty because we have to work and we overcompensate. And what we're doing is we are raising spoiled brats. And not everyone, so don't get offended, everybody.
That's that amen choir.
But I'm just saying that we've got to take back control of our households and let them know that we're the mamas, we're the daddies. And just keep, when you're driving to school, turn off that radio and start having conversations. And when they get out, say, I love you, I believe in you, now do your best. That's what I would give.
Let me lift up Miss Nicole as one of those parents. She was Oakland Unified Schools District African American Male Initiative Parent of the Year. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you. It's a blessing to be sitting here in front of all of you. This really means a lot, hearing all the panelists and everybody really is empowering me to go back and finish up my parent leadership and to advocate for others. My son is 16 years old, thank you, and I had a very difficult road for my son, and it wasn't until he stepped in with the African American Male Achievement, the Manhood Development class, to where I seen my son can do better. So don't give up. There's a lot of parents giving up on their sons, just letting them go. And for my sons, young brothers, or what Jerome Gordine said, are kings, listen to your parents. Those who's trying to guide you, take whatever's coming in front of you. Do not block your blessings, because you never know where to leave it. I didn't even finish high school, and look where I'm at now. But I did go back to college, and I'm about to continue my education. And I have my mentor, Majida Rockman, who's my cousin, and Mrs. Kim Shit, who empowers me, inspires me every day to do better. And I just tell my son I love him. He can do better. Now he feels he is someone. He understands who he is as a black man being born in America and how it is to be going through the school system. So all I say, believe in your child. Love your child. Don't give up. And don't be ashamed to ask for help. Even you men that's raising these sons, do not be ashamed to ask for help. Advocate, come into schools. I was that crazy woman coming up there cussing out the principal, cussing out the teachers, blaming everybody. But like the young man said over here, it starts at home. So until you do that, and we gotta work together and we can build this community, we can move this. Look at this in this room. This is a powerful movement right here. And I wish a lot of my family members could be sitting here right now because they have sons that need help as well. And thank you.
Sister Lewis, before you jump in, I want to, before you do that, I'm gonna give you a reason to do that again. I wanna thank you for modeling lifelong pursuit of education, for modeling the importance of accepting the fact that there's never too late to make that commitment, for living that and being an example for your children and for so many others who are watching you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
You just said something, David, that was really powerful about modeling. So there would be three things that I would say would be really powerful for parents, and that's expectation, the power of the word, logos, and modeling. So expectation is that when we make sure that our children know that they are expected to succeed and achieve in life, then they do because we speak it. But one of the ways in which we speak it is that we look at them and we call them scholar. We call them leader. And when we do that in the household, it has a really powerful effect. When we talk to them about the law of attraction or goals, you'll walk in your child's room and see that they have their goals on their room. So it's really about what we give them. And the piece around role modeling is really powerful because when you're speaking to them and then you're doing it too, then they know how to. So then the word becomes alive because they see what it looks like when moms and dads succeed. So the expectation that they should succeed, and we define that in our homes, and hopefully we're defining that by going to college and dreaming their wildest dream, regardless of what that is. Like of our president, Barack Obama, he's a president. Or it doesn't matter who you are, you can achieve that. If you want to be a lawyer, if you want to be a medical doctor, if you want to be an astronaut, really encouraging your children to be able to do that. And I think it was Cornel West who said, we are who we are because somebody loved us. Yeah. And then I think I remember hearing him say too that when we look at schools where children are really successful, and in private schools, it's because somebody's looking at them and saying, you're smart, you're smart, you're smart. So really, it's just the basic things, doing the same thing with our children as well. You're smart, you're brilliant, you're a scholar, you're a leader, and this is what a leader looks like. And then the piece around expectation, I'll just go back to that for a minute, is that when they fall short of how we define leadership in our homes, we say, leaders do this, I need you to, that's the benchmark, I need you to go back to that benchmark of this is what leaders do.
So a couple of points, actually give a round of applause for those salient points. One, we as adults need to model that by owning and talking about the moments in which we have fallen short, right? So I think sometimes we don't like to talk about our own failures, and it makes it much more difficult when young people experience failure, as they invariably will, right? What we need to do is have conversations so they know that it's not just them, they are not alone, right? The second thing, and we're gonna open this back up, I know there was a question over here, I think on this row, that I didn't get to in the last session, so we'll start here. But I would ask everyone to do this. The parents that you know, ask them very pointedly, do you believe that your scholar can graduate from college or high school? Do you believe? And if they say no, ask them if you can hold the belief for them until they can hold it for themselves. And then the follow-up is in ensuring they have the information, the resources, and the support they need in order to move to that space. Right? So my next question to the panel before we open it up is this. What's the one thing you wish every parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, mentor knew, period? What's the one thing you wish everybody knew?
Well, I would say I think they need to know that they have the power to take back control of their households today, regardless of what the school districts are doing, regardless of what's happening in the schools, in the classrooms, that in your household, you could set that standard to say, because as we travel around, and if I ask right now, and I think David just asked a little bit of it, but I'm literally going to ask this question. How many of you want your children, and if you're a student, how many of you want to graduate from high school? And parents, how many of you want them, or educators, even in your classrooms, how many do you want them? So every hand goes up. How many of you want your children to have the choice of attending college? Every hand goes up. But there's a disconnect when you look at the data. When you look at all the things that are going on in the districts, within the state of California, only 35% of the students fulfill A through G college requirements that are needed to get into a four-year university. We're in a crisis. But parents can make sure that in their household, 100%. So when I looked into the data of the research, because my brother always encouraged us to look at research, and according to California Department of Ed, as much of the great things at Oakland Unified, and I am a product of Oakland Unified School District. I live in San Diego now, but I went to Horace Mann, Frick, and Fremont. Raised right there on 50th Avenue. I'm a product. My dad went to Laney College, and Dr. Webb, he was on the 1966 national team, football team that was undefeated. And he came here to Laney for the reunion. And Dr. Webb just greeted them so well. But I love Oakland. But Oakland's in a crisis too. I love talking about the fluffiness, and that's wonderful. But let's talk real. Only 36% of African American students are fulfilling A through G in Oakland Unified School District. We can change that around, because that means how many are not fulfilling it? Come on, math people, how many are not? 66%, right? 64%. So if I were to say to you, David Johns is going back on the plane to D.C., and because you came to this trip today, came to this summit, you get a round-trip, all-expense-paid ticket to go back with him to Washington, D.C. And you say, yes, all right, I'm going. We're all on the plane. And Delta Airlines comes on, and it says, you know what, I'm so glad to have the White House Summit participants, but this plane only has a 36% chance of getting to Washington, D.C. Would you stay on that plane? I love my brother dearly, but I'd be the first one beating him out the door.
No, we're going to fight over that, sis.
We all have to see that we're in a crisis. It's not just Oakland. It's Hayward. It's everywhere. It's Peoria, Illinois. It's everywhere. But in your household, parents, we can say, as for me and my house, you hear me? This is what we're going to do. And you can have 100%, but you've got to wake up, take back control of your household, and stop letting our children tell us what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, and how much money we better give them to do it.
So, you firing people up. So let's stay in this space. How do we do that? How does that happen? For parents who are struggling, or grandparents, or sisters and brothers, how does that happen?
I'm going to be more specific. Mildred, how did you do it? You were a 16-year-old when you had your first child. You were told you were not college material. How was it that you became a dean? How was it that you became a doctor?
Thank you. So a little slight correction, I was 15 when I had, yeah, you know, when I count all those
You look
years.
16 now.
So I want to share this piece, but I want to share it more broadly so that we all know that there's opportunity. I was a 15-year-old teenage mom. I got on welfare. Someone told me, and I don't know who it was, but it's a grace situation, that I could go to college. And we were living in San Rafael at the time, so College Marin is the community college closest. So I went to the college. I did not have my high school diploma, and let me just say this to all of you. If you don't have a high school diploma, if you need a second chance, community college is the space for that. So I went to College Marin, and I worked with a counselor who let me sign up for college courses for college credit. And a month later, I turned 16. I did that for 2 years. And I took my GED on campus in the assessment center when I was like 17 and a half years old. When I was 18, I was graduating from College of Marin with an associate arts degree in French and transferring to the four-year University, San Francisco State. By the time I was 20, I had my Bachelor's of Arts in Philosophy and Religion. I knew that I wanted to continue, and so I did. And I went to University of San Francisco, got my first master's in theology while working full-time in the corporate arena. Did that for a few years, came into education, love being an educator, and saw that as I wanted to grow and learn more and be more effective as an educator, that I actually needed more education beyond even the master's degree that I had. And I've worked here as an adjunct faculty while serving students in the CARE program, the EOPS CARE program. I went back to school, to Mills, that does a great job of supporting women. Got a second master's degree in educational leadership and a
Lewis,
doctorate.
I'm going to push you.
Sure,
You're giving
push me.
all the comfortable stuff.
Okay.
Let's cut to the chase.
Okay.
You were not told initially that you were going to be successful.
This is
You
true.
were actually shunned for having a child at 15.
I was.
How did you get through that? People want to hear the hard stuff. How did you get through that stuff? Okay. Yes.
The hard stuff is this, and it goes back to when I was 6 or 7 years old. Even though my parents loved me, no one ever really said to me, you are important and you are smart. So I told myself that. I told myself I was smart. I told myself I was important. And so for those of you who were here when I talked about the narrative piece, that's why narrative is so powerful to me, because you have to have the ability to create your own story even when others will not tell you that yourself. And so the power of narrative, the power of coming to the community college, and your personal power is that you get to look in the mirror and decide that you like who you see looking back at you. You get to decide that you can go as high as you want to, and that you can create your own reality, and that even if the reality that you see doesn't yet exist, guess what? You get to lead it. And so that's the power for me, too, of the community college, is that this was the space that opened up the door. The four-year universities would not have taken me because I didn't have the right stuff as a teenage parent. And yet, I knew I was brilliant because I told myself that, not because I waited for other people to tell me that. I knew I was special, but not because I waited for other people to tell me that. And so that's what I would say to all of you in this room. Just look in the mirror and know that you are dynamic and brilliant and creative, and that you can dream your wildest dream. And actually, we're all waiting for you to do that.
I want to invite other members of our panel. And I saw Monica, I saw your head nodding when our sister was sharing her story. But I just want to acknowledge the powerful connection that runs through your story and what our brother Tyreek was sharing earlier. And there's a part of me, literally my soul is shaking just thinking about how easy it is for each of us to make sure that everybody in our community never feels the way that you felt, right? By simply saying to a child, I see you, I value you, you are brilliant. Yesterday, one of my mentees, he might be engaged online virtually, followed and tweeted, and he said that one of the most powerful things an educator did for him and a mentor did for him was say to him constantly, I cannot wait until you realize how brilliant you are, right? What would that do for our babies if they had that seed planted into them rather than the stuff that they traditionally receive? Let's continue. Are there any other narratives or personal stories you want to share? Nicole, I'm going to ask that you share yours as well, how you came over. How did you come through it?
I came through it by the help of others. Even though at the age I am, I'm older than what I look, but I have mentors, and like my cousin Majida said, you're never too old to learn. My son was born, at 4 years old, he was diagnosed with a chronic disease, which was a kidney issue. So my son had a lot of absence. And so you think that my son, by the 5th grade, he hasn't had an IEP plan. No one's looking at that. He just missing days and days. And these are things I didn't know. So I went out and resourced, and I was told by other advocates what I can do. What is an IEP plan? Because I'm just signing on the line. Didn't know my son, when he's out of school for 2 weeks, he has a nurse in the home where they come into the home, and the tutor can come in, and parents can request that. And then, so the most important thing, parents, you have to know your rights. And you don't know, but you have a very powerful voice. A lot of things count. Just like then I started attending SSE meetings. Ms. Ship, she sent me over. She said, you're going to do these trainings, raising the bar with the parent engagement department. I did that. Doors started opening up. So every time I see a meeting, I attend. BOP, Black Organizing Project, they had a town hall meeting. I went there. learned about things and learned from different young men from different cities. So I just keep on. I'm tired. All I do is drink my coffee and keep moving. But I have to. I can't give up now because now I'm at a crucial point with my son because he's about to be in 11th grade. He has overcome. He left 9th grade with a 1.5 grade point average. As he would been in the manhood development class, this year is his first year on honor roll with a 3.33. And he was honored at the African American Honor Roll celebration, which I was so amazed to see so many sisters and brothers and my young people get awarded for their success and their achievement. And thank you, Mr. Chapman, for giving me this opportunity, and Mr. Gordine and Ms. Ship for everything they've done. I keep my son busy. He's a hyper child. They try to put my son on ADD medicine. No. We was warriors. We was kings. He's supposed to have all that energy.
That's right.
So to make your job easier,
He's not hyper, he's filled with
he
passion
can't
and
be
purpose.
focused. No. So I kept him busy. He loved dancing. He loved basketball. I keep him he's in the Mills Upward Bound program. He's doing things. He's at the Youth Uprising. He had a job last summer. He'll be working this summer. He went to EOYDC. He was in Sobrani Park basketball team. So ever since I'm 5 years old, I kept my son focused because he don't have time to be in the streets.
That's right.
He has to be home. Well, it's dark. We don't really have lights over there where I live, but he has to be home before dark. You know when they say you got to come in before the street lights? Unfortunately, on my block, we don't got none, but he has to be home before dark. Check his social media. Instagram, I seen a couple things that was appropriate. Knock it down right now, or I'm taking away your phone. At nighttime, 10 o'clock, he in there texting. No, put down your phone, go to sleep so you can be focused next morning so you can go to school and pay attention. If you want to graduate and be successful. So these are the things that I've been doing to overcome all that. And with the support, and like I said, my cousin Majida, Ms. Ship, and Mr. Chapman, the whole team, and Mr. Tiago Robinson at Oakland High, Mr. Ernest Jenkins, and Mr. Williams, and Mr. Kreiner. They is a great team, and I'm learning too. So they are my teachers, and I'm gonna keep moving. And hopefully, right now, my cousin back in LA trying to set up a website so we can advocate and get more parents involved. So I could set up on websites when there's an LCFF, workshop, or when they could come to the local control accountability plan so they could be having their inputs, because by law, all parents have to have their input. So this money can go directly to the schools for what the schools need and for what the students need. We gotta get busy, y'all.
Look, she up here talking about she's still learning, up here teaching class.
Thank you.
Brother Chapman, what we need to do is get her on film to do a 5-minute morning message for the parents in the district to make sure that you ask the right questions. Maybe one in the morning and one at night. That's powerful. Darlene, I'm going to come to you, brother, but I want you to tell your narrative as well and talk about how you took your own personal experiences and channeled that into founding an organization that does this work.
Sure, so thank you. So I always tell people I was born feet first. I really was. 51 years ago, and I have 5 sisters. We're all a year apart. All our names begin with D's: Deborah, Dawn, Dana, Darlene, Denise, and Diana. And I'm the 4th of the 6 girls, and I have 36 first cousins. And we were all raised within 5 blocks of each other right here in Oakland. And my mother's twin sister, actually, they're the largest African-American black construction company here, the Turner Group Construction. And so out of those 36 first cousins and the 5 sisters, I'm the first in my family to earn a BA, a master's, a PhD, and do postgraduate work at Harvard University. But I don't say that because of tooting it. I say it because I, too, was told by my high school counselor at Fremont High School that I was not college material. And it took my dad to go up because he knew, even though he went to Laney, and he went back to Laney when he had 6 kids. He and my mother were married, 6 kids. And he went back to Laney. But he knew that education, my great-grandmother, who only had a 5th grade education, used to always tell me, they called me Dari, they said, Dari, I'm glad you're getting this education, but nothing is worse than an educated fool. That's what my great-grandmother said. Yeah. So she said, keep this streetwise. But when I was told that I wasn't college material, I took that and said, I dare her tell me that I'm not college material. And it's because of my parents who instilled in me that you are somebody. You can do this. And so from that, I just turned the lemon into lemonade. I'm a woman of faith. I believe that God has a purpose for each of us, and God took me. I knew I needed to leave Oakland. I couldn't stay in Oakland. And in my Fremont High School, maybe 5 of us in that class went on to college. And when we have our reunions, we have to actually start combining them with other classes, because there's, like you think, a memory wall, they're dead. It's that scary. So I knew I needed to leave Oakland because I needed to see what was beyond Oakland. So I became an intern while I was in college. I went to UC Irvine. I became an intern for Congressman Dellum's office, in which Barbara Lee sits there now. I got to see an entire different world. I knew what it was like for the underdog, for somebody to say you're not going to make it. But I had a 7th grade teacher, Ms. Nakamura, who was determined. She said, if you get 4 A's and 2 B's every semester, or every quarter, whatever the grade was, and 4 of the 6, you get to go to Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm every year. That was a big thing to do. We come to school with our bags. Hey, where you going? We going to Disneyland. All the little people that was so cool and hanging out. And that made a difference. A teacher made a difference. My parents made a difference. And when I received my PhD, when I earned my PhD, and I was the speaker for the class, that same counselor that said I wasn't college material she was there and she was bragging. But she didn't realize, like many of us in this room, that's why some of us in the room are saying, well, that's not me. I don't degrade my children. But it can be subtle. It's not so extreme where you're beating them or, what you think in your mind. Dr. Calvin Mackey says, we are sometimes the lions in our children's lives. So it could be subtle things like, you can't even do the darn dishes. Are you that stupid? Yeah. Look at you, you're looking crazy today. All of that is taken internal, whether you're a teacher, a parent, or whomever it is. So I took that energy, my husband and I, we started our own nonprofit. I'm an educator. I was an administrator in higher ed for 22 years. I worked in the Cal State, the UC, the privates. I was at Mills. I was a former upper bound counselor underneath Romeo Garcia. I took that information, what I learned as upper bound counselor. My children were in Avid. I had my degrees. I was in higher ed for 22 years, and I turned it into my husband and I in our living room in Poway Unified School District, who believes that there's a right way, a wrong way, and the Poway way. We said we're going to do something differently for African Americans. So we created Concerned Parents Alliance. We connected up with California Alliance of African American Educators, and we started working with them. We now have 6 college-bound programs in Oceanside, San Diego, 3 in Hayward, college-bound Brotherhood through Marcus Foster Education Fund. You see the college-bound parents here. We also have college-bound Hayward for high school, college-bound Rising Stars for middle school, and college-bound Peoria, Illinois, because my sorority sister is the superintendent there and saw our work. But what I'm saying to say is that no matter what they say to you, you got to have it within you. Half the battle, and I put that up there, half the battle with our children is self-esteem. Half the battle with ourselves is our self-esteem. So you have to tell you, I can do this. Can't means can. Don't means do. We can do this, parents, but we got to get past this. I'm tired of having a meeting, have a task force. It's action. It's time to move. And that's why I appreciate David Johns, because we're doing something. Thank you, President Obama, for this, because we now have to move into action. I don't want to have another meeting about what we know the problem. And it starts at home, and we have to bridge the parent-school divide. So I tell people, not that I'm anything special. I'm just like all of you. You cut me, I bleed just like you do. But I say I'm going to do it, and we have to do it because your word is your bond.
So in the spirit of sharing, I'll share a little bit about my story, but I'm going to first start and talk about the work we do at Youth Uprising. So Youth Uprising, we're based out in East Oakland, and our mission is to transform East Oakland into a healthy and economically robust community through transforming or powering the leadership of the young people in that community to be system change agents for both the system and economic development. And that work is very important and personal to me for a lot of reasons. I grew up in the 80s, 90s, crack 80s. I come from a broken home. Both parents were, drug addicts, drug dealers, and I was taken away from my mom in 1985, and I was one of 5 kids at the time, one of 6 kids my mom had at the time, second oldest. Went into the foster system and was lucky enough to have a couple of women, strong women in my family, to pull us all back together the best way they could. So even though I was a foster care, I was in what was called kinship care, so always with my aunt or my grandmother or someone. And the two women who I credit for helping me navigate life despite the challenges, despite all the anger I felt as a young man, is my grandmother and my aunt. And my grandmother passed away recently, 2 years ago, and love her and miss her, but also know that she's not perfect. And so I'll share two things, two pivotal points in my life that both served as motivation and fire. So one thing is, so when I was 19, I was 18, and I just graduated from high school by the skin of my teeth. I hadn't had a real job up until that point. I thought about selling drugs, didn't for a number of reasons. And it was the first time I was actually in a space to be able to sort of earn. And so my cousin was a manager at Domino's, and he got me and a bunch of my other cousins jobs. And it's my first real job, and so I didn't even apply for college. I applied for college, but I didn't go because it was my first time working. And my aunt, my great aunt, my grandmother's sister, who was taking care of me at the time, said, "Well, why are you going to work and not college? Why do you see the two things as mutually exclusive?" And I said, "Well, I need money. Like, I've been broke all my life, and I need money now, and college will be there. So, I'm going to work for 6 months, and when the semester's over, I'm going back." And she said, "Well, don't let it pull you in. Don't let it seduce you." She said, "Because it's short term." She said, "You need to really be thinking about your future, because you're much bigger than what you're doing right now, and you need to figure out how to get there." And so I made a promise to her that I would go to college, and I did. The first semester was tough. I failed all my classes because I wasn't quite ready, but because I made that promise to her, I came back the next semester much stronger. So that was the first, I think, just her confidence in me and seeing more in me than I saw in myself, instilled confidence in me and let me know that I could be something bigger than what I was at the time. The second thing is not as sort of uplifting, but it was a reality check for me and my family. When I started college that next semester, my grandmother, who had raised me for earlier parts of my life, and her and I were on the outs at the time, was talking to my aunt about me and what I was up to. And my aunt said, "Well, Ali's in college now." And so my grandmother said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah." And she said, "Well, he's not really going to college. He's just doing that to make you think that that's what he wants to do, but he's not really doing that." And my aunt said, "Well, why would you think that?" She said, "I know the boy. Trust me." And so my aunt, for whatever reason, told me that. And it sat with me for a long time. But then I realized that it wasn't that my grandmother didn't believe in me. It's just that she didn't believe in that as being a route to success. My grandmother dropped out of school in junior high school. She had her first kid at 19. She had 4 girls. She had been raising kids from the point she was 19 up until she died. Because not only did she raise her kids, she raised her kids' kids. And the only way she did it with that was through work. So education just wasn't it wasn't a tool for her the way that it could have been. When I was in 6th grade, I graduated from elementary school. I was in foster care. I was living with another aunt, and grandmother came to my graduation, and for whatever reason, I got like all of these awards, and the keynote speaker was sort of featured me in his speech, and made me stand up, and it was one of the first times that I'd ever been sort of acknowledged for being smart or doing anything good, and my grandmother was there, and I felt really, really good. I felt really, really proud of myself. 2 years later, I went to junior high school, and it was some other transitions in my life at the time. I got moved from one foster home to another. My grandmother wasn't able to take care of me because we had so many other kids. And I was graduating from junior high school into high school, and there was no accolades, no acknowledgments whatsoever in graduation. It was me and maybe 600 other kids. My grandmother was supposed to show up, but she couldn't show up because my older brother was getting in trouble in school, and she had to deal with that. And so I found myself at the end of graduation alone, hungry, but nobody there to recognize me for what I had accomplished. When I finally got home, she apologized and brought me some Chinese food, and I was supposed to feel better. And I did brush it under the rug, because I was taught to be tough and not let that bother you. But when I graduated from high school, I didn't go to graduation. I went to college. I told you I failed all my classes the first semester, passed all my classes the next semester, roller coaster ride, but finally graduated with my bachelor's degree in forensic psychology. I was there to speak because I was student council president, but I did not walk. I did not wear my cap and gown. I didn't see a value in it. Finally, I got my master's degree, master's in public administration, about 6 years later, and I thought about who to invite, and I invited my sister and my grandmother. And so I'm rushing to graduation, and I get a call from my grandmother, and she's telling me that, you know, it's about 10 minutes before graduation is about to start, and she's telling me, well, I have to go to the bank. I thought I had money, but I don't have any money, and, you know, all of these different things. And all of a sudden, it just reminded me of that she didn't show up to my junior high school graduation. And, like, totally, like, all this trauma just totally hit me. And I was like, well, what does this mean? Are you not making it? What does this mean? And she said, no, I didn't say I wasn't making it. I'm not, so I'm going to be late, but I'm going to be there. And so she was there. And, you know, I didn't realize how much it meant for me to have her there. I didn't realize it meant so much that I didn't go to graduation for junior high school or my bachelor's degree because she wasn't there for my junior high school and what she said to my grandmother. And so I share this story for two reasons. One is because I don't think parents realize how much their ambition, their sort of confidence in young people really impacts a young person's ability to see themselves as great. And I don't think that parents realize that their own sort of the modesty in their own ambitions can impact you know, what they want for their kids. And so to answer your original question, brother, you know, what I wish parents and uncles and aunts and anybody who's responsible for influencing a young person's life is that you got to think big for them. You got to instill a confidence in them before they have it in themselves. It goes back to what you said earlier. You said, you know, how many people here think these kids can graduate? And then how many people are going to have that confidence until the kids have it for themselves? That's hugely important. I credit those pivotal moments in my life for my own success and the passion I have for doing what I do at Youth Uprising now. So thank you.
Sure. No, give him a round of applause for sharing that. I want our sister to get in, but I just want to underscore three things that resonated with me. One, our limitations should not be the barriers that confine our babies' expectations and their dreams, right? Often in the moments in which actually, let me do it this way. Jeff Johnson, who's been a wonderful partner in this work and who's helped to moderate a lot of these discussions, talks about the conversations he has with his babies about their dreams. And what he says is in the moments in which they come to me and say, I want to do X, he says, if I can understand it, if I can wrap my head around it, you say to them, that's not enough. Right? You shouldn't be thinking about the things that I know to be real. You should be dreaming of things that I have not yet even thought about. Right? Rather than shutting down because we don't understand something, we should celebrate our babies moving into those spaces and innovating. Right? So the limitations should not be theirs, they should be ours. The second thing is, I often ask myself how different our communities would be if we spent half of the time and energy celebrating our babies who are on speech and debates teams or academic decathlons, who do spelling bees. If we spend half the energy praising them that we give to our babies who can dribble a ball and sing a song, our communities and our country would be very different, right? It's no wonder that the most popular television show in our country is what? No, Scandal is my favorite, but that's not it. The most popular is American Idol. We get all caught up in those. Let somebody sing or dance, we're all in it. But what about our babies who are literally building things that are changing lives, that are changing communities? Right? We need to celebrate them. And then the last thing is, we shouldn't teach our babies, boys or girls, to be tough. We should teach them to be whole. Right? It bothers me that we tell young men, smile now, cry later. Or don't let people see you experience the emotions that we all have. That's a lot of burden for anybody to bear, let alone black kids who deal with the trauma that comes with prolonged exposure to poverty or toxic stress. We shouldn't tell our babies that they can't be themselves and deal with the emotions that they have. They need to be healthy and whole. Yes, ma'am.
What is it that parents should know? I'm with PLAN, Parent Leadership Action Network, and it is an organization that helps parents come together to build relationships with other parents. We hear each other's stories. You saw how powerful that was, listening to people's stories. So we hear our own stories and know that we can work together. We work across race and language barriers. This is a very diverse world that we live in. And It's not just your color. There are people that look just like me that speak Spanish, that speak Chinese, that speak different languages, and we have to be able to talk with each other because it's our children who are in school together. It is our children who by the 9th grade in Oakland Unified School District, only 30% are at grade level reading. It is our children, and you think that's bad. If you're African American, that's at 30%. If you're an English language learner, only 15% of the children are at grade level reading by the 9th grade. Where are they going? We parents have to work together, and that's what PLAN works to build a network. We work with other organizations. We help parents develop meaningful engagement. We want not just to be welcome in the school and have a safe environment for our children, but we want meaningful engagement, which means decision-making about what happens at that school. Who are the teachers at that school? How is the money spent at that school? That's meaningful parent engagement at the schools. We want parents to move into leadership roles at the school. Children see their parents as leaders. They become proud of them and say, I can do better in the school. Schools also say to your parents, oh, I'm not going to suspend them. We can work this out and give them some extra work to do to move them along. Stories are powerful. I didn't really love, but I did appreciate hearing the stories of my great-grandmother, who wasn't far removed from slavery, who would talk about and sing songs. My mother told me these stories. My grandmother told me these stories. My father told me his stories. It is the stories that are powerful, that when we're teaching about power, we use stories. We use data. And today, parents have that unique opportunity. Sister talked about local control funding formula. We worked with parents over a year, working with the state legislature to work on the rules and regulations for that. Now, parents must be involved. Those decisions are being made at the school site. $26 million came to Oakland Unified School District. New money. New money. Parents have to say what's happening with it. The first budget hearing was last week. The next budget hearing is next week. Every year, that amount is going to get larger. That's what Parent Leadership Action Network, we work together because our power comes from our collective work and our care for our children.
Will you remind everyone where the budget meeting is and what time they should all show up?
Oakland Unified School District, budget meeting 6 o'clock. The 25th of June will be the final hearing, and you can be there at 6 o'clock and you can comment.
Awesome. You said,
Thank you.
What was that?
Boardroom, thank you.
Boardroom, all right.
Boardroom.
Keep the community. Let's open this up. There was a question over here during the workshop. No? I thought I cut it off early. All right. Any questions for our panelists? Yes, sister right here in the middle. It's coming.
Thank you, panelists, first of all. And
Actually, before you do that, give this young lady who just recently graduated from Chabot a round of applause. Laney, sorry.
I heard the panel talk about the parent-school divide. I want to know how we as a community can think of ourselves as lifelong learners, that there is no division, that there is no classroom community division, that it is an entire learning laboratory. How do we each empower ourselves to be teachers and students all the time?
Nicole, would you take that first? How do we have family conversations about the importance of being lifelong learners?
That's why I'm a parent leader and I'm an advocate. Because some parents don't know how to advocate. Some don't know where to get the resources. I was one of them parents. You have to go into the schools. And like I try to tell my other parents under Midship leadership, we did multiple workshops. And we tried to bring that to the parents and let them know that you have to lead your child. So, I would say you have to come into the school. You can't just drop your kid off at the door and keep on rolling. You got to make that time. You got to make that sacrifice. I did. I worked 3 part-time jobs, but I still maintain to be at these school sites. I still maintain to be at these meetings. You have to get the information. And look into the school. I had one parent, her child attended Oakland High School for a whole year along with my child. She didn't know nothing about the wellness center, Shop 55, with all the resources so I took her. I said, meet me at the school and we're gonna go down there. And I introduced her to Susan Yee. She's the director, and the other Randy and all them, and she learned about all that. And she's like, well, wow, I didn't know. You have to come into the school. Like Ms. Schiff say, look at the board. When I walk in the school, I look on the hallways, right? I'm at Castlemont, Fremont, whatever. I look on the walls. I see what's going on. All schools supposed to have a calendar in the hallway or in the front office to where you see dates at SSC meetings. I'm a vice president at SSC meeting at Elmhurst Community Prep where my daughter attends. She just graduated. She'll be attending Oakland High next year. When I walked in there and I didn't see that date, no, put that date up. Because, see, this is supposed to be out for the public and the parents. And if we don't do that, how are parents is going to know? So that's something that I want to work with Mr. Chapman, Mr. Gordon, Ms. Shipp over the summer, and Ms. Deborah Carter-Kelly, who's at Oakland Tech. Now she's at Oakland High. She's our new parent liaison. She's working with indirect behavior and parents all together because we need to find a solution, a way for parents to know. Because I know a lot of parents do work, and they're not able to come, and it's hard. And then if you don't know, then your child going to be lost, like my child was. But so that's what I
know others want to get in as well, but Mildred, would you respond to that? And if I could problematize that just a little bit, how do we reframe the narrative to get away from these traditional expectations? How do we literally push people past the desire to say you aren't college material, you aren't the traditional student, to have a much more realistic conversation?
Sure, I'd like to sort of highlight what we do here at Laney through our learning communities. Our learning communities are student service programs oftentimes that are a combination of either student services and instruction. And one of the things that we talked about earlier was, I think Carl DeBro brought it up, 70 to 80% of the students who come to Laney College test at a basic level either in math and or English. The really powerful piece around learning communities is that these students will come, they will engage the learning communities, we'll do outreach to them, and we provide them with the type of services to support their classroom instruction. And I'll give you an example. We do orientations. We do what is known as an academic plan, a student education plan, so that students can chart how long they will be here at the community college. And we do workshops. So the care narrative workshop was a piece of it. Money management. We engage financial aids so they can know the power of the dollar and how to use the dollar and how to make sure they get to and not only through Laney College in a timely fashion so that they didn't use all their financial aid and transfer to the four-year university. So the real goal around lifelong learning is that it's not prescriptive. Students get that sort of intrinsically as they're being supported through, as they find their own identity and their own passion for what they love and they decide to major in. Lifelong learning sort of kicks in because they see that they're supported here and that there's opportunity for them to create pathways, and pathways are presented to them, whether it's CTE, certificates of achievement, AA degrees, and transfer to four-year universities. And we do have students who do brilliantly, who transfer not only to places like UC Berkeley, but go on to do graduate work and go on to do PhDs. So really grateful, and I celebrate the community colleges at large because we are open access. You do not have to be at a certain GPA to come here, and yet you can create your destiny from this place. So community colleges are really, really important, not only locally, but throughout the nation.
Ali?
Yeah, I think the answer is in a question for me. I think it's sort of getting away from this concept that sort of there's a division of labor when it comes to educating young people, right? That the schools are responsible for the education and the parents are responsible for parenting kids, when in reality, it's everybody's responsibility to educate the kids. And so what that looks like on the grounds is, parents being involved in schools, one, to make sure that the values that they hold are reinforced in the school, make sure that they're holding the schools accountable to teaching their kids and treating their kids and challenging their kids to dream bigger. And then they're also responsible for reinforcing what's learned in school after school. And I know that, certainly for me and a lot of the parents of the kids we work with, parents are like, well, I'm not educated. I dropped out in the 8th grade, and so I can't tutor. I can't check if the homework is right. You got to figure out how to get around that, because it's your responsibility to hold your kid accountable and to show them that this is important. So for me, I think that's a big part of it. And I think also, I think the system's got to stop thinking about this work in the silos, right? So Youth Uprising is an organization that's serving the community. We're deep into schools. We work very closely with Casamont in a variety of capacities. And we see ourselves as educators by default, right? The young people need this. We see education as a tool, and so we're going to figure out how to do it, whether it be after-school programming, whether it be programs inside the school. We're going to figure out how to do it so that our young people are ready to sort of contribute to society and be part of the labor force. And so for me, I think that we need to get away from thinking about sort of the education, sort of a young person's education only happens in a school. I think it happens throughout their lifetime.
You wanted to add something?
I just want to compliment Allie around the responsibility piece. Part of what we do here at Laney in our learning communities and student support services is we have what is called a mutual responsibility contract. And I think the thing that's really important about that is that in order to succeed, you have to know how the charted path. And so we have a responsibility as educators, and we let them know in that contract, but they also have a responsibility. It's a communion, it's a relationship, and it helps students to succeed because they know what their part is. It's the piece around discipline and determination, and it needs to be spelled out. So it's a mutual responsibility.
Yeah, I just want to say that we are all lifelong learners. I mean, every day you learn something. I learned about, we talked about, we had a summer academy at Point Loma this past week with 150 9th and 10th graders. And they talked about bullying. But then they also talked about self-bullying. And that was new to me, like self-bullying. And how our children, we stand in the mirrors and, we say, you're no good, you're not worth it, and we mirror what's been told to us. And then bridging that parent-school divide, I think there is sort of a belief out there that schools believe parents don't care. And in all the years that I've done this, I have never, ever met a parent that didn't care. Even a parent that was on drugs, when they came off that high, they were asking where little Johnny was. And then there's another people that, well, parents aren't going to come out. Well, they come out to the basketball games. They come out to the football games to cheer their children on. So we have to, as educators, start thinking outside the box. So during halftime, maybe, yes, let the cheerleaders cheer a little bit, or have them do an A through G song where they cheer to it. We have to start thinking and say to the parents, did you know that, these statistics take place, 32%, 36%? And then the question to the parent is, do you know if your child's in that percentage? Once a parent knows what they say, if you know better, you'll do better, right? So that's that piece. And then parents have to start believing that educators are our friends. A teacher does not, first of all, who would want to be in this career that is the lowest paid, that is the most unthanked position? So you go in, most of us go in with an attitude of they have a passion. You've got to want it. You have a purpose to be there. So we say to the parents in our program, the teacher doesn't wake up every morning and say, I'm going to figure out how I can just mess with her child. The parent doesn't wake up every morning and say, I'm going to figure out how I can get Miss So-and-so fired. Right. So unless we come together, it'll be just like in a home. The children will pit us against each other because they don't want us to be on the same team. And then for the LCAP and that funding, which African Americans are not specifically listed in there, that's why we need, and that's what CAAE teaches, but that's why we need to know what it says. So when we go to this budget meeting on the 25th, we're not going saying, I feel. We're going saying, based on the California Department of Education data, based on U.S. Department of Ed, I just heard President Obama say this, you're going to have data with you that will equip you so that they're not just saying, oh, they just came in here complaining, they don't know, once it'll all blow over next week. We have to let them know we are empowered. We know what the formulas are. We know how much money we can get and take control like this parent is doing. And then don't just come by yourself. Come on, neighbor. Come on, Allie. Let's go. We're going together. Because if you can get your household together, then you can start getting your neighbor's household and so forth and so forth. Then we can get something done.
So you have to love it when people speak truth to power. And I was going to try and let this go, but you just opened the door, sis, so we're going to walk through it. So there was a minute ago, and my sister Angie knows this because she follows me, or Angie knows this because she follows me on Twitter, and I love Ratchet TV. I love it because I don't have to think when I watch it, and because a lot of y'all watch it too. And so one of my favorite things to do is to tweet about education and teaching the babies in the middle of Scandal and any show related to the Real Housewives franchise. And so there was a moment where Darlene put out that fan, and I had my Andy Cohen moment, like I don't want to have to manage some stuff. But then she also connected it because some of y'all laughed when she said, it's not like a parent wakes up and says, I want to figure out how to get this person fired just out of nowhere, right? Or the educator says, I want to find out how to make this child feel uncomfortable, but that's sometimes the environment that we send our kids into every single day, right? So we have to acknowledge that and then disrupt it, right? And so I encourage all of you to sort of join me when I do this, but I'll ask people all the time, you know what time Scandal starts. You even break some laws to make sure you're in front of your TV to watch it. If you can turn up for that, why can't you turn up for your baby? Right? Same thing for our brothers. Y'all know when the Jordans come out, you will pay hundreds of dollars for shoes that you had 10 years ago, just because they're new. If you can wait in line to buy those shoes, you can wait in line to get your babies registered for a program that will save their lives, right? Those are the conversations we need to have. Are there other questions? Let's take these two and then come right down here. Hold on 1 second, sister. All right.
My mom had 9 children. She went to 9 PTA meetings. What can we do to get these mothers and fathers to come out to the whatever meetings that are at these schools so that we can educate them a little bit more?
The first thing we need to do is make sure that the meetings are held at times where they can actually attend them. Let's take her question as well, then we'll allow them to respond.
I had a question for the two doctors on the panel. How can those of us who love education and love learning get PhDs paid for? Like, we have a master's degree, we're technically not low income, but really can't afford to pay for it on our own. If you all have any programs that you can like point us to so that we can get those PhDs and fill the shoes that you all are leaving behind. And I'm a teacher in Sacramento, so if you can give us something outside of Oakland, that would be a possibility. I'd appreciate that.
So no, before they respond, this is not our first time coming here. Definitely will not be our last. And one thing that we're going to work on is making a lot of the resources that exist in this entire state available. So please check the websites for Laney and the initiative as we will continue to have some of these conversations and connect these dots. What resources are there for adults who want to pursue education? And then secondarily, what are the opportunities to ensure more meaningful engagement around PTA activities and the like?
So for my PhD, I did everything backwards. I got married, had children, worked full-time, and went to school full-time because I knew I had to do what I had to do. And one of the reasons is I met an ignorant woman that they called doctor. And I said, if they can call her doctor, they're going to call me doctor. And so I had a supportive husband. I've been married 27 years, and he was very supportive. He took on the role of making sure our sons that are now 23 and 26, that they ate every day and things. In terms of resources, I mean, you can try, there's things for returning back to school, reentry for older women. If you have great, excellent grades, you can get a full ride. But the biggest person that can do it is you investing in yourself. I know people say, well, don't get a loan. I got a loan because I believe in investing in me. It is the lowest interest rate, and thanks to President Obama, they even have where you pay back 10% of your income of what you make. You can defer it when you have downtimes, and we get so scared of a loan, but we're quick to get a credit card. We're quick to get a car note, a house note, so you reinvest it. So even if you cannot find a program, sister, just go for it, because you can do it. All right, you can do it. You can do it. You've got school loans already?
So wait, we're going to have an individual workshop after the conclusion of this summit.
Come and see me.
I want my sister to respond, but I just want to highlight the Mellon Mays Research Program sponsors minority students, minority individuals getting PhDs in fields where we're underrepresented. Mellon Mays, the thing we need to know, connected to Greta Gratton-Bollinger, that a lot of those programs that have been intentional in getting underrepresented individuals into PhD programs are under attack. And so we have to be real thoughtful about how it is that we protect them. But that's one that I would suggest. The second is that ask the institution for resources. Every year there are hundreds of thousands of dollars that go unused, right? There's you already made the connection, right? But there are institutional resources that exist to support you as well.
I was 50 when I went back for my doctorate. I left the management consulting job.
Hold on, your mic didn't pick that up, and I'm also in my head saying that can't be right. Your math is off. But say that again.
I was 50 when I went back for my doctorate. I left a job as a management consultant and invested in myself. I did not have a loan. Did not have a scholarship at the time, but my husband was supportive, quit the job, and went back to school. And God found a way. The institution gave me a fellowship. The institution said, you can work, you have experience. You can work in multicultural student services and use your experience, and it paid for my tuition. I took a little loan, but it wasn't for all of it. But you have to invest in yourself, believe in yourself, and then find the will to do it.
To the sister's question about optimizing opportunities for engagement, particularly around PTA. How do we get more parents involved? How do you get them to come out? I don't want to anchor this just in the PTA though, right? Like, how do you get parents more involved?
So
engaged.
I think we said part of it is we know that they will come out. They come out for recognition ceremonies as well.
Yes.
So it's taking that time. But it's also, I think, not worrying about numbers in the beginning. I think so. What happens is, especially in schools and school districts, they go, well, we don't have at least 100 parents, we're not successful. If you have 5 engaged parents, and then you establish rapport with those parents, because a lot of educators believe, well, let's feed them and let's have child care. Well, that gets old. So you've got to think beyond the box, and you've got to work with those 5. Then you ask the teachers at the school and the principal, give me a list of parents that you know that are engaged that will respond just because you call them. That's how you get the parents out. And then you show them the real data, not up here, but down here, how it relates to their children. Because they all want them to have success. So then they'll start saying, well, how can I get engaged? And they'll be like Nicole, and they'll start coming back, and they'll learn a little bit more. And then Nicole will bring her friend, and then it eventually grows. So try that, and that will help. And I want to say, I'm sorry for my fan, but for those of you in the room that are over 50,
Don't be sorry, sister. It looks good. It's coordinated.
I want to make sure that I'm not, acting like I'm from Housewives of Atlanta. But I have my own personal summer, so I have to be ready. So I just want to say that.
We can all do a little alien interpretation and start fanning. I know it's a little warm in here. So I just want a personal point of privilege. I want to underscore what my sister said, and then we'll get some more questions in here. We also have to have more expansive understandings of what engagement looks like, right? So I appreciate that I have the privilege of being able to show up in a school during traditional school hours, but I have a sister for whom that's an impossible prospect. The idea that she's going to show up during 9 to 5 is just implausible. She simply has to work. And it's important for educators to know that and to make exceptions for parents and find ways to engage them as well, right? So meeting that parent, asking them if there are other opportunities for him or her to be engaged, and making sure that they feel welcome is important. We'll come here, and actually, I did call on you first. We'll do 1, 2, and then up top. Right here, please.
We're exploring the different ways in which parents can be engaged, and I just want to highlight something and then ask a question. One is that black students actually have a greater percentage of black students have their homework checked than non-black students. And so we don't honestly really acknowledge the ways in which black parents are already engaged. And to that point, is there going to be the development of specific talking points or a toolkit for parents? That's a common organizing tool, is the development of talking points.
Chris, do you have that? Is there a list of talking points or like a frequently asked questions guide for adults in the district?
And specifically for the purposes that we're talking about here, right? You've already offered some things you can say to your children, ways to reinforce this environment and climate.
You to our website. We have the thrivingstudents.org website that has a fact sheet. There's a host of different resources that you can go onto the website and get. I was actually in conversation with my son, so I didn't get the whole breadth of the question.
No, that was
or
a
comment?
perfect response. You answered her question. I wanted to ask a question too, but want to highlight for many who don't know, for the first time in the history of the organization, the PTA is run by a black man, a brother who is a strong leader and father, and they are doing a lot of work to make sure that we have more meaningful conversations around engagement in our communities. There was a question in the middle. This young lady here, my Twitter friend. No, ma'am, just one. That gentleman's gonna go to the back. Sir, if you could go to the young lady in the back, we'd be good. Yep.
My question is, I'm from Fresno, so I work in a district that is predominantly white. So we have a small amount of black students, but they are still our babies. So my question is how or what would be the way to speak to our administrators in the district who are all white, we have no black administrators in our district, to understand that when black parents come, it's not just because something is wrong, it really is because they care. How do you speak to that? Because their perception is they only come when there's something wrong. So if you can give me something to take back to share with my administrators on that piece.
Let's let the sister ask, and that'll be the last question.
In speaking with some of my older mentors, they talk about the generational gap between the community as it is now and sort of having the parent engagement on a small level, but also as a macro level, having other folks in the community who are also invested in raising children and being a mentor to the youth. So my question more is I know it's important for us to also engage parents specifically, but also as a community, isn't it important to sort of gain back that larger aspect of a community invested in the children as well?
Why don't we start with Monica? We'll work our way down. I invite you to respond to either of those last two questions or offer your final remarks. Can you paraphrase that and make it short? Give us the Twitter version.
I don't use Twitter, so no. Sorry. Just so when, back in the day, that's so wrong.
Who, what, where, when, why?
So in the 80s,
No. Start the sentence with one of those words. Who, what, where, when, why? She needs the question. She lost the
so
question.
Is it important for us to gain back the engagement of a community to also be invested in raising its children?
Perfect. We talked a lot about parents specifically. What's the role of community?
Absolutely. I no longer have a child in the public schools, but I am still very engaged. And what you learn when you're engaged is you're representing parents sometimes who are not there. And so we need the total community involved. Coming in, go to a school near you. If you don't have a child there, go to a school, find out what is it that they need, the mentoring programs, who's doing family engagement, so that you can be involved with other parents. Well, not other parents, but other people who care about children. So I think that's one thing for those administrators where you don't have a very diverse student body. They have to see, those parents have to continue to go. They can start concerned parent organizations who are there all of the time. Parents can partner with other parents. Those few black parents, I know that there are a lot of Latino parents in the Fresno County area. There are a lot of Hmong parents in the Fresno area. Partner with across race. Race matters. And they're not seeing not just your children or having those negative ideas about African Americans. They're having those same ones about other children of color. And so there's strength in those numbers.
Give Ms. Monica a round of applause. Ali?
Yeah, I think it goes back to my earlier point that, educating the child or children is a collective responsibility. And to your point, we talked a lot about the parents in the public education systems, but there are organizations that serve as institutions in these communities, like Youth Uprising, like Youth Radio, tons of organizations in Oakland, and I'm sure in other parts of the state, that are serving young people in some capacity. Providing the academic enrichment, sometimes actually providing the academic instruction. We got to engage these institutions in the process so that education is a continuous, lifelong process and not just siloed in whoever you're engaging with, whether it be teachers in school, parents at home, or a mentor in a nonprofit. So there's got to be more engagement, more interaction between the public education system and the community providers.
Ali Knight, give him a round of applause. Sister Darlene.
So I think remembering that parents means parents, guardians, caregivers, or any responsible adult. And that's how you categorize that we're all in it together. Regarding Fresno, that's what happened in Poway, the same thing. It wasn't a lot of African Americans there, but you come together. The Concerned Parent Alliance will come there. We'll help you. California Alliance African American Educators, they already have co-coordinators there in Fresno. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of our organizations that will come there and are there for you. And last, I just want to leave what my husband taught me, who's from Jackson, Mississippi, an old school. And it's been our family motto, and my sister Dawn can tell you has been very helpful, and Diana Levy, who's in the audience from College Bound. But it says, and this is something for all of us, that once a task has begun, never leave it till it's done. Be the labor great or small. Parents, we must do it well or not at all.
Give my sister a round of applause, Darlene. Miss Nicole.
For the question the lady said over there, just like Ms. Monica said, just trying to go through your resources and see if there's any other organizations. Pairing up with parents. When my son was going through elementary, when he wasn't getting the sophisticated needs and the resources he needed for his IEP, I kept going up to the school district. And at the time, Round Up 4 was the superintendent, and I didn't leave until he met my demands. Then he finally came into the school, and then I started serving on the SSC meeting, finding out Title I money, demanding and bringing other parents in. We started an African American Council meeting at Stonehurst. Well, it converted over to Fred T. Cormos Stu. So you could things of that sort, go to board meetings and things of that sort, and just get other parents involved if you can. Hey, come get me. I'll come down there if I have to. So things of that sort. And yes, we all need a community to come together. And just like Youth Uprising is a great place. Some of my parents, because they don't like the neighborhood, but it is a great place. My son learned a lot from there. He went through a job training where they taught him how to write a resume, and they put him in the job force, teach him responsibility. He just opened up his savings account and his checking account, so every time he get paid, some going to checking, some going to savings. He know not to touch that money. So a lot of things he did learn through Youth Uprising. He got a case management. Constantly call him every 2 weeks. He has to go in and see her, bring his attendance. He had to show her grades. He had to bring transcripts. So she's following him and keeping up with him, everything he do. So we got to work as a community. Like I said before, I'm loving how this room is full of people. Just think if we can get all these parents to come into the schools and support and advocate. How strong, man, y'all just don't know. We strong. Like, we some real strong people. We built this country, okay? We built Timbuktu. I'm just saying, like, we built this country, and we got to realize that. You know, we have to educate our kids about where they come from, their culture. It wasn't until I went to Merritt College in 2008 when I learned African American Studies. My cousin Majida, she's an ex-Black Panther. I used to just go to her house and just read. She has a whole room full of library books. Every time my kids come over there, they have to read about a different ancestor or somebody. My daughter read Malcolm X in 6th grade. Now they both reading Frederick Douglass. So we got to, because then once you know who you are, where you came from, can't nobody stop you. And you will learn to love yourself, and you will see that our ancestors set this platform. I mean, come on now, people died, okay? To be educated, to learn how to read. I'm just saying.
Y'all
you can't
give
take
Nicole a round
advantage
of
of
applause.
that. Thank you.
AAMA Parent of the Year. Teacher, Ms. Mildred.
I would just like to finish by saying the way that we engage students is really by making things mandatory. Now in California, we have triple SP. So when students come to the college, it is mandatory that they do the orientation. In our student service programs, it's mandatory that you do the orientations there as well. Because what we're seeing is that that's how we're going to get students towards completion and transfer to the four-year universities that they choose to, or to CTE or certificates of achievement. And in a lot of our student service programs and learning communities, when we make things mandatory, we're able to demonstrate that they're getting something in return. So that whole powerful piece around mutual responsibility. Educators, we have this responsibility, students do, and then this is the outcome, your completion, your success.
Ms. Mildred Lewis, give her a round of applause. Please help me in thanking all of our panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I now have the distinct honor of welcoming to the podium one of your leaders, a hometown hero. She is someone who I had the great privilege of spending a little bit of time with when I worked for the president on his re-election campaign in Nevada. And one of the stories that I will always carry with me is her own story of how it is that she pursued this pathway to being a leader, fighting for you, for this community every single day in Washington, D.C. She started her career as a psychiatric social worker and as somebody who understands much of which we've been discussing today, how important it is to acknowledge that our young people are developing. They're not problems with them, but they're problems with how we perceive them. She understands the importance of making sure that all of our young people, in particular our boys, because she has sons of our own, have mentors who can help them grow and go the direction they need to with love. Please join me in welcoming the leader of the 13th District of California, Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Well, it's good to be home. Actually, I just landed at probably 11:30 this morning in Washington. And I just want to say this is my first of many events of the day, and it is so good to be able to start with you. Because I can't think of any issue that's more important to our future and to this community and to the world other than the children and their education and their future. David, I have to thank you for the unbelievable job that you're doing in leading the nation toward working towards solutions to address the plight of young African American men and women and children. You know, certainly David's experience, and he has worked on Capitol Hill for many years, it has prepared him to work in the White House on this very, very important initiative and this important position. It's not really just a job for David, it really is a mission. And I want to thank David because when we wanted to have a summit here in Oakland, California, you know, it could have been in any location, but he said, yes, we'll come to Oakland. He knows Oakland, and I want to thank him because I think out of this we're going to have a real renewal of a commitment to make sure that there's, first of all, equity and justice in our educational system, right? And secondly, that we know exactly how we fit in with the overall national effort. So thank you for being here in my district. Let me thank Dr. Webb once again for your bold and brilliant leadership and for opening Laney once again for this important event. Now this is an educational summit. We've had many, many events here that are educational but relevant also for the community and for students. And so thank you again for this. Give Dr. Webb a round of applause because it's really, really good that she's here and giving us the chance to be with her. You know, I heard one of the sisters earlier, and I want to thank the panel. I heard just a bit of the conclusion of it, but we're talking about the Black Panther Party and the school, and I had the privilege to actually be part of the founding of the Community Learning Center in the day, and the Black Panther Party school really was a school I think that we need to look to and how it developed its framework and curriculum to educate young black kids. One of the things that she said, and that I visited a country in the Middle East very recently, and let me tell you, they have in this country, the children, in terms of children who are marginalized and who are orphans and foster kids, kids without opportunities, the first 3 months of their education is about teaching them who they are, who their ancestors were, where they came from, and secondly, that they are valued and that they are needed. They don't even start teaching them math or reading or English until they have this foundation. And none of these kids fail. They all succeed and they all move forward. And so I think, you know, and you know this, and all of you know how important it is to ensure that our young people have a curriculum which shows and teaches them that they are valued and that they are our kids and the world needs them and they need their contributions and they will succeed. But we have to teach them who they are. You know, as the mother, and David mentioned, I raised two little boys as a single mom on welfare. They're two phenomenal young men now. And I know personally how we need targeted and specific strategies to address the unique challenges faced by young men of color. We can't fool ourselves. And you probably have talked about this, David, but historic biases and institutional racism and discrimination really are at the heart of some of these policies that are keeping our nation's African American boys and young men from rising above their circumstances and realizing their full potential. That's why this equity issue is so important. It does not come as a surprise that in most national standardized tests in some grades, white students outperform black students and Hispanic peers by more than 26 points. And here in Oakland, barely 50% of African American young men make it to high school graduation. That's a shame and disgrace. For those who do graduate, laws like California's Proposition 209, remember that one? Systematically shut out many students of color, especially African American students, out of higher education, public higher education. Thank God for community colleges. Thank God. You're going to hear a little bit later about the need to close the STEM diversity gap. And we need to broaden our investments in science and technology and education and math so that our students are equipped to participate and thrive in the economy of the future. And we all know that the Bay Area is really the heart and soul of the high-tech industry and the green technology field. But yet I go to meet with my biotech companies and green industries, pharmaceuticals. I very seldom see any African Americans working in any of these companies. And of course, I sit down and talk with the owners and the top officials, and they remind me of the fact that yes, they have good paying jobs, they have them now, but they don't have the workforce with the basic skills needed to fill them. And this is an unacceptable problem. And so we've started and begun a foundation and some efforts to make sure that young people in Oakland and the East Bay participate in a pipeline. It's a pipeline that changes this school to prison pipeline to a cradle to career pipeline by investing in STEM education early on, before high school. Now, before my election to Congress, we dug deep into these issues when I established the California Commission on the Status of African American Males. It was the second one in the country. This was in 1994, I think, 1994. Willie Brown, you know, he was a phenomenal speaker. And I said, we have got to look at what is taking place here in California. So we set up a 21-person commission. We went around the state for 4 or 5 years, held hearings, talked to people, young black men, formerly incarcerated. We went into San Quentin and other prisons. And let me tell you, the results that we found then and the recommendations that we made are still relevant today, and many of them are included in what you're doing, David. And so I just want to thank you for that. Earlier this year, when we joined President Obama to announce my Brother's Keeper initiative at the White House, I was really very proud and very optimistic. I tell you, I was the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus during the first 2 years of President Obama's first term as president. My colleagues and I met with the president about this over and over again, not just one time, but many times, about the specific needs of the African American community, about poverty, criminal justice reforms, job creation, and of course, education. Of course, the president got it and gets it. We had to figure out what to do. And so this announcement, along with the creation of the White House Office of African American Education Excellence last year, showed that not only was the president listening, but he heard us loud and clear. And so it was really one of my priorities as chair of the CBC, and we're seeing now what this whole effort is leading to. Despite this do-nothing Republican-led Congress, which it is, it is, President Obama has shown his commitment to addressing these egregious and systemic inequities in our education system, as demonstrated in his most recent budget proposals, which I have to just mention to you because I'm on the subcommittee that funds education. I'm on the subcommittee on labor, health, and human services. I'm the only African American on that subcommittee that funds education. Heavy lift, but it's where I want to be. But I tell you, and I see how they try to cut every day what we're talking about, programs and funding to really ensure that our young black kids have a pathway to success. So the president presented a plan to expand preschool so that it's available to all 4-year-olds. Now, you recently, I don't know if you talked about the study that has recently come out that showed that, 43% of kids who are kicked out of preschool and kindergarten are black? How do you get kicked out of kindergarten and preschool? No way, no way. So we've got to really focus on expanding preschool and make it quality, affordable, universal, well, really free preschool for each and every young person. We have to increase the Pell Grant awards, right? We got to do that. We have to do that. Especially here in California, it's hard to survive or to get through school on what the current Pell Grant is. We've raised it some, we need more. We've got to increase investments in minority-serving institutions so that they can develop sustainable changes to reduce costs, enroll more students, and improve student outcomes. Incidentally, let me just say I'm very proud of the fact that Peralta, which houses Merritt College, Merritt College is the only predominantly black institution west of the Mississippi. It is a, what do we call them, PBI. Now, the importance of a PBI is really, I can't overstate it, because it receives priority for certain types of funding, such as historically black colleges and universities receive. You know, we're not privileged and blessed to have any HBCUs in California. There are none west of the Mississippi, but we have the only one in our own district, and that's Merritt College as a PBI. So remember that as we talk about minority-serving institutions. This past week, the president issued an executive order that would allow nearly 5 million additional federal student loan borrowers the opportunity to cap their student loan payments at 10% of their incomes. Now, that's a big deal. He did that through executive order. Getting into college is only part of the problem. Many low-income and students of color graduate with a crippling student loan debt, but with few prospects for good-paying jobs to repay them. So we're moving in the right direction, but there is so much to do. Finally, let me just say, I'm going to continue to fight for increased resources to support our schools, to support our vulnerable children, and for investments in job creation and education, in vocational education, to prepare students in our workforce for the 21st century job market. But we all have a role to play in that effort. Each of us has the ability to make positive changes in the life of a young person. At home, read to young people as early as you can. You know, read to them. You know, kids love it when you sit down and read to them. This includes, of course, your children, but what about your nieces and your nephews and your friends and your neighbors? You know, in the African tradition of our extended family, we need to do that. That's so important. So many kids don't have parents to help them learn to read. At work, do you have available internships or mentorship programs, or can you create some? Sometimes if you don't have them, create ones. Just start one. It's so important that we not see these small steps as not important, because they are. They're very important. You can volunteer at a local school, library, or community center. And here in the East Bay, I just have to say, you've got to use your vote to elect candidates that share the value of equality of education for all of our children. Unfortunately, in Alameda County, just last week, we only had 16% voter turnout for the June 3rd primary election. 16%. So how in the world can we complain about the system Hello? How can we complain about it? If we refuse to vote and elect people that will fight for the changes that we need for our children, this is a political struggle. It is a political struggle. Don't let them voucherize and privatize education. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to do, and it's going to be you who show up at the ballot box and say no to this madness and yes to good quality public education. That's the only way our children are going to succeed. As Malcolm X said, I think education is our passport to the future. And so our children need us to act, and this conference really is a magnificent way of demonstrating, David, that this community intends to act. Thank you again.
I'm going to ask that you all stand with me as we say thank you to our congressional leader. She highlighted for you that every day she goes to work to battle to make sure that we have the resources that we need to support our schools, our students, and our communities. And in particular, the transition of two of our elders, Commissioner Kathy acknowledged this earlier, the transition of Aunt Maya and Aunt Ruby has me needing to take a point of personal privilege to say thank you. I am very clear that I stand on your shoulders. I was born on the day that Malcolm was assassinated. I am clear that God's hands are all in this work. It is by no accident that we are all sitting in this room here today. So thank you for leading, thank you for clearing the path, and thank you for continuing to fight every single day. Give her another round of applause. The Congresswoman teased this a little bit, but I was honored in February of this year, the White House Initiative on Educational Excellence for African Americans honored champions of change, individuals who are leveraging science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics to do a better job of supporting our scholars, our students, our schools, and our communities. And while there was a cadre of some brilliant people, one young man stood out when he gave a personal story about how technology allowed him to hack his way out of the confines that we are often forced within in our major metropolitan areas. And the idea is simply this: harness the web and mobile-based technology to transform the interest of underrepresented youth into STEM career pathways using game-like rewards and mentorship from real-life professionals. How many of you know a young person who spends a lot of time playing video games? Keep your hand up if that young person knows how to design a video game. And herein lies our problem. We can't simply be consumers when we have the genius in order to be producers. And so while we talk about technology, this young brother is filling a gap and making sure our babies have the skills they need in order to code and hack their way into or out of anything. Please join me in welcoming Kalima Pryforce with Kino Labs.
Hello, everyone. So, you can learn more about me through the bio section. So the first thing I have to say is that anything that I say from here on, the White House is not responsible or accountable, and that includes David John. He asked me to say that for anything that I say. The title of this, what I'm about to share, is about STEAM, and how to get kids interested and involved. But I want to talk about bombs. See, this is where you shut off the camera. Cameraman, you paying attention? This is where you shut it off, and yeah. I want to talk about bombs. I want to talk about building bombs. And specifically, I want to talk about how do you recruit young people to build bombs. When we talk about STEM, when we talk about science, technology, engineering, mathematics. See, this is how Al-Qaeda and several other terrorist organizations do it. They find a poor kid, and there's plenty of them, and they pay attention to them. Because maybe their father or their mother isn't around, but they pay attention to them. They say, hey, I want to show you how to build something really cool. And now you can walk into any room, and when you walk out, people will never forget you. And you can use the materials in that room that will surprise and shock the world, what you can do with those materials. When I decided to, my team and I decided to launch the first hackathon for Black male achievement, and I'll talk a little bit about what a hackathon is. There was some pushback. People asked, well, to teach young men of color, they're going through problems at home, failing schools, to teach them how to build an app, that's impossible. That just doesn't make sense. But on the other side of the earth, that you've got kids who are going through somewhat of the same experiences they're going through, their age, and they're building bombs. So I say to them, let's have them build apps and not bombs. So how do you do it? Well, first, like I said, they mentor them. They're there in their life. They say, okay, you know what? The things that you're eating, the things that you're doing, that's not good. You need to keep your mind clear. And then, every day, they show them something that opens up their world. Malcolm Gladwell, Dr. Gladwell, who's many of you know, much smarter man than I am, he says that poverty is not desperation or deprivation. That poverty is isolation. Think about that, especially when you think about education and what is the purpose of school. See, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and when I came out here to Silicon Valley, to Oakland, I came across venture capitalists, angel investors, just the education technology community. And many of them believe that, well, one, you got part of them that don't want to pay their taxes, and so they don't want the money to go to where the kids need it the most. But then you've got this other, other community who believe that you could just give a kid an iPad, send them off, and that's all the education and learning that they need. But you see, let's go back to building bombs. Every day they're working with those kids. Every day they're saying, hey, you can be better than what society has told you. And it's sad, but it's a reality. And my whole thing is, well, why is it that they don't think about charter schools, public schools, PTA meetings, that they don't think about any of those barriers when it comes to the kind of engagement that they have with those mostly boys, with those boys and girls? The reason why this goes deep for me is because, like I said, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, but I grew up in a group home in Brooklyn. And many of you don't know what a group home is, and it's very interesting how the similarity between a group home and a hackathon is a place where young people who don't have parents, that's where they live, that's where they transition from one home to another. And the thing about a group home is that it's isolated. You're not allowed to go anywhere, only to school, and they take you to school, and they take you to your medical appointment or to see your social worker, but that's it. You stay there. And one day I decided that I had enough of reading the same books that were in our group home every day. I read it 2-3 times, Huckleberry Finn and Pippi Longstocking and some of the books that you all know. And I decided to go up to my group home staff member and I said, hey, can we get more books? And they said, well, we don't have funding. And this is during the crack epidemic of the 90s. So there was a lot of kids in those group homes. And so we don't have funding. So I said, okay, well, since you don't have money to pay for books, then I just won't eat. And they thought I was kidding. And for 3 days, that's what I didn't do. I didn't eat. And so I had a hunger strike. I was 8 years old. And by the time that hunger strike ended, because by that time they were like, please eat, please eat, please eat. They had now given me access to the library, to the museum, because they knew from then on that they couldn't buy enough books to be housed in that home that would quench my mind. So from a very early age, I was all about fighting isolation, fighting my own isolation. Now, when I entered the group home system, I also entered the group home system with my little brother. I was 8, he was 6. And I remember leaving the group home system when I was about 14. I said, you know what, I've had enough. They're going to hold me back from having the life I want. And by 14, I left. 16, I started my first computer company, had an apartment, so just on my own. But my brother, he stayed in the system. He aged out at 18. And he was shot and killed a couple of months afterwards. And I remember the night before he was killed. I asked him, well, what do you want to do with your life? And he said, I don't know. Poverty is not desperation or deprivation. Poverty is isolation. Because I remember what my brother wanted to do. He wanted to be a scientist. He specifically wanted to be a computer scientist. I wanted to be an astronaut. And so I remember applying to space camp. It was this program that would help you get into space camp. And I stood right outside my group home. And the bus, it approached and then it went right past me, because many of you know about group homes that there's no identifiable address on the outside of that group home. And so my dream of becoming an astronaut died right then and there. But then another dream came out of that, which was for me to get the heck out of that group home and for me to find whatever way I can to get as many kids out of that group home. And then it got bigger, to get kids out of every group home. And then it got bigger, which is to get kids out of being isolated. You see, isolation isn't just, group homes and whether or not you have parents at home. Isolation is also about dreams. It's about vision, how you see yourself. And so for a lot of our kids, when they have some aspiration, they heard about what it is to be an astronaut, or they heard about what it is to be a scientist. They see Kalima Pride Force, and they say, oh wow, I want to be a techie. I want to start a computer company. Cool. And then they approach us, and then we say, well, in order for you to do that, you have to go to college. And we know the shape that our schools are in. We know all the different barriers and distractions that happen. And so one slip up, one C instead of an A or a B, anything that happens, and that young person then begins to doubt their trajectory of getting into college and becoming what it is that they've always dreamed of becoming. Let's go back to building bombs. I love going back to building bombs because, what they do with those kids, they're saying, hey, you know what? You're too poor to go to school. See, a lot of our kids don't know that the ability for them to actually go to a school is something that's actually not common around the world. That they don't need money in order for them to go to school. Could you wake him up? Thank you. Yeah. Because what I'm about to say might save your life. So, the interesting thing is that in order for you to be a hip-hop artists aren't saying that. They're not saying, well, in order for you to go to college, in order for you to become a hip hop artist, you have to go to college. You know, many of you, some of you are my generation, so you remember Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G., his first real big hit. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper and Heavy D in a limousine, hanging pictures on the wall. So what's Biggie saying? Okay, it was all a dream. So here it is. He starts with a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. So here it is. He's doing research about the dream that he has of becoming. He says, hanging pictures on my wall. So here it is. He now has a dream board. He's saying that I have a dream, and now I want to visualize it and see that dream as not being foreign to me. Rappers are doing that all the time. They're saying, I used to sell this, and I made a CD, sold it for $7 a pop. 10 months later, I'm stepping out the swamp with 10 and a half gators. Kids listen to that and they go, wow, yeah, that path is clear for me. For athletes, our young people can turn on TV and watch over and over on ESPN and other sports networks how to become the world's greatest boxer, how to become the world's greatest basketball player. And it's very interesting because they're watching it over and over, just like they're listening to hip hop, and it's constantly reaffirmed to them that in order for them to follow their dreams, they have to do it now. They have to practice at it now. They have to do their research for it now. But when we say to become an astronaut, to become a doctor, to be the next Steve Jobs, to be the next Bill Gates or Dr. Ben Carson and several others, in order for you to become an innovator, for you to become a leader in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, go to college. So hold on to it, but go to college. And that's what needs to change about how we approach STEM. Is that for our young people, and this is, what I like to say is an asset rather than a deficit conversation. For our young people, it's not that they don't think that being the next black Mark Zuckerberg is not cool. Oh yeah, they know how much Mark Zuckerberg is making. So let's stop trying to sell them that being an engineer or being a mathematician or that other stuff is cool, you'll make a lot of money or that. I think we spend a whole lot of time trying to market careers. The question that they want to ask is, what's next? That I'm in Oakland, that I'm in Brooklyn, I'm in New Orleans, I'm in Detroit. What's next? What's the first thing I need to do right now? And so being able to build that pipeline, being able to establish, okay, so this is what's next. And for me, this is what I feel is going to transform our kids' lives because, we have wonderful artists, we have wonderful musicians, we have, wonderful, kids who are exploring a lot of careers, and it's great. But some of them are our future astronauts. Some of them are our future scientists, our future engineers, our future mathematicians. But they don't know what the next step is, and so then, they become something else. And my thing is, how do we transform their lives? How do we save their lives? How do we get them going? And that's what we do at Keno Labs. We build hackathons. Our first hackathon was in Oakland. We're launching a hackathon in New Orleans at the 2014 Essence Essence Music Festival. And then we're launching a hackathon in Philly. And a hackathon is when you bring all these kids together and you tell them, you know what, we're going to teach you how to become a developer, a designer, an innovator. And we want you to build apps, not bombs. And those apps are the apps that you've been wanting to build for a very long time because those apps are going to help you become the scientist, technologist, engineer, and mathematician that you've been dreaming to be. Thank you.
If that didn't touch your soul, then I don't know what's wrong with you. Give that brother another round of applause. literally changing, hopefully, the way that you think about a lot of this, right? Like the idea of literally providing young people with the skills they need to hack their way into or out of situations. That's the opportunity, right? That's the space for us to move into and through. I want to invite our panelists for our final panel of the day to join me on the dais. Please take your stage. I'm also going to invite up to the podium my brother and friend Mark Philippart, who's going to moderate this last discussion. He's with PolicyLink. I want to, in this moment, thank Mark for all of his work and supporting this convening here. I also want to acknowledge Catherine Bush-Jolly, stand up. She's responsible for assisting with a lot of the planning for this, as well as also a representative of Congresswoman Lee's team. She's also one of my closest friends, so I want to say very publicly thank you. In this space, I also want Steve to come up and say very briefly, tell them about the event.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve Vassor, here with Friends for Youth, that's right here in your backyard, and also representing Mentor. Just want to say to you, if you are mentoring, if you are a mentor, and this is whether you are one of the young men that are in the room, a sister that's in the room, a parent, if you're a mentor, we're asking you to join us. We sent out some flyers earlier, and if you don't have one, we'll make sure you get one, inviting you to a mentoring convening this Monday evening, where we're looking to learn from you and connect you one to the other. So I won't wrap you to death. For more information, please see either myself or my colleague, Sarah Kremer. We'll make sure you get one of these flyers. Thank you so much. Thank you, David.
Good afternoon. So I know many of you have been in back-to-back sessions, and I want to respect that. You know, you're starting to wear a little thin, your attention is fading a little bit, and I want to do a quick stretch break. Y'all know what a stretch break is? Okay, so if y'all could just stand up with me. Just stand up, okay? All right. Stretch them out, raise them to the roof, all right? Just lean into it. Lean into it. Okay, okay. Let's go all the way down. Try to touch your toes. If you can't touch your toes, that's all right. Get your calves, get your knees. All right, now bring it up now. Head over to the left. All right, bend it out. All right, all the way back to the right. Okay, all right. Shake it off. Thank you. All right. So while this is the last panel, I feel like this is the best panel. We have we have several dynamic leaders who I can't wait for you to hear from. But first, I just want to take a moment and thank first President Obama for establishing the White House Initiative, Educational Excellence on African Americans. And then I want to thank Mr. David Johns, who has just done a phenomenal job throughout the country in bringing these conversations to people who aren't necessarily always included in these policy talks. And so by virtue of his organizing, his convening across the country, he's really opened a door to a whole host of folks to have these conversations in a way that they haven't had them before. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the school-to-prison pipeline. And the folks who you see in front of you are experts, not only here in Oakland, but nationally. They lead organizations and work in many dynamic ways to address this issue. And so what I want to do, my job is to really get out of the way and create the space for them to be able to tell their story and talk about what they do. So what I'm going to do right now is just jump right in because they have a lot to share. And I'm going to ask them to self-introduce and just say a little bit about who they are prior to answering questions. And you have their bios in the packets, so you can reference them as you need to. But for those who don't know, what is the school-to-prison pipeline? And I want to start with Alice Simmons.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alice. I think I'm supposed to say what I do, and then we're going to all respond to what the
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I am the founding Chief Executive Officer of Youth Uprising. We are a community transformation organization based in East Oakland. We are what I call a hyper-local. We are very much focused on that place, and our goal is to go incredibly deeply in a place and to do everything that needs to be done in that place. The census tract that we're in, Census Tract 4097, I think of as the Castlemont community. The anchor in that neighborhood is the high school that was once a thriving high school, Castlemont. But right now, there are 3,836 children in that catchment area that choose not to go to that school. And that school has the capacity for 4,000 students and now has an enrollment of about 400 or 500. And that is everything to do with what the prison school-to-prison pipeline is. The truth is that way before third grade, when we use third grade reading levels to project the need to build prison beds, our children are already in trouble. They're in trouble with the word gap, and if people don't know about that, we'll talk more about that. But we're not reading to our children, we're not talking to our children, we're not helping them understand the structure of literature before they can talk, because they ought to understand that. And so my job is to provide any and everything that a child needs in that place so that they actually can be a leader in their neighborhood, not just a resident.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackie Byers, and I'm the director of the Black Organizing Project here in Oakland. Oh, I'm dropping stuff. Thanks, Alice. And we're a community-based grassroots organization. We're multi-generational, and we really started with this idea that Oakland is a place of much rich history and activism. You know, we talked earlier about the Black Panther Party and what they did for education here in Oakland. And while yet we have this awesome progressive politic and activism, we still have too many disproportionate negative impacts on Black children and Black people in this community. And so our organization is both working on campaigns and policy change both locally and statewide, but even more, we're really committed to the transformation and healing of our community. And that means both thinking about how we rebuild community, because for all of us, we're not in isolation. What the speaker just talked about is critical. And for us to succeed, it's going to take a community and it's going to take healing. And so that's a lot of our work. Right now, we are working on a campaign called Bettering Our School System, which is focused in the Oakland Unified School District. And we are working on interrupting the school-to-prison pipeline. The school-to-prison pipeline is really a system of structures and practices and policies that push students out of school and into the criminal justice system. It increases their chances of being in the criminal justice system if they are in fact pushed out of school. And the children that are most likely to be pushed out of school is Black children, in particular young Black boys. A lot of the practices are around how discipline happens, around school suspensions, expulsions, and police contact with children. And those things continue to contribute, as well as irrelevant curriculum that doesn't really prepare children or teach students about their real history. And so all of those things lead to, instead of a pathway to success as we think of education, it is actually a pathway into a prison system by, in some ways, modeling a prison system within our schools.
How y'all doing? My name is Joseph Stallworth. I go to Dewey Academy, and I'm part of the BOP, Bettering the Black Organizing Project, and I'm in the class called BOSS, Bettering Our School System, and I'm here to talk about my experience in my school push-out.
My name is Mark Martin, and I'm based here at Laney College. And my role is to work with the community colleges in the Bay Area and the K-12s in the Bay Area around specifically advanced manufacturing career pathways. So our previous speaker talked about giving opportunities. Kalima talked about opportunities kind of to do hackathons, to introduce kids to the possibility of coding or going into the information technology. And my role is to kind of do the same thing in advanced manufacturing. And today I'm not really here kind of pushing advanced manufacturing to talk about it, but to talk about the giving kids the opportunity to find their passion, to find something that interests them, to help keep them from going to that prison population. Find something that really, really impacts their lives that they can latch onto. And so we do that here at Laney and through a number of programs, which, throughout this panel I'll mention, but my focus on giving them opportunities to find their passion.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael McBride. I am the pastor of the Way Christian Center in Berkeley, California. I also lead a national campaign of the PICO National Network called the Lifelines to Healing campaign. It is a campaign to address issues related to mass incarceration, gun violence, and opportunity frameworks. My primary role, certainly as a faith leader, is to attempt to organize and train clergy and congregations to use their institutions of power to advocate on behalf of those young people and families who find themselves locked out of opportunity. And I believe my primary impetus for getting engaged in organizing, I remember a couple conversations I was in with some elders, and one told me that disorganized truths cannot defeat organized lies. And I find that many of the truths that we have are not organized with enough coordination or alignment to defeat the very powerful lies and narratives that are being proposed upon us. And then I had a young person, we were mediating a conflict between some young folk in North Oakland and South and West Berkeley. And I had a young person tell me, Pastor McBride, I appreciate that you're out here, trying to, get me to, not hit these folks back. But when you go home at night, who's going to be here to protect me? He said, the police don't come when I call because they think I'm a criminal. The church won't let me in because I am not holy enough. The schools don't let me attend because they don't think I'm ready to learn. And the jobs won't hire me because they don't believe I have the skills. And it made me have a deep conviction that we have to begin to think very deeply about structural changes to the systems as they present themselves, and not just be solely focused on programmatic remedies. So my hope and prayer is that as a faith leader trying to organize faith congregations, we can be a part of a structural conversation of how do we actually change the system to embrace our young people, our loved ones, and certainly our boys and men and girls and women of color as well.
Thank you. So I just want to read two stats. A black male in 2001 has a 32% chance of spending some portion of his life in prison versus a 6% chance for white men, and that's from the Sentencing Project. In major American cities, as many as 30% of young African American men have criminal records. That's from Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow. Panelists, 80%, I'm sorry. Dang. Wow. Powerful statistics. Given your work, given how close you are to some of these issues, can you talk about race and gender and systems as you started to articulate, Pastor McBride, within the context of your efforts and this issue of the school-to-prison pipeline? Anyone can jump in on this.
So there's so much in that question, and there are a couple things I want to say. PolicyLink, your institution, published a series of documents called Place Matters. And I remember the last time that I was interviewed, I was in a place where race was so profound for me that I was like, yes, I'm happy to talk about place, but we have to talk about race. I would argue that gender matters too, but the impact of race, and so let me go back a little bit more. The statistics that you've shared are not coincidental. They are not happenstance. There's a structure behind all of that, and I want to really appreciate Jackie for talking about what the structure is. People get confused because we have elected a black president, and they think that that means that race is not as profound an issue in America, and it's just not true. This whole issue of equity that Angela has really been pushing, I think, is at the core of it. And I would argue that as a nation, we're in this place because we do not believe that we're indivisible. Somehow white people believe that they can actually have the 40s and the 50s back, that we can have new sector leaders, we can have college presidents, we can have all of these positions filled by people who would have filled them in the 50s and 60s. But the truth is, in 2040, we'll be a majority-minority country. We're already in California, a majority-minority state. And so the young people now that are absolutely systemically cut out of educational opportunities and career opportunities are the faces that really frighten America, you know, the old guard leadership in America. And until we can talk about race more profoundly, I think it's hard for us to actually equitably invest in the kinds of structures that we need to turn this around. And let's don't be mistaken, the prison system is a conglomerate, an international money-making machine. And so our babies are job creation opportunities. And we are Atlanta housewifed, and right, we're scandaled to, we have actually made ratchet appropriate, right? We've sexualized our girls, we've thugged our boys, and we as a people, you know, coming out of slavery, coming into Reconstruction, we were clear that education was the only way out of poverty. And we lost our way. We lost our way. And so I think that this conversation really is very much about who are our allies, who are our friends, and what systems do we need to take on. And then before I stop, because I swear I'm gonna stop, a year ago I went to Atlanta to see a group called Purpose-Built Community because they were doing full-scale community change. Really impressive, in a neighborhood called East Lake. And the woman there, who's a real estate deal attorney, white woman, said, "You'll take the school." And I said, "I won't." And she said, "You will." And I was like, "I will not." And after 2 days, I left and I was like, I'm gonna take this school. And I did the unthinkable as a community-based organization. I actually said, I will both be in a relationship with the Unified School District. I will, with all my soul, help you turn this high school around, and I will concurrently write 2 charters, which no one has done in the history of Oakland, and I just turned them in Wednesday. I will write 2 charters, and I will drop down a K-5 and a 6-8 and have a healthy feeder, because no one is coming to save us.
I think if we're going to be serious about really dismantling what Michelle's called the new Jim Crow, as a people, we have to do a lot more reading and a lot more building of our own knowledge. There's tons of work out there that I think really helps us to have an appreciation of how we answer the kind of what some people call dog whistle politics, which is a great book I commissioned everyone to read. Or Ta-Nehisi Coates has written a wonderful essay recently called The Case of Reparations that actually give us a very powerful structural explanation of how white supremacy is at work in our country, not just 300 years ago or 200 years ago, but Ta-Nehisi does a great job of laying it out as a policy framework that has actually created the kind of conditions we are in. And part of what I think is critically important for us as we are attempting to undo some of these challenges we have is to appreciate deeply the kind of structures that are in place that are working against us and that we must in turn work against as well. Not just be content to work inside the boundaries of these structures as they present themselves, but also be willing to make new structures. As Alice just said, make new alliances. You know, I know a lot of us continue to talk about the tension between charter schools and public schools. I'm not against charter schools and I'm not against public schools. I'm against bad schools. Somebody say amen, right? And you have a bad public school, and I think that bad public school need to be shut down. And you have a bad charter school, I think that bad charter school need, and let's get the kind of schools and education that actually educate our children. I, for 5 years in the city of Berkeley, ran the Dewey Complement, our continuation school in the city of Berkeley, called Berkeley Technology Academy. And I want to tell you that the young people that we got in 10th grade were not dumb kids, right? When these young people walked onto the campus, the first thing we told them was that we loved them. One kid said, "Are you a perv?" I said, "No, I'm not a perv, man. I really love you. I'm not going to hurt you. I love you." You know what I mean? And our young people, when they were put in a loving, supportive, and high competency environment, even at the 10th grade with 2 or 3 years being behind, they graduated on time with skills, being able to have a job and a family. So part of our work has to be about seeing beyond the structures that have been presented to us, dare I say, getting out of the matrix, whatever matrix it may be, political matrix, religious matrix, cultural matrix, whatever, and dreaming again that our communities and our families can have the right to live free in communities where folks are educated, have pathways to opportunity, and achieve their highest dreams and aspirations.
Thank you. I want to turn to Joseph because, you know, we heard the like 3,000 foot level description, and Joseph, I really respect your leadership and where you're coming from because you're in it. So I just want to hear a little bit about your experience as it relates to all of these issues that people have started to talk about. Can you say a little bit?
Well, my issues became for school was my school push out. I went to Oakland High, and I got pushed out of school because I went to Oakland High. I got pushed out because of my attendance. I had a lot of responsibilities I had to take care of. I had to take care of my sister, make sure she had to get to school, make sure she was fully prepared for her day. And also, I was worried about my sister's dyslexia because I have it too. And I didn't want her to, you know, go through what I went through. So I sacrificed pretty much my education for her to get to school, for her to, you know, get everything she can get and make sure she was just better than me. I want her to be better than everybody in our family. I want her to do her best. And she used to always just come to me thinking like she was just less than everybody. I told her she's the best thing in the world. Keep moving forward. Don't look at nothing. Like, don't worry about what nobody say about you. Just do you. And also, with me and my teachers, I wanted my teachers to really engage me, really teach what I should be taught. I didn't want to just be thrown work. Because when you're just throwing me work, you're not teaching me nothing. You're just throwing me work for me to teach myself. No, teach me like you're a teacher. Do your job. And I'm going to do my job by listening. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous a little bit.
You're doing good, brother. Please.
And I just want us black youth to, you know, we got so much to bring to this table. We got so much talent. We got so much knowledge. We need to stop playing around. Like, show these teachers what we got. Show these people what we got. Show this world what we got. We got more to bring to the table than really anybody. And plus, we got to teach our young folks, you know, our younger siblings that they can do it too, not just us. Whew. And also, you know, parents, teachers, students, everybody's learning from each other. We need to help each other because we're the only people we can go to, really. And it seemed like we all worried about our own bowl. Like, everybody got their separate bowl. We shouldn't have our separate bowl. We should have a bowl that we can at least get it full and at least get it to overflow. Because when we overflowing, we all eating off each other and we all helping out each other. So we need to work with each other. And I also just want to thank my Dewey family, really, my boss class, because they really taught me a lot. They taught me to, you know, speak my mind, tell these people what I got to bring to this table. And I just want to really thank Jasmine, Jovante, and Samaje for pushing me forward.
I think one of the things last night one of the Striving Black Brothers mentioned sitting in a boring class that they didn't want to be in. And I think one of the things in education I think we're striving to do, but we're still far from it, is making sure that our classrooms are something that the students want to be in, that they can engage them, and that they give them the skills that are going to help them move forward through a living wage and to find those career pathways that will lead to a great life and keep them out of the prison. And I think one of the things that we're really striving to do at Laney and again in Oakland Unified and other school districts in this area is figuring out what that looks like. And we have the recent grant called the Career Pathways Trust that we're working on. And my specific thing is to see how we can put activities that will engage students in the, really in the K through 12. We're focused on high school at first, but what can we do? So at Castlemont, we're putting in a digital fab lab, all right? So kind of the manufacturing of the future to show kids what can be done and the skills that you need in order to move on these career pathways. And let me tell you about one of these career pathways that we're working on here at Laney. Manufacturing sometimes, has kind of a bad reputation, and this is a bad reputation for everybody across all communities. And I do the same pitch when I go out to whatever conference or workshop I go to, which is manufacturing has an amazing set of skills required to do it. We have a student, I think, is leaving in the next couple of weeks, Andre, who is in our industrial maintenance program. 1 year of training at Laney College in machine technology and industrial maintenance. He's going to be leaving for Venice, not California, Venice, Italy, in a few weeks. He's going to be spending 3 months there, gets to work on a cruise ship, all right, doing maintenance, maintaining this ship. He's going to be working on this, making sure this ship can run for 3 months and gets to come back. He's making a living wage, and this is after 1 year of training at Laney College, okay? And so there's lots of these opportunities, not just in advanced manufacturing. It might be in information technology, it might be in nursing, it might be in culinary, which we have here. There's all these different opportunities that students and parents and even counselors and educators don't know about. And so we want to let them know about that as soon as possible in K, in first grade, second grade, all the way up, so that they can start to see something that maybe some of you have seen when you were in school. You went on a field trip and you went to a museum and you were fascinated by something. And that led you kind of on a career path that you could engage with and that has kind of served you well. And we want to make sure those opportunities happen in the schools. And that's really what we're working to do throughout the school system and here at Laney and other community colleges. And so that is one of our goals.
Thank you, Mark. So one of the key themes that I'm picking up here is just partnership between public systems and community-based organizations, as well as private charters and things of that nature. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how each of you have worked with systems to advance opportunity for boys and men of color and what that has looked like from your respective perch.
One of the things that I'm going to throw in something I wanted to say
please.
Is that I think that it's just really important. One of the things I've heard is where people's values are by where they put their money. And so we have to look at where is the money being spent. So we can say, you can do it, you can overcome odds, and we can talk about all of the wonderful things that we can do as a community, but we also have to hold our systems accountable to invest in the children instead of prisons, to invest in education. When we look at the California investment being like 49th in education spending, yet number 1 in prison spending, then, we do the math, right? We're supposed to, it adds up to criminalization. So even when we say, or we put on paper that we believe in the youth and we believe in education, we need to ask decision makers, we need to ask systems leaders, we need to ask those people that are in positions of power, well, but where are you spending your money? And everybody can ask that question, parents, youth, community members, and we all need to be doing that together. And in fact, inside institutions, a lot of times we do have partners. So when we look at an Oakland Unified School District, yes, they'll tell you we're holding them accountable, but we're also wanting to make sure that the school does better. And we know that Oakland is often under-resourced. And we know that there are a lot of people trying to make, as they say, $1 out of 15 cents. A lot of people are trying to make something happen, but the spending is not there. And so we have great programs. Chris Chapman's program, we have a lot of teachers who really care. We have counselors who are trying to do a lot, but when you only have one counselor to 800 students in California, you're overburdened. And so one of the things that we have done is both not only try to push for accountability, but we have a new budgeting process in California, and we're saying that money needs to go to restorative justice, to counselors, to community, to teachers, to youth, and not to more law enforcement in our schools. And those are the kinds of things we need to be pushing if we're going to work with systems as partners. That part of the partnership is that they have to also listen to the needs of the community and the students and parents. And then, it's not just about saying, don't do this or don't do that. It's about riding with them and helping them develop the kind of policies that work and helping them implement those policies and being a real, actual partner in this.
So compound the previous question on partnerships with one on policy frameworks and policy priorities that you all are advancing, and try to lump those together, because I think those two go hand in hand.
I mean, the truth is that relationships are everything. Whether the person that once you decide what needs to happen, and I just want to be clear about this, the school to prison pipeline can't be solved with something that focuses on prison, right? And I can't be mad at the prison union's lobbyists for bringing it. You can't hate the player. They have one of the most powerful lobbies in the nation. It's amazing. What I have to do is look at how they've done that and figure out, what am I after? And to Jackie's point, what am I pushing for? Because being against something's not going to get you somewhere. You have to figure out what you're for. And so the whole notion of a career pathway, how do I start pre-K? How do I actually make sure that I'm exposing young minds to every possible career option for them to actually have some real options other than what they're seeing around them? But again, relationships are everything. So do you know who your school board member is? Do you know who the principal is? Do you know who runs social services? Like, I believe deeply in infiltration. Like, if you stand outside and you throw a stone, you're going to get so far. But can you actually infiltrate a public system? And so people might want to think about, can I get a career inside elected officials' office? Can I get a career inside a public system? Because from the inside, change happens too.
I totally agree with everything that's been said. I think we have to continue to challenge ourselves to get way deeper into the root of what are producing, the soil that is producing a lot of the problems that we're encountering. Again, if we talk about a school-to-prison pipeline, in many regards, it is about the criminalization of our young people, right? It is that at a very early age, they are easily becoming criminalized. When I would look at the cumulative files of our young people at BTEC, you would see from kindergarten, you would look at their school pictures, and you would see that the kids are smiling, kindergarten, first grade smiling, second grade smiling. About third grade, the smile, just on their school pictures. I would have 12 years or 10 years of their cum files, and you could just look at the way the kids are smiling or not smiling in their school pictures, and it has a direct correlation to their attendance, to their discipline. I'm talking about as early as third or fourth grade. So part of what we have to continue to appreciate is that the young people we're working with don't end up in jail all of a sudden because they wake up in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade and become a criminal, right? It's because they have been pulled out of class or been criminalized at a very young age, and we have to figure out, how do we actually remove the criminalization out of the classroom? So restorative justice programs and alternative forms of discipline that are not punitive are important kind of policy frameworks that we must push into the schools. We're greatly blessed in the state of California. I think a lot of us helped band together to defeat that whole zero tolerance stuff that was cracking in a lot of our schools. We have to continue to replicate those kinds of policies at the very bottom level or base level of our teaching professions, with our principals in our schools, making sure that our young people are not pushed out at a very early age because of behavior that all of us, and I'll say all of us, did, right? Whether it was, not sitting down in your chair fast enough, or talking to another kid, passing notes for cheating, or whatever kind of stuff all of us did when we were kids. Somebody say amen, amen. I know I was a cheating kid, amen. I'm glad I didn't get caught all the time, somebody, right? But because I cheated didn't mean I should go to jail. Me cheating on the 3rd or 4th or 5th grade test should not result me having a police officer handcuffing me and taking me to jail, right? I got a whooping when I got home. Sometimes I wish I went to jail, somebody say, right? But how do we remove the structural kinds of incentivizations to kind of criminalize our young people? I think those are some of the policy things that only happen in partnership. They won't do it without us being involved, so we have to become more involved.
And please clap that up. Just to follow up on that thread, there is tremendous momentum around school discipline, and more people, I think, are recognizing that it doesn't make sense to push kids out of school because of some of the things that Mike mentioned, it essentially actually works against the ultimate outcomes that we want for all of our children in society. And the Department of Education has recently released guidance on school discipline policy that you can find online at the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights website. So please, if you're in education, if you're a community member who's just concerned, if you're a parent, you should be downloading that guidance, reviewing it, and then going to the school leaders and practitioners and working with them to make sure that they're following that. What I want to do now is transition to audience questions. I'm sure there are a ton because there's so much energy up here. We can continue with Q&A amongst ourselves, but I feel like this is a good point to bring the audience in. We have about 15 more minutes, and so I want to make sure we hear from all of you. Sister, please.
I'm a teacher at a high school in Sacramento, and I want to know, how do you balance school discipline policies that you all seem to stand against with school safety issues? So when we say things like, we don't want zero tolerance policies, but then we do have kids bringing guns to school, that causes a safety hazard for other students as well as staff that is on campus. How do we make a balance between making sure that everybody who's on this campus is protected and safe, plus we're not pushing kids out and preparing a pipeline to prison?
So if I can just paraphrase, how do we create safe and successful schools?
So one of the things that I think people have struggled with is, for one, we have to also recognize what is safety. And so part of the issue for us is that for a lot of our children, a street flooded with police or schools flooded with police does not make them feel more safe either, right? And so there is one of the things that I believe is, I believe in us. And I believe that if we actually have the resources and the opportunity, we can flood our schools and support our young people and create positive school climate. Part of the problem is we default to a police model because we're first of all flooded with fear, we're flooded with the worst stories, we're flooded with the stories of school shootings, and that fear makes us think that the only thing we can do is have more police. But what we know is that the police haven't actually prevented those things from happening. And you have to ask yourself, how many police? How do we send in the military? At what point is it enough to make us feel safe? At some point, we have to ask ourselves, what else could we be doing? And there are evidence-based approaches that are about restorative justice. And I'm not talking about just a product called restorative justice that's 50% invested in or 20% invested in, but I'm talking about real investment in whatever way works within our community to have money, to have mentors, to have more programs like African American Male Achievement, to have more opportunities for teachers. You should not be in this by yourself. And part of the reasons why a lot of teachers have been frustrated, even when we've tried to reform things like willful defiance, is because they're just told you can't do something, but they're not given the support and the opportunity to do something different. So then we pass measures around things like willful defiance, and then the schools end up calling it something else and just basically suspending the kids in class. We have to change the climate, which means we have to change the way we think, which means we all have to be partners in this, which means we have to invest in this, and we have to invest in the things that are working, and we have to come from a place of love, faith, and hope. And my faith tells me that the greatest of these is love. And when we come from the place of love, we actually have so much more power than when we come from the place of fear. So I believe it's possible, but we got to make it happen. And as long as we say, yes, we're doing restorative justice, but we put no resource behind it, it's always going to feel like this is not real. It's kind of fluff. So
I'm going to ask people to rapid fire so we can get as much of this out as possible.
In my experience, young people that carry guns to school do not carry the guns to school for school. They're carrying the guns because they're trying to be safe going to and from school.
Right.
So the solution, or one solution we did in Berkeley, is we helped create safety corridors, right, where adults, parents volunteered their time to make sure young people could have safe passage from the bus stop to their school. Now, a lot of our young people didn't carry the gun on campus. They put the gun in the bushes. It was called a community gun or something ridiculous, one of the guys told me, right? Where they wouldn't bring it on campus, but if there was beef and they need to be protected, they knew how to go and protect themselves. So again, shifting our mindset that our young people are not just inherently violent people. They are fearful and needing to protect themselves. And if we as adults create protective environments for young people, they will not resort to the self-protection of weapons that are too readily available in our communities.
Joseph, what do you want us as adults to do to not only support you and ensure your success, but all others, including your siblings and other young people?
Well,
what
really,
do you want us to do?
when you get, you got to give. When you learn, you got to teach. So that's just pretty much it.
All right. Well, so we have a question in the back here.
I have a question for the panel. First of all, my name is Tara Shepard. I'm a board director from Little Rock, Arkansas, the Little Rock School District with the Little Rock 9. Here's my question. We began talking about gender specific in girls. Girls are, specifically black girls, the fastest growing population in the juvenile justice system at about 18% as compared to 4% of their counterpart. They're also the fastest growing population as it relates to receiving out-of-school sanctions, suspensions. They're also more likely to drop out of school at a rate of 4 out of 10 will drop out of school. So black girls right now are an invisible and ignored population that we are not talking about. So my question to the board is for me to be able to take back to Arkansas, what type of gender-specific strategies are you all using here in Oakland to impact the school-to-prison pipeline for black girls?
It's a long answer, so
Yeah.
I'd love to answer that question for you offline, but let me say that about 25 years ago, everything was about girls, and then look what happened to our boys. And so while I am an active and proud participant in the Men and Boys of Color movement, I've not let go of girls because boys and girls don't live in some segregated environment.
Right.
And in our city, when you follow homicide back to the root, it's generally a boy-girl issue. And so we have to pay attention to our girls, and I'm happy to answer more specifically about what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you for that. Right underneath the light there, sister, I can't see.
Early childhood educator is we are not recognizing that the problem starts so much sooner. And when we have solutions like expanding preschool, you don't know what is going on in preschools for our children. You still have Western pedagogy on non-Western children, so that it happens way back then. So I'm wondering, when will we realize that's when it starts?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer any more questions after this because I feel like I'm a hog. But we are doing a cradle-to-career continuum. We're starting with pro-social, emotional, social learning that is culturally competent. We do play dates. We are teaching literacy. We're making sure that the people not only look like the children, but the people come from a place that the children come from. And so I absolutely agree, and I think that I was very slow to get to early ed because I love deeply the 30 to 24-year-old population. And as my kids began to be parents, and I could see their utter inability to love their children because they didn't feel loved, no matter what I did, I realized I needed to go back down the pipeline. So I agree.
Final question right here in the, last two, this brother and this brother in the green. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, sir.
My name is Oscar Wright. I'm a 90-year-old American man who's proud to be black. I'm a 90-year-old American man who's proud to be black. For more than 50 years, we've watched our federal government, by design, destroy the black race. Brown versus the Board of Education, Housing and Urban Development legislation, Title I in the Secondary Act of 1965. Those legislation there was designed to make sure that black kids never be removed from the permanent underclass. Here in California, we have what they call the state content framework. In those frameworks there, every concept a kid ought to be taught from kindergarten through 12th grades are in those concepts, the state content framework. But instead of them enforcing that, they supposed to start to teaching black kids, all children, algebra in kindergarten, geometry in kindergarten. No child supposed to leave 3rd grade without being able to read fluently. No child. But instead, by design, they developed this tracking system, spearheaded at the University of California, that tracked our black kids in what they call the skilled track, making sure. That's why they can't go to the University of California now. They know they won't qualify, but because the content of what they are being taught, starting at kindergarten through 3rd grade, they kill them. They kill them off. They don't give them a foundation where they can build on. They developed that tracking system to make sure that these black kids never be able to do that, and it's all by design. And I think I have tried. If you know No Child Left Behind, you see who's responsible for that right here. That's who's talking to you right now. I was the one that got able to get President George Bush to come up with No Child Left Behind. If you want to don't believe it, I just got a letter here, I think, in my pocket from President.
We believe you, brother. We believe you. My default is to believe my elders.
I just got 2-3 letters from him just today. The reason this is here now, I think, is because some of the things that I have really provided him with documentation. I've sent him a book written, Genocide Locked Out by Design, and Growing Up Black in America. And I wrote him and told him about, I was one of the ones that influential in the first school that I know are the only school named in his honor when he got to be the President of the United States. He never responded to any of it. We took 12 kids to Washington, 2010, May the 7th, and 2010, 4 days and 4 nights. 4 days and 4 nights. And he never responded to our kids. So by design, I'm happy to see this here now, this coming here, that we're going to try to do something now that's ought to have been done. We keep talking about the black community, the black community. There's no such a thing as a black community anymore. There's no black community. It used to be where a lot of black people lived on and controlled. That doesn't exist anymore. I'm here in Oakland when Oakland was 70% black. Now it's 28%. In 1996, in this school district, 51% of the students was black. Now you got about 13% of them is black. It's all by design, and until we make a demand on our federal government, both presidents, both Democrats and Republicans, they are guilty of what they're doing and demand that our kids be given equal chance. Because I can tell you the murder on the streets is nothing. They are killing these kids here between kindergarten and 3rd grade. They still refuse to teach them how to read.
Thank you for your leadership, brother. Thank you. Thank you for all you're doing in Oakland and nationally. Thank you. What I want to do really quickly, if I can, is just offer some quick resources because it'd be a shame to have this conversation and just let it fall flat. You can get involved with each of these groups are doing. And so if I can, just quickly have people say a little bit about how people can get involved and then pass the mic.
So I, again, am Alice. I'm at Youth Uprising, www.youthuprising.org. There are lots of ways that you can be involved, both as a mentor to a young person, a site for placement, a tutor. There are all kinds of ways. As an employee, we're always looking for talent. Please go onto my website.
Okay, Jackie with the Black Organizing Project, www.blackorganizingproject.org, or you can just see me or Jasmine, raise your hand over there, or Samaje, or any of us, and we have so many things you can do. If you got a talent, a skill, anything you want to contribute to, there's a way for you to contribute. We have a lot of young people that are looking for support, but we also have a lot of ways that you can help advocate for some of these changes. Also, I'm part of the Dignity in Schools Coalition Bay Area, and so that's also an opportunity. They're a national organization. And the Boys and Men of Color Alliance is doing a lot of state work as well to try to change some legislation around school-to-prison pipelines. So any of those things are ways for you to get involved.
So I'm Mark Martin, and I'm here at Laney College, but I would encourage you to go to your local community college, either the website, or go there in person and talk to someone and find out what sorts of training programs they have and what they do at your local high school or K through 12 to see how they reach down and kind of have developed career pathways there, so that you might be able to find something either as a student yourself or for your kids, a potential career pathway and skill building set there at the community college in K through 12 that will interest them and impassion them.
Again, Michael McBride, I brought some folders that actually give you a wonderful overview of all the kind of organizing work and policy frameworks we were able to present to some of the White House administration folks, our recommendations from the faith community around how to better become our brother's keepers. So we'd love to leave those with you all. You can visit our website, livefreeusa.org, livefreeusa.org. Sign up there, download reports, get connected to our work that is both local, state, and national to dismantle the new Jim Crow and end the era of gun violence in our communities.
Last but not least, Brother Joseph.
Okay. All right. I guess everybody can hear me now. I just want to, tell the youth, school is just not just about the education. School is preparing us for life right after high school. And like what we got more than that. We got to work. We got to, sacrifice some things for life. So, stay tall, keep doing you. Stay focused.
Please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Give them another round of applause as they take their seats and we transition. I want to, since we're acknowledging that there's parity, we're talking about being our brother's keeper and our sister's supporters too. Earlier, we acknowledged the mothers who hold us down. I want to say thank you to my brother Mark, who is a new father. We'll be celebrating Father's Day. Can all of the fathers stand up? All of the fathers stand up and be acknowledged for what you do. So we are winding down, but we are not yet done. It is my hope that you have learned something new and that you have made a friend. We are going to end the way that we began and continue to reframe the narrative. I need all of y'all to be as excited as I am as we welcome to the stage young men who are young, gifted, and black. So Young, Gifted, and Black, or YBG, for the unfamiliar, I know most of you know them, they're Hometown Heroes, is an organization of youth between the ages of 6 and 17. They represent collectively more than 30 schools in the East Bay. And the focus is to study intensely African-American history and culture through spoken word, poetry, music, and travel. And their performances are a result of the lessons they've learned. So this is literally learning in action. They are directed by Mrs. Davis, an educator, actually Mr. and Mrs., both directors for national events for You Speak. And you should learn more about them at their website. They're also on Facebook, because y'all know the babies know how to do it for the Vine. So please join me in giving another round of applause. Let's leave it there. To Young, Gifted, and Black. This looks happy.
You must save us, but we must save you. Requires awareness, acceptance, actual application that what we know is right. Out of the mouths of babies. You gotta do better. We must expect better for you, for ourselves. We cannot become the wretched of the earth, the forgotten victims of our own undereducation, willing slaves generation. We can't afford to not know the words.
We are black gold, black soul, black dynamite. Black, black, black dynamite. That gold.
Living up the glorious past.
Angelic.
Living up historical task.
Mathematics.
Science and philosophy.
Medicine, hygiene, and theology. Civilizations rising from the ground. Origins of pride and power sound. I am the one who knows the mind. You be the one who knows the path of my ancestors. I am the one who created others. I'm fighting for my freedom. I'm marching along a protest. They all about the class of culture. Rages to the money of my people.
Mic check, 1, 2. Somebody tell those babies to come back and be properly acknowledged for that brilliance. What an awesome God we serve. My God is so good. Listen. I am seldom at a loss for words. Anyone who knows me knows that that's never the space I'm in. My soul and my spirit are so full right now. Thank you. Thank you. That's really the only word that comes to mind is thank you. Thank each of you for demonstrating how brilliant and resilient we are, for reminding us about the power that exists within each of you. Thank each of you for being so generous with your time, for contributing to this dialogue and making sure that this is a community conversation about our shared responsibilities. To the volunteers that made this possible, to the staff at Laney, to President Webb, thank you for opening up this institution. Everyone that picked up trash or offered direction, recorded this for posterity's sake, thank you, thank you, thank you. I get to show up and talk about my passion and my purpose, but I could not do that without a phenomenal team. So Kim, Angel, Rhonda, who's been tweeting feverishly, the team back in DC, thank you as well. I also want to say thank you to all of the practitioners in the room, not only the panelists who gave of their time and expertise, but all of you in this room. What we know is that you're here because you care about this work, and you do this work each and every day of making sure that our babies feel acknowledged and valued and supported. So no matter what the contribution looks like, if you hear me say nothing else, hear me say with a heartfelt appreciation, thank you. The last thing that I will say is this, and it is a request. I want to be real clear. I want everyone to decide that on our watch, we won't allow any of our babies to forget that this is the brilliance that exists within them. I taught kindergarten and third grade, and I was real clear. I always tell my babies that real men cry. And I cried when you performed, not only because it was beautiful and brilliant, but because I thought about how many babies have had that light dimmed, who haven't gotten to the point of realizing how powerful their voice is, how intelligent they are in their ability to make these connections and teach people and move them. And I again just want to remind each of you that we have a tremendous amount of power. We can literally change the life of a young person who woke up thinking there is no reason for me to be here today. It should never be the case that we walk past one of our babies, or somebody else's babies for that matter, and don't recognize the value within them. And so make clear that you won't ever allow that to happen. Whether or not it's a child you know or love, in fact, the ones that annoy you the most are the ones that are demanding for you to put your body on them. But decide you won't allow that to happen. To allow a baby to walk past and to grow without knowing that you see them, recognize them, value them, and will support them as they grow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to pass the mic to President Webb and remind everybody that this is a continuing conversation. We'll be back here to talk about how we move this work forward. But again, thank you for coming into this space and being so generous with your time.
value. Love and life are among the perennial constants. Stillness allows us to connect with our essence, love. And through movement, we allow love's eternal energy to produce life. And that's what this is about. It's about life. And it's about living authentically, opening up, receiving, filtering, and deciding what will lead to a better set of healthier circumstances that can be sustained. That not only supports us economically, politically, socially, but really as a family, as neighborhoods, as communities, as a broader society, as a world, as a living species. And you're doing that. And thank you for your genius. And thank you, brother, for your genius. And working with these extraordinary talents. I love what you gave us. You remind us of our power. You remind us of our genius. I am so proud of you. And it has been my honor to represent the faculty, the staff, the administrators at this great institution, Laney College, and to have so many staff who, over 40 of them, with students who chose to show up, and our sheriff. I mean, folks, you showed up here physically, online. Yes, you showed out. I am so honored to live in a time when increasingly more people recognize that we are really one. The delusions that we were under, the facade, the matrix that we chose to be in, Pastor, Father, we're just eliminating, we're stripping. We're finding that natural genius that already is within us, and we're revealing it. And we're saying, bring it on. So, in the fall, a number of my genius experts here at the college, who are very open, humble, will be asking us to come back and to continue this meaningful discourse and to result in more of this and more of this throughout this community. So it's an honor. With all due respect, I wish you love, peace, a recognition of your extraordinary selves, and let's keep moving forward. Wado.